Heroine, are you looking for this? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit approached her, holding a featherless chicken. Oh, there it is. When Yan Yan finally relaxed. Yes, that's the chicken. She took the big rooster from the man's hand, examined it carefully, and was relieved. It was unharmed. Heroine, you were so brave just now, beating those little troublemakers until they ran away. The middle-aged man looked at her with admiration. Just SOSO, comrade. I have something to do now. Thanks for your help. When Yan Yan brushed her hair that was falling into her eyes. It had grown quite long recently. She decided not to cut it short anymore. She wanted to keep her flowing, beautiful long hair. The man watched her figure until she disappeared from sight. When Yan Yan went back to the department store and bought a bag of starch again. Ugh, such a waste of a bag of starch. When she returned to the commuting station, she immediately saw Ma Ho-hot chatting with a military wife. Ma Ho-hot, where's your camera? When Yan Yan spoke directly, suspecting that Lu Xiaoguang's previous secret filming was orchestrated by her behind the scenes. What camera? I don't have one. Ma Ho-hot's eyes flickered with hesitation. When Yan Yan looked at the military-style bag in her hand. Stop pretending. The camera is right in your bag. Dare to let me see. Where's my camera? That's none of your business.
Må give hende tegnslykklodser til bag.
You just said you didn't have one. How come you have it now? When Yan Yan quickly caught her mistake. I can say whatever I want. Do you have the right to ask? Ma Ho-hot became unreasonable again. Fine, do whatever you want. I can't stop you. But I warn you, if you use that camera to film me again, I will smash it. When Yan Yan's eyes sharpened with determination. Ma Ho-hot's expression flickered with fear, then quickly returned to normal. Who filmed you? Just holding a camera doesn't mean I was filming you. Don't overthink. That's not good. When Yan Yan also found a place to sit, deliberately speaking to the nearby military spouse. Big sister-in-law, our military compound is full of talented people. Today I saw a military spouse holding a camera behind a utility pole, taking pictures of people. I wonder if she even knows where the lens is. A toad lying on the road, pretending to be a tiny jeep in camouflage. Haha Yanzi, who are you talking about? The military spouse couldn't help but laugh at her amusing story. I'm talking about anyone. Who knows? Cameras are emotionless, but people are emotional. Who just said there was no camera? When Yan Yan spoke sarcastically, with a teasing tone. Ma Ho-hot's face turned pale with anger, but dared not speak. Just then, she saw when Yan Yan hit 3 little troublemakers with a stick, making their noses bleed and causing them to run away in fear. How could this young wife be so powerful? The 3 troublemakers were no match for her. So frightening. Ma Ho-hot secretly touched the camera inside her bag, afraid she might smash it if discovered. When Yan Yan returned home, she set down the big rooster and immediately threw herself into Nan Fengjue's arms, holding his waist. Boss, I was so scared today. What's wrong? Suddenly, Nan Fengjue was caught off guard as a warm, soft object pressed against him, leaving him stunned. When Yan Yan quickly grabbed his large hand and placed it on her chest. Can you feel my heartbeat? It's beating faster, right? If I hadn't bought that bag of starch today, it would have been hard for her to get away, especially since those 3 tough street kids were so mean. Southern Jew's hand touched the warm, soft skin, and his body stiffened. Why are you so scared? His voice was low and rough. I just met 3 bullies in town and they tried to hurt me. When Yan Yan could act normal outside, but in front of Southern Jew, she broke down. What? Bullies in town. Only then did Southern Jew realize she had gone to town. He thought she was still on the mountain because she wasn't home earlier, and he was about to go look for her. But before he could leave, the little girl had already hugged him tightly. Yeah, I fought them off with a few hits, smelling the faint tobacco scent on him, when Yin Yan's mood slowly calmed down. But Southern Jew could only see the top of her head and not her expression. Was her story really that dramatic? When Yan Yan waited a moment after speaking. Why didn't he respond? She looked up, resting her chin on his chest, and looked into his eyes. What are you thinking, boss? Could he be so moved by her heroic act? Is what you said true? Southern Jew looked into her eyes as well. She said she met 3 bullies in town and chased them away? Oh, so he still didn't believe her. Wan Yanyan let go and walked into the room. Of course it's true. Do you think I would lie about something like that? She took a set of clothes from the wardrobe and sat on the bed to change into everyday clothes. She still needed to stew a chicken later, so her dress might get dirty. Southern Jew followed in and asked worriedly, "Did you get hurt?" "No, just a little scared." When Yan took off her dress, put on pants, and then picked up a white shirt, she noticed that Southern Jew, who had been standing at the door, was now lying on the bed, reading a book with his back to her. Does he dare not look at her changing? "Boss, why aren't you watching me change? Are you shy? They're already in the bridal chamber, and he's still so shy." When Yan's heart moved, she put down her shirt, got on the bed, and leaned toward him. "I'm just reading, but your book is upside down." Southern Jew quickly looked at the cover.
The book
Wasn't upside down? He turned to look at her in confusion, but almost felt his blood rush to his head. His nose touched a soft, snowy mountain. Southern Jew closed his eyes tightly, his ears turning red. "Haha, you fell for it. Why are you shy, big man? I'm your wife. No need to be embarrassed." When Yan suddenly pounced on him, reaching to undo his belt. "Be honest, girl. Don't make trouble in the daytime. Wait until night." Southern Jew looked out the window at the sun. Since he was born in the 1950s, he couldn't relax about these things, but when Yan understood. That's why she took the initiative to make a move. Otherwise, if he kept so reserved and hesitant, what would be the point of living like that? "What are you afraid of during the day?" Snip. When Yan quickly pulled the curtains closed, and the room suddenly became dark. "Isn't it just dark now?" She straightened her back, unfastening her corset, revealing her beauty completely, all around. The book in Southern Jew's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Even a strong-willed soldier would blush and feel his heart race at such a scene. "Why aren't you afraid now?" He remembered how she trembled last night. "Because it doesn't hurt anymore." When Yan's eyes shimmered with a charming red glow as she sat coquettishly on his waist. She used her delicate fingers, like onion layers, to unbutton his shirt. 1, 2 buttons. Southern Jew moved his arm but ultimately didn't stop her. Suddenly, when Yan's hand froze, she widened her eyes. She saw a large scar on his chest, right at the left side. On his right side, near his stomach, there was another scar. Smaller, but in a dangerous spot close to his liver. When Yan was shocked. These were deadly gunshot wounds. This handsome man had almost died. Her slender fingers gently touched the scar on his chest, her heart aching as she asked, "Boss, do these scars still hurt? Maybe a little during rainy days. When did you get such serious injuries?" When Yan looked into his eyes. During the 1973 self-defense counterattack. Southern Jew closed his eyes, unwilling to recall the war, which was very fierce. Although they finally won, many comrades died, and he was seriously injured. The doctor treated him for a whole day and night before he was able to leave the brink of death. When Yan was immediately filled with respect after hearing this. She learned about this battle in history class in 1973. In the end, Country Z not only gained the Shisha Islands, but also took control of the surrounding waters. "Boss, you were tired last night. Let me do it." "You rest." When Yan lowered her head and kissed his scar, then continued downward. He is a hero. Without these soldiers risking their lives for the country, there would be no later reforms and economic growth. No wonder he became a company commander at a young age. These scars are the best proof, and his medals. If only he had met her earlier and she had performed the surgery, his wounds wouldn't hurt on rainy days. Since when Yan held a sense of awe, there was nothing she couldn't do, not even open her mouth. Southern Jew was completely shocked by her actions. That girl, could she really do that? His arm moved again but couldn't lift, so he closed his eyes and went along with her. When Yan, feeling complicated and mischievous, played with Southern Jew until late at night. Finally, she made up for last night's regret, not wanting to lose face as a woman. Tired, she curled up in the man's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Southern Jew carefully covered her with a blanket. Life's flavors now only tasted sweet. All the suffering from before was nothing compared to the happiness now. Thinking about how all this happiness was given to him by this little woman. Southern Jew didn't know how to describe Wen Yanyan. In short, she was wonderful. Just now, he felt her admiration and love, and happiness kept flowing in his heart. Southern Jew looked at the mischievous girl in his arms and thought Lin Sinan was right. This time, he had to take her with him and not leave her alone at home. It was too worrying. Earlier in the morning, he heard Lin Sinan talk about some gossip and wanted to ask if the girl was telling the truth. He hadn't had the chance before, and now he didn't want to ask anymore. From Wen Yanyan's behavior just now, he was sure she liked him. She has no other man in her heart. Mahohat spread rumors about her because of Zhang the nurse. Nanfang Ju finally closed his eyes when he thought of this, and soon he fell asleep too. Suddenly, he woke up and saw it was already evening. It was time to get up and cook dinner. But as he was about to get up, Wen Yanyan was awakened. She wrapped her soft, white arm around his waist. "Boss, where are you going?" She closed her eyes and pouted lazily, her voice tired and weak. "You're awake?" Nanfang Ju looked at her soft lips with a faint shine. He thought of something, his eyes darkening, and he held back the urge to kiss her. "Yeah, I was a little sleepy earlier." Wen Yanyan yawned and showed a small part of her pink tongue. Nanfang Ju felt a tightness in his stomach and turned his face away. "If you're sleepy, go back to sleep. I'll make dinner. What do you want to eat?" No need. Let's lie down a bit longer and cook together." Wen Yanyan seemed like a little fox who is never satisfied, clinging to him tightly. Just now, she transformed into a fox spirit, using all her tricks to attract this Western Shisha military leader. She just wanted to hold on to his heart and body tightly, making him unable to leave her. Nanfang Ju lay down again and looked at her. "Aren't you hungry?" He remembered she hadn't eaten all afternoon and had been busy since she got back. "I'm not hungry. I look so good, right, husband?" she said, wanting his praise. "Girl, what did you just call me?" Nanfang Ju didn't understand. "Husband, it means the same as husband. It's a local dialect," she lied again. Nanfang Ju reached out and gently patted her head. "Girl, how you have so many tricks to serve a man." Yesterday, she clearly said it was her first time. Wen Yanyan smiled softly. "These are natural for women. You don't need to learn them. I'm your wife and you're my husband. I do these to make you happy, every day happy, okay, husband?" Wen Yanyan felt very tender toward this man. He had no family in this world and was just as lonely emotionally as she was. He had also been badly wounded by a gun, walking on the edge of life and death several times. In the future, these two unfortunate people would need to support each other and stay warm together. Feeling sorry for him is like feeling sorry for myself. Loving him is the same as loving myself. We share hardships, happiness, and wealth together. Nanfang Ju's eyes had a mist of tears, but it quickly disappeared. "Husband, what am I good at?" Wen Yanyan noticed the tears in his eyes coming and going, and she deliberately teased him. "You're good at everything. Husband, I want to hear the details. What do you like most about me? If you guess right, I'll give you candy." Wen Yanyan acted cute, hugging him and teasing him. Nanfang Ju's blood pressure rose again, and he tried hard to change the subject. "Girl, I need to go back to my hometown tomorrow." "Why are you going?" Hearing this, Wen Yanyan's enthusiasm suddenly turned cold. "I need to send Tu Suajin and Nizi back to Baishur village," Nanfang Ju explained.
"Ah?
"Why do you have to leave again?" "I don't want you to go, no way." Wen Yanyan angrily buried her head in his chest. "Girl, listen to me." Nanfang Ju hadn't finished speaking. "No, I won't listen. If you leave, we'll get a divorce." Wen Yanyan's voice came from her chest. "What did you say?" Nanfang Ju's heart grew cold. He quickly pulled her head out of his embrace and looked into her eyes. "Say it again." "I don't want to be alone in an empty house, but you always leave the house every day." Wen Yanyan, who had just tasted love, now wanted to leave again. She was very disappointed. She had just flirted with him so much. A strong sense of frustration grew in her heart. "Wen Yanyan, Are you going to divorce me over such a small matter? Do you really have me in your heart? Nanfangju's head was swelling with anger as he shouted at her. Were all the things she said just now lies? That she made him happy every day? How can he be happy now?
Ah,
Why are you shouting so loudly? Wow. When Yanyan's ears buzzed from his loud voice, she felt wronged and angry, like a child, and she cried. Her small mouth pouted like a duck, and tears fell one after another. She didn't really want a divorce. She just wanted to vent her bad feelings. Who told him to leave every day? Seeing her cry, Nanfangju stopped being angry. He looked serious and said, all right, don't cry. It's just my voice being loud. Be good and listen. His strong hand took a small cloth to wipe her tears. You scared me just now, when Yanyan snuggled into his arms, quietly crying, rubbing her tears and runny nose against his chest. Nanfangjua looked at her with a loving expression. I understand. From now on, speak softly. But you're not allowed to mention divorce. Be careful, or I might get angry and scold you. Do you understand? He gently tapped her bottom. It's because you're often not at home, leaving me alone in an empty house, and now you're scolding me. Isn't that unfair? When Yanyan felt wronged and annoyed with him. But I am a soldier. If you marry me, you should be prepared for that. All right, stop crying. Nanfangjue continued to comfort her kindly. Was this not a mission this time? How am I supposed to understand you? Why did you send her back? Can't she go by herself? When Yanyan hesitated and mumbled. Didn't you hear me finish? What I want to say is that you should go with me. Are you willing? Finally, Nanfangjue had a chance to say everything clearly. Really? Is that true? When Yanyan looked up, no longer crying, Nanfangjue wiped her tears again. Oh, I misunderstood you. I am willing to go. Wherever you are, I will be there. When Yanyan's eyes turned red from crying in that moment. So, are you sure you're right? Nanfangjue didn't give in. This girl actually mentioned divorce? That hurt him deeply. I was wrong, my dear. Let's kiss. When Yanyan, feeling upset, immediately leaned in for a kiss, pouting her lips again. As long as she knew she was wrong, that was enough. Nanfangjue turned his face to the side. If she kissed him again, it would never end. Listen, girl. No matter how much you cause trouble or act up in the future, you are not allowed to mention the word divorce again. That's my bottom line. Do you understand? He looked serious. Got it. When Yanyan agreed. All right, I'm going to cook. After dinner, I'll go to the director of the arts troupe to ask for leave. Nanfangjue got up. When Yanyan also got up and dressed. Let's cook together. Tonight, we'll make braised chicken with wild mushrooms. You start by chopping the chicken into pieces. Nanfangjue nodded and headed to the kitchen. The little ball in the doghouse kept staring intently at Wen Yanyan. Even in this small kitchen space, Wen Yanyan felt very happy. The more she looked at this man, the more outstanding he seemed. He is young but already successful, a team leader who is honest, sincere, and respected. If he were in the new era, he would be even more impressive, well-paid, handsome, and with good treatment. Chasing after him would require a train full of people. Most importantly, he is willing to do housework and set aside his pride as a man. Heaven really arranged it well, letting her meet this man after crossing over. It helps to make up for the humiliation and hurt caused by the original owner, as well as the coldness and indifference of her family of origin. When Yanyan even thought about buying some paper offerings to thank heaven someday. After dinner, Nanju went out to find the troop leader to ask for leave for her. One Yanyan squatted under the rain shelter at the gate of the yard, found a good spot, and built a nest for the ball with red bricks. Then she took out a cushion from inside, laid it flat in the nest, and before putting the ball inside, she patted its head and said, Chiu-Chiu, you've grown up now. You're a little man. Is it okay to live here in the future? The little ball didn't seem very interested. Its ears drooped. One Yanyan smiled and said, Why? You don't like living outside? Actually, it's pretty good here. It's not cold this season, the air flows well, and you can play in the yard every day. So free and easy. Besides, I have to go far away tomorrow and won't be back for several days. If you stay inside all the time, you'll get bored, and you won't have a place to. Isn't that right? Although Chiu didn't speak, its black gemstone-like eyes showed some sparkle. Just wait here patiently for me. I'll bring you delicious food when I return, okay? When Yan tempted it with food. Hearing there was good food, Chiu stood up and placed its two little paws on her hand. Okay, it's a deal. You stay here, and I'll bring you tasty food when I come back. When Yan got up and went back inside, glancing at it several times at the door. She couldn't bear to let it live outside, especially since it was less than 3 months old, but she had no choice. She was going away for a few days this time and couldn't keep it locked up all the time. Moreover, it was a wolf, a wild beast that naturally survives in the wild. Living outside is its nature. Chiu will just need to adapt. Regarding the food for Chiu, when Yan thought of a solution. She went back to the house, kneaded dough, and baked 20 plain pancakes. She kept a few for breakfast tomorrow, and the rest she gave to her neighbor, Wang Dahua, asking her to help feed Chiu every day. Even when she wasn't at home, she wanted to make sure Chiu wouldn't go hungry. During Nan Fengjue's mission, Little Wolf Cub stayed with her, not only helping her feel less lonely, but also bringing her lots of happiness. The next morning, before leaving, when Yan called out across the yard wall, "Big Sister Hua," Wang Dahua quickly came out, leaning over the wall to peek her head over. "Yanzi, is something the matter?" "Big Sister Hua, I have a small favor to ask," when Yan carried a basin of pancakes. "You're so polite. Neighbors don't usually trouble each other. Just tell me, what's the matter?" Wang Dahua smiled and said, "Big Sister Hua, I will be away for a few days to my hometown in Nantuan. Could you please help take care of Chiu? I baked these pancakes. Keep a few for yourself and give the rest to Chiu, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening, that's all." When Yan stood at the wall, holding up the basin. "Sure, no problem." "Yanzi, are you going back to your hometown in Nantuan?" Wang Dahua reached out to take the pancakes. "Yes, that's right." Just as she finished speaking, Nan Fengjue came out carrying a green canvas bag and locking the door. Wang Dahua's eyes lit up as she looked at Nan Fengjue and said, "Nantuan, your grandfather has good judgment. He arranged this marriage early on. Look at the wonderful girl you're marrying. Tall, fair, pretty, lively, sings well, and can do chores. She keeps the yard tidy, and she even knows traditional Chinese medicine." When Yan's face turned red from the compliment. Maybe her herbal medicine skills had impressed Big Sister Hua the day before. Nan Fengjue turned back and said, "Big Sister Hua, you're too kind. Please continue to help take care of Chiu over the next few days. Don't worry, Nantuan. With me here, it won't go hungry. You and your wife are so kind, giving it plain pancakes too. Chiu is really lucky. You should go now, or you might miss the train." Wang Dahua spoke quickly, like a string of beads falling. "Okay, Big Sister Hua. We're leaving now. Goodbye." When Yan turned back reluctantly, glancing at the ball-shaped toy at her feet. Chiu, you must behave at home. I'll be back soon." She said goodbye to Chiu, feeling a bit sad. Chiu's bark startled when Yan, and her sadness disappeared. She turned and left quickly. Chiu's emotions flared up, and its voice changed, sounding like a wolf's howl. If she didn't leave now, she might scare Sister Dahua. After leaving home, they headed straight to the headquarters. When Yan saw them immediately, Hu Suazhen, leaning on a firewood stick, and Zhang Xiaoni stood beside the big liberation truck. Not far away, 2 neatly dressed female soldiers stood straight. She blinked her eyes. These 2 women had been locked up for 7 days, yet they hadn't lost weight. In fact, they looked whiter and even a bit plumper. The army's food and water really nourished people. The long journey officially began. The 4 of them first took a car, then a train, and finally a long-distance bus. After 8 hours, they were about to reach Baishur village. In less than an hour, they got on an old ox cart with 2 wheels. Baishur village, as the name suggests, is full of large white stones. The mountains are made of heaps of white rocks. On the mountain top, a few crooked, sparse trees stand, rarer than protected animals. It's obvious that this damage to nature was caused by illegal logging and mining. Wen Yanyan also noticed that there isn't much arable land here. They grow wheat, corn, and sorghum, but the varieties are simple. With such harsh geographical conditions, it's a wonder the villagers can be wealthy. A long, rugged, narrow village road can only fit one ox cart at a time. If another ox cart comes from the opposite direction, they can't pass each other. Wen Yanyan sat on the ox cart, feeling the bumps painfully. This road is too bumpy. Girl, hold on a little longer. We'll be there soon. Nanfangju looked at her furrowed brow, knowing she was uncomfortable. You're so delicate. Can't do anything right. Hu Suajin, sitting in front, half closed her eyes and looked at her dismissively. You can do it, only care about money in your eyes. Wen Yanyan retorted bluntly. Yesterday, she heard Nanfangju say that this old lady asked him for 1,000 yuan to buy clues about her biological parents. She must be crazy for money. Oh, girl, how can you talk to Annie like that? She's your mother-in-law. Zhang Xiaoni couldn't stand it anymore. Zhang Xiaoni is Niz. Her surname is Zhang. Hearing someone speak up for her, Hu Suajin's face softened a little. Wen Yanyan glanced at the old man driving the cart ahead and kept quiet. After all, outsiders don't know their true relationship. Niz, you understand everything, so don't interfere in other people's matters. But Nanfangju spoke up for her. Zhang Xiaoni's face immediately turned as red as a bright cloth. Wen Yanyan smiled. Serves you right for being cheeky and getting scolded. She grabbed Nanfangju's hand and gently tickled his palm, noticing his handsome face turn red. Nanfangju pulled her hand away and silently told her to stop messing around. At this moment, the old man driving the cart spoke. Nantuan, is this girl your grandfather arranged for you as a marriage match? The old man was sent by the village chief of Baishir village to pick them up. They are from the same village. He added, this girl is pretty, quite lively. Old Zhao, you can't keep your mouth shut even when you're driving. How can you say she looks lively? What are you talking about? Hu Suajin was unhappy again. Haha, fine, I won't say anything. Sigh. Old Zhao didn't say anything more. The atmosphere became a bit awkward, very quiet. Only the old ox pulling the cart in front occasionally snorted and made gurgling sounds. Niz, how old are you this year? Wen Yanyan broke the silence. 22. Zhang Xiaoni, who had just been scolded, still had a red face. Do you have a village beauty in your village? Wen Yanyan asked with a smile. What kind of flower is a village beauty? There are many flowers in spring. Which one do you mean? Zhang Xiaoni had never heard of a village beauty. A village beauty is the prettiest girl in your village, Wen Yanyan explained. Oh, Zhang Xiaoni thought for a moment. The prettiest? Does that include the educated youth? Wen Yanyan agreed. Song Jiying, she's the prettiest. Zhang Xiaoni finally thought of someone. How does she compare to you? Wen Yanyan's lips curled slightly. Not pretty. Niz was shy. But your aunt said you're pretty. Wen Yanyan finally finished her turn and came back around. Auntie, you're talking nonsense. I don't look good, she said without hesitation. Hu Suajin's face darkened. Niz, don't talk to her. She's just trying to scare you, someone said. Wen Yanyan was insulting her as she spun around. Zhang Xiaoni didn't say anything. Wen Yanyan didn't mind. She was just joking to pass the time since the trip was pretty boring. Hu Suajin looked upset the whole way from the army to here. She understood why. Because the 300 yuan she stole had been returned and was back in her pocket. It was sent by Major Lu this morning. Southern Jew told her it was found during a search. It was Hu Suajin who stole it and deliberately put it in Niz's pocket. Now the money belonged to her. Whether she would give the money for the wish depended on her future behavior. As the sound of hooves clopping grew louder, the sky darkened. The golden sunset was about to dip behind the mountain peak and sink into the earth. Wen Yanyan finally saw smoke rising in the distance. It was probably people cooking and making fire. She also saw some small houses and fenced yards. Grandpa, is this Baishir village? Wen Yanyan asked, feeling warm inside at the sight of the smoke, thinking of the simple life. Yes, it's just ahead. Girl, you look delicate and tender. Coming here might be hard for you. The driver finally spoke again. Grandpa, I can handle hardship, Wen Yanyan quickly said, proud of her simple but happy life in the 1970s. Life was cheap, pressure was low, spirits were rich, and people were honest. TCH, just bragging, Hu Suajin said dismissively. Who's bragging? I don't stay in Baishur village often. I'll leave in a few days. How hard can it be? When Yanyan rolled her eyes. She was here for sightseeing and to stay at a farmstead. She didn't get the chance in her past life and ended up dying. When Zhang Xiaoni heard she was only staying a few days before leaving, she grabbed Wen Yanyan's sleeve anxiously. Girl, can you find me a match in the army?
She asked.
Niz went out once, and her heart wandered. Baishur village was too poor. She didn't want to stay here. Niz, get some ambition. I will tell your mother when I go back. See if she doesn't scold you harshly. Hu Suajin glared and scolded her. Zhang Xiaonai shrank back in fear and didn't dare to speak. When Yanyan smiled slightly. All right, Niz, I will keep an eye out for you. If I find something suitable, I will write to you. She wanted to oppose Hu Suajin and make her angry. At the same time, she realized that Niz was a good girl. Those who know the situation are wise. Seeing that breaking in was hopeless, she chose a different way. It seemed that staying at the military guest house these days helped her understand many things. At least she understood that military marriages are unbreakable. Zhang Xiaonai didn't dare to reply, only smiled at her. Wen Yanyan noticed her eyes were bright and shining when she smiled. Under the colorful sunset clouds, the old ox cart finally stopped at the entrance of Baishur village. Suddenly, several children in patched clothes ran over. They cheered and jumped around the old ox cart. Soldier uncle is here. Another pretty aunt is here too. Wow, look, she's shining like gold. Like a fairy. Get lost. You little fools. Hu Suajin looked fierce as she waved a fire-starting stick to chase the children away. Bad grandma is hitting the kids again. In a good mood, Wen Yanyan happily took out a handful of candies from her pocket. Children, come here. Auntie has candies. Do you want some? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. The children, who had just been about to leave, gathered again, stretching out their small hands. Don't rush, don't fight. Stand still, 1 piece each. When Yanyan got off the car and handed candies to each child. These candies were specially brought from her home to win the children's hearts. At this moment, 2 people came out from the village committee building, one after the other. The leader was a tall man with thick eyebrows, a broad mouth, a big nose, and a white sheep's stomach towel tied around his head. Behind him followed a middle-aged man wearing glasses, of average height, thin and slender. They both approached with smiling faces. The middle-aged man with the sheep's stomach towel warmly shook hands with Nan Fongju. Hello, Commander Nan. I am Ma Shoui, the village chief of Baishur village. Thank you for coming all this way to personally these 2 unworthy villagers back. Village chief, you're too kind. It's not a problem, Nan Fongju replied politely. Are you an unambitious villager? Hu Suajin didn't like hearing that and interrupted, saying, Village chief, he's my son. No need to be so formal. The village chief's face darkened. Hu Suajin, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute.
Go home now.
Your gold egg is causing trouble again. Ah? My gold egg. That confused kid. Hu Suajin slapped her thigh in surprise and hurriedly ran off. The village chief glared at Zhang Xiaonai again. What are you standing here for? Always causing trouble. If you keep bothering the village, we'll deduct your work points. Zhang Xiaonai also quickly left. Village Chief Ma looked at Nan Fongju with a regretful expression. Sorry, Nantuan, for making you suffer these days. This is our village accountant, Miao Deshan. When he heard you returned, he insisted on seeing you in person. He pushed the man with glasses forward. Hello, Accountant Miao. Nan Fongju politely nodded. Hello, Nantuan. I've heard a lot about you, but seeing you in person is even better. You're very handsome, like Luo Cheng. Miao Deshan was a fan of storytelling. He couldn't take his eyes off Nan Fongju. When Yanyan finished handing out the sugar balls and remained surprised. Her son is called Gold Egg? Is he that thin? The tall and strong village chief Ma is called Deshawn, which makes more sense. Is he Luo Chung from the romance of Sui and Tang? The villagers from Baishir village praised him quite highly. The conversation continued. You flatter me. Although Nan Fongju was usually cold, he had to be polite in this situation. Miao accountant, you've met him now. You should go home soon. I have work to do. Village chief Ma started to urge him again. All right, I won't bother you. Nantuan, I'm leaving. Miao Deshan turned his head 3 times as he walked away. When Yen felt completely ignored by these 2 men, she looked down at herself. Why don't I have a man who is charming? At this moment, village chief Ma patted Nan Fongju on the shoulder. Nantuan, I've watched you grow up. You're getting more handsome. In all my life, I've never seen such a lively young man like you, and you're so promising. You served in the army for 9 years. The second time you came back was because of your grandfather. I won't say more, it's a sad story. That pretty girl behind you, is she your wife? When Yen stepped forward. Hello, village chief Ma. My name is Wen Yen. Wen means warmth, and Yen means swallow. I am the wife of the South Group. She introduced herself naturally. Village chief Ma nodded repeatedly. Good. Wen Yen, you're not only pretty, but also very kind. You talk like someone from the countryside, different from city folks. Come on, let's go inside and sit for a while. He turned and headed toward the village committee office. Conditions in the countryside during the 1970s were poor. The so-called village committee was just a small, old, mud brick house. It looked like it could collapse in a heavy rain. Inside, the furnishings were simple and uneven, with old newspapers pasted on the walls. On a worn, square wooden table, there was a broken folder. There was a rotary phone, and a chipped, enamel-large tea tray with a bamboo-wrapped water bottle and a few enamel cups. On the yellow earth outside, there were small stools and wooden chairs, which looked older than Wen Yen. Village chief Ma wiped 2 stools with his sleeve. Sit down and rest for a bit. You must be tired. Have some hot water to quench your thirst. He poured hot water from the thermos into 2 cups, steam rising from them. Sorry you came at a bad time. The village secretary is out, and he won't be back for a few days. I'm the only one handling things here. After finishing these chores, village chief Ma sat down. Lu, the leader of the South Group, called me during the day and told me about your situation. Sai, I just found out about the Chung family's adoption of children from over 20 years ago. It's been you all these years. Nan Fongju understood now. It turned out the leader had already informed the village chief in advance. No wonder he had that attitude toward Husoajin earlier. Don't rush to leave this time. I want to ask some of the elders in the village if they know anything. Village chief Ma said again. Thank you, village chief. Seeing Nan Fongju silent, when Yen spoke for him. No need to thank me. I'm the village chief. I should do this. By the way, Nan Fong, where will you stay? If you don't mind, you can stay at my house. There was space at village chief Ma's home. No, thank you, village chief. My grandfather's house is still okay to live in. Nan Fongju didn't want to trouble others. Well, village chief Ma hesitated slightly. The house is livable, but it hasn't been maintained for many years. The yard is overgrown with wild grass, making it hard to enter, and the inside is covered in dust. Your wife might find it hard to get used to living here. Southern Jew looked at Wen Yen. Although Southern Jew didn't speak, she understood. Village chief Ma, I'm fine. Just listen to him. Wen Yen clearly expressed her stance. All right, I'll arrange a few people to help clear the grass in the yard, so you can at least get inside. Village chief Ma agreed. Thank you, Chief Ma. You've worked hard. When Yen immediately expressed her thanks, saying everything Southern Jew hadn't spoken. Southern Tuan, your wife is really clever. Village Chief Ma couldn't help but smile. They are a good match. One is quiet, the other talkative. One is mature and steady, the other lively and cheerful. Southern Jew handed over the introduction letter from his teacher and then left the village office. By then, it was getting late. He carried a green canvas bag and walked along the bumpy village road, heading with Wen Yen toward his grandfather's old house. Big brother, how many people live in this village? When Yan Yan looked at the small, closely packed houses along the roadside. About 100 households, maybe 600 or 700 people. Southern Jew gave a rough estimate, though he wasn't entirely sure. Have you lived here all 16 years? When Yan Yan looked around, the street was silent, with not a single child playing. Only the smoke rising from rooftops showed that people still lived here. Southern Jew just nodded and remained silent. When Yan Yan felt a bit emotional. She hadn't expected that this poor mountain village could produce someone like Southern Jew, a hero in her eyes. As the ancient said, heroes are not judged by their background, and that is true. Southern Jew's grandfather's house was a bit off the main path. After walking a long way, they stopped in front of a yard enclosed by a fence. Is this it? When Yan Yan squinted her eyes. In the distance, she saw a house made of white stones, about 40 square meters in size.
She was a little surprised.
This house was different from all the others she had seen along the way. The others were mud brick houses, old and short. However, this house is strong and tall, with walls made of stones. Boss, is this the place? When Yan Yan moved closer. Mayor Ma was right. The yard was overgrown with weeds, taller than she was. Yes, go inside. Nanfong Ju took out a key from his pocket, unlocked the wooden door, and gently pushed it open with a creak. He looked back at Wen Yan Yan. The grass is a bit tall. Are you afraid? Honestly, Wen Yan Yan was a little scared because there might be insects hiding in the grass. But she wanted to be brave. Nanfong Ju still held her hand. Women, don't be too proud. It's okay to be a little weak. Let's go. When Yan Yan suddenly understood that he liked gentle, delicate women. She reached out and hugged his waist, wanting to seem fragile like a little bird, but she felt his body stiffen noticeably. Girl, don't tease. Nanfong Ju's voice was deep. I'm not teasing, just holding on a bit. I'm very delicate. When Yan Yan still let go of him, because this man was a little sensitive. The yard wasn't big. With him leading the way, they quickly reached the front of the stone house. Nanfong Ju released her hand and unlocked another door. Come in. When Yan Yan went to the door of the inner room and looked inside, surprised again. She was sure that his grandfather was not an ordinary farmer. Because inside the house on the east wall, there was a large pearwood wardrobe and 2 purple sandalwood cabinets. The finish was shiny and eye-catching, made of high-quality, precious wood. The natural wood grain and craftsmanship were very fine. If these pieces were in the 21st century, they would be valuable antiques. When Yan Yan looked carefully. Don't come in yet. The house is very dusty. Nanfong Ju put his canvas bag on a chair, took a broom from the ground, and started cleaning the spider webs on the ceiling. Husband, is there water here? When Yan Yan didn't want to just stand around, she also wanted to clean the house a bit. Because they would rest here tonight, and it was already getting late. Nanfong Ju told her, there is a well in the yard. You wait here for a while. I'll finish sweeping the ceiling and check if the well works well. When Yan Yan then noticed something new, she was surprised again. Why was there a big Kong in a room? Isn't this the south? Could it be that her grandfather is from the north? Has he always lived according to northern customs? Nanfong Ju finished sweeping the spider webs and left. When Yan Yan entered the room and looked around carefully, there was a Kong and a Kong chain on it. She went over and saw it was made of golden threaded Nanmu wood, with golden streaks in the grain. This is like gold among wood. Excited, when Yan Yan opened the cabinet, but it was empty inside. Looking above, she saw a neat stack of bedding, covered with cloth to keep out dust. She nodded. It seemed that besides no one being here, the house had everything else. Girl, bring me a wash basin. Nanfong Ju called her from the yard. Okay, coming. When Yan Yan hurried to the outer room, found a basin and went out. The basin was upside down, so it was clean inside. Only the bottom had some dust. She tapped it, and the dust flew out. Hold the basin and fetch water, Nanfong Ju said again. When Yan Yan obediently held the basin under the tap, waiting to collect water. Soon, she saw clear water flowing from a pipe that looked like an elephant's trunk. She was overjoyed.
Wow.
There really is water here? The water is so clear, but before she could be happy for long, the water stopped. She leaned close to the pipe and looked carefully. Could it be that after not using it for a long time, the pipe was blocked? Suddenly, water shot out from the pipe again, splashing her face and head. She quickly stepped back, wiped her face, and looked at Nan Fongjue with confusion. What's going on? The water here still comes out in bursts. Is there air inside? Nan Fongjue looked at her, without speaking. He moved his big hand, pressing the well handle, and the well made a clattering sound. Wan Yanyan finally understood. He was deliberately playing tricks. She lowered her head and bumped into him like a little calf, splashing water all over his clothes. Hey, stop messing around. Someone's coming. Nan Fongjue warned her. You're lying. You're so mean. You got me all wet. When Yanyan was still upset. Someone really is coming. The person from Ma village is here. He reminded her again. Are you here to clean the yard? When Yanyan hurriedly stepped back 3 steps and looked back, her face turning red. Someone really came, and it's 3 young men. They were standing at the gate of the yard, holding shovels and sickles. They were all looking down. Oh no, I was just joking around with Nan Fongjue earlier, and now they saw everything. Sorry, neighbors. She was distracted earlier and took out her frustration on me, Nan Fongjue quickly explained, used to covering for Wan Yanyan. In the first 2 months of their marriage, this girl caused quite a bit of trouble. Did the eldest say she was distracted? Wan Yanyan nodded and rubbed her eyes politely. Chief, the village had asked us to clear the grass in the yard. A young man with thick eyebrows and bright eyes said.
All right, come in.
Don't call me chief. I'm not, Nan Fongjue corrected him. The team leader is the chief, so don't be formal. Little Zhuang, little Daodu, just get to work. The village head even counts our work points, he added. Then, the 3 of them started digging, using shovels, hoes, and sickles. Work points. Are they the farmer's lifeline? Once again, Wan Yanyan smelled the fresh scent of the 1970s. Nan Fongjue turned on the water, and Wan Yanyan finally carried a basin of clean water back to the house. She found a cloth and started cleaning inside. The house hadn't been lived in for years, and the dust inside was as thick as a shoe sole. Wan Yanyan changed several basins of water before she managed to wipe the antique furniture and wooden chairs clean. There was now a place to rest and store things. Nan Fongjue rinsed the water bucket, filled another basin, and brought it inside, wiping the Kong bed with a cloth. He was tall, with long arms and legs, so this job suited him well. He reached the wall easily and wiped the windowsill. By then, it was completely dark outside, and she couldn't see anything. Wan Yanyan looked for the electric lamp inside but couldn't find it. She asked Nan Fongjue, who told her that the village still didn't have electricity. Even in the late 1970s, were there places in the country without power? This place was indeed behind the times. Fortunately, tonight's moon was especially bright. So, whether outside pulling weeds or inside tidying up, they could only work by the moonlight. Soon after, village chief Ma arrived and brought a candle. There are no extra kerosene lamps left in the village, so tonight we'll use this. The county said that in a month, electricity will be connected here, he said happily. Nan Tuan, come, let's go to my house for dinner. No need, village chief. I brought some dry food with me. I can just eat at home, Nan Tuan replied, not wanting to bother the village chief. That's not okay. Commander Lu told me to take good care of you. Come on, let's go. There's nothing special at my place, just simple home-cooked food, the village chief insisted, pulling him along. He also looked at Wan Yanyan inside. Comrade Wan Yanyan, you should go too.
I can't force you, he said.
Seeing his kindness, Wan Yanyan didn't want to refuse. She nodded at him. Okay, wait for me outside. I'll change my clothes, she said. Her clothes were wet and dusty, not suitable to wear in front of others. All right, I'll wait for you, Nan Tuan replied. Nan Tuan and the village chief left first. Wan Yanyan quickly changed her clothes and then left the house. Village chief, we haven't eaten yet. A young man working in the yard called out jokingly. Focus on your work. If you don't do well, you won't get any work points. the village chief warned, not only ignoring the meal but also scolding him. After finishing dinner, Nan Tuan and Wen Yan said goodbye to the village chief and went home. The weeds in the yard had been cleared, making the view much clearer. As soon as Nan Tuan entered the house, he lit the candle, and the dark room suddenly became bright. When Yan looked at the flickering candle on the cabinet, feeling much more relaxed. It seemed that no matter the era, light was always needed. Sit and rest for a while. I'll go light the bed, Nan Tuan said, and left. When Yan noticed, he treated her like a guest, very polite, always asking her to rest, but she wasn't tired. Soon, Nan Tuan returned, carrying a bundle of firewood, which he placed on the stove. When Yan couldn't sit still inside and went to lean against the doorframe to watch him light the bed. The fire was already lit. The flickering flames in the stove pit cast shadows on his handsome face, making it look more three-dimensional and deep. His long, thick eyelashes cast a clear shadow on his eyelids, making his narrow, phoenix-like eyes look even more mysterious and water-like. This man is truly very handsome. Wen Yan tried hard to look away from his face and focused on the kitchen setup. There was a common large water jar, a stove pit, a stove, and a big iron pot. Although they looked old, the surface was covered with dust, but no oil stains. It seemed that his grandfather was a clean and hardworking person. When Yan couldn't help but ask him, "Your grandfather is from the north, right?" Nan Fengjue's deep phoenix eyes flickered.
Why?
Isn't he your grandfather too? She had overlooked that. When Yan touched her nose. All right, is your grandfather from the north? She asked again. Nan Fengjue only said one word. Is he a farmer? When Yan was a bit curious about her grandfather. Girl, although nowadays social backgrounds are not as sensitive, I don't want to talk about my grandfather's affairs. Nan Fengjue refused. Okay then. Since he didn't want to say, she wouldn't ask anymore. When Yan went back to her room, sitting on the edge of the Kong, a traditional bed, and staring thoughtfully at the copper lock on the wooden cabinet. She noticed earlier while cleaning that this cabinet lock was unusual, with intricate dragon and phoenix patterns. Although she didn't know much about antique appraisal, she felt this copper lock was extraordinary. She wondered, did Nan Fengjue know its value? No one was watching over these treasures here. Wouldn't they be stolen? Nan Fengjue outside lit the stove pit and boiled a large pot of hot water before coming inside and telling Wen Yan, "The hot water is ready. You can go wash up." "What about you?" "I'll wash after you." "No rush." Nan Fengjue went to the mirror, took off his military cap, and placed it on the cabinet. A playful strand of hair fell onto his clean forehead. His well-defined big hand unbuttoned the first button of his military uniform, revealing a tanned, attractive neck. When Yan immediately turned into a fangirl again. She had seen fully armed soldiers in modern times, but after taking off their caps, their aura often diminished a bit. But he looked more relaxed and lazy, adding a touch of everyday charm and earthiness. He looked incredibly manly. Southern Jew saw Wen Yan staring at him in the mirror and turned around, puzzled, to ask her, "Girl, why are you just standing there?" "Oh, I'm about to go wash up." When Yan looked for a change of clothes in her cloth bag and went outside. When she finished washing and returned to the room, she saw that he had already spread the bedding on the edge of the Kong, a heated bed. "Just sleep at the head of the bed. It's warm." At this moment, Southern Jew was holding a pillow, about to place it down, but when he heard her, he stopped. "Are you cold?" "No, they say the head of the bed is warm and relaxing." When Yan wanted to experience the warmth of the heated bed. "Okay, then you sleep at the head of the bed." Southern Jew pushed the quilt to the head of the bed. "What about you?" When Yan looked at him with concern. "They wouldn't sleep separately, right?" "I'll sleep next to you." Southern Jew made the bed, pulled the curtains, and went out to wash up. "Oh, sleeping close together is fine." When Yan felt relieved and looked at her pillow along the edge of the bed. "Tsk, it has a nostalgic feel." On the yellowed white fabric, embroidered with colorful threads, are mandarin ducks playing in the water. She looked at Southern Jew's pillow and nodded with satisfaction. A pair of couple's pillows. When Yen Yen took off her clothes, wearing a tank top and shorts, and lay on the warm Kong, gazing at the roof beams. The rafters are thick and large. This house must be quite sturdy, made of stone and wood. It probably won't collapse even in 20 years. She turned her head and saw the red candle flame on top of the wardrobe. The flame flickered. For a moment, when Yen Yen felt as if she had traveled back again, this time to a place without electric lights, even poorer economically. It was very impoverished here. The only thing that interested her was Southern Jew's grandfather. What exactly was his identity? Suddenly, a thought popped into her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. In this era, landlords must have been overthrown. They were so poor they had nothing left, and all the furniture was probably confiscated. Nothing remained. When Yen Yen furrowed her brows, lost in thought. After a while, the door creaked open. Southern Jew entered, took off his shoes, climbed onto the Kong, and slipped into the quilt, but he noticed when Yen Yen frowning. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Nothing much." When Yen Yen said she was fine, but her expression remained serious. She was curious about her grandfather's identity and felt unfamiliar sleeping in a different place. The silence was so deep that even a small cough would startle her. "Why are you so obedient now?" Southern Jew still sensed something was off and looked at her with curiosity. "I'm naturally very obedient." When Yen Yen said this while deliberately looking down, feeling guilty, Southern Jew curled his lips. "She's obedient? No one is truly obedient." "Of course. If I weren't obedient, who would be?" When Yen Yen then lay flat with a serious face, tugged at the blanket, and closed her eyes. After a while, she opened her eyes again. "Husband, do you out candles before sleeping?" "It's only 8 o'clock. It's a bit early to sleep." Southern Jew kept his eyes closed as well. When Yen Yen closed her eyes again, but her eyes kept moving underneath her eyelids. Suddenly, she turned over, threw out a leg, and pressed it on the blanket. "It's hot." The heated brick bed conducts heat well, and after a short time, it felt quite warm. When Yen Yen was worried her bottom might get burned. "Come a little closer." Southern Jew lifted his blanket. "Don't move around or take advantage of me." When Yen Yen reminded him on purpose. "Okay, I won't touch you." Southern Jew's eyes were deep and mysterious. But as soon as she moved into his bed, she couldn't stay calm. He held her tightly from behind. When Yen Yen was a bit afraid to move, worried about accidental mishaps. Because of the environment and her lack of safety, she didn't want to get too close. "Husband, what are you doing?" When Yen Yen's eyes flickered. "Nothing." Southern Jew's big hand held her waist tightly. "If you're not doing anything, then what are you doing?" When Yen Yen tried to keep some distance, but she only moved an inch. "Hugging you." Southern Jew pulled her back again, his voice growing deeper and huskier. "Just hug me." "Why are you using secret tricks now?" At this moment, when Yen Yen was more frightened than surprised, she turned her head to look behind her. Under the red candlelight, his handsome face looked smooth and radiant, like a fairy fallen from heaven. Normal reaction. In Southern Jew's dark eyes, a fierce flame suddenly ignited. "I don't think this is normal." "Are you trying to?" When Yen Yen's words were cut off as her vision went black. A handsome face with intense warmth leaned over, blocking her voice and breath. Hot lips pressed down heavily, domineeringly grinding, wildly seeking, and in an instant, it took away all the air from her chest. The flickering sound of a burning candle filled the room with a suggestive, lively atmosphere. Unable to resist, when Yen Yen reached out and hugged his waist, gently touching his strong back. Maybe because his kiss was too aggressive, her body started to feel cold. Suddenly, Southern Jew turned over like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. When Yen Yen let out a loud scream, her eyes wide open. "Husband you," but after a few words, she couldn't say anything more.
Ah, ah.
Ah. She couldn't help but scream repeatedly, still confused about what was happening.
Ha.
How did it start? "Husband, be gentle, just a little softer. I'm still young." Ah. When Yen Yen let out another sharp cry, her small fingers turning white as she clung tightly to the bedding. Southern Jew smiled. "Correction, you're not little at all." Shh, keep your voice down or you'll hurt your throat. When Yen Yen closed her eyes tightly, ignoring his handsome face, feeling angry enough to bite him, but she couldn't reach. Bad boy. You're so bad. I can't keep quiet at all.
Ah, ah.
My throat is going to be hurt. She kept shouting loudly, grabbing her clothes and biting them in her mouth, but he quickly pulled them away and threw them aside. Are you doing this on purpose? Her face flushed and her heart pounding when Yen Yen finally realized what was happening. If this guy was doing it on purpose, she was doomed tonight. Girl, you're so clever. Don't you understand? Southern Jew smiled slightly. No need to hold back. We're far from the village. No one can hear us. It's okay to be loud. I like hearing you call out. He showed no restraint, his breathing steady, and even with such fierce movements, he didn't seem flustered. A soldier's body was truly strong.
Ah, ah.
When Yen Yen finally caught her breath and cursed, "You bad boy," but then she didn't have a chance to speak anymore.
Ah, ah.
When Yen Yen had been shouting loudly for an hour before the fight finally stopped. Does this man think she is a punching bag? She collapsed on the bed, closed her eyes, and didn't want to move at all. Her hair was wet and stuck to her cheeks. Her soul almost left her body. Her little heart was pounding. Compared to when Yen Yen's messy state, Nan Fongjue seemed unaffected. He put on his shorts and went out, then came back to hold her and leave the room. What are you doing again? When Yen Yen was soft and weak, not even willing to open her eyes. Her voice was hoarse, like a broken clock that had been ringing for hundreds of years. Nan Fongjue looked at her shy and helpless appearance and felt good. How about a shower? When Yen Yen glanced at the outside room and saw a steaming large iron pot, she wondered if this man was going to put her in there. Nan Fongjue whispered in her ear, "No need to wash everywhere, just wash your bottom." When Yen Yen shivered, "No, I can wash myself. You don't have to trouble yourself. What are you afraid of?" Nan Fongjue looked down at her soft, trembling chest and gently said, "It's not troublesome at all." When Yen Yen opened her eyes, looking confused. "Are you still Nan Fongjue?" She noticed he was completely different from the one in the military family compound.
Could he
Also be possessed? By a rogue?
Of course I am me.
Be good, sit in the basin. Nan Fongjue squatted down and placed her in the water basin. "Husband, I can do it myself?" When Yen Yen's hands tightly covered her private area. Was he sure he hadn't swapped souls? "Do you still have strength?" Nan Fongjue's words carried a hint of meaning. When Yen Yen understood, she loosened her grip, leaned her head on his chest, and went along with him. She couldn't provoke him again. If he did it again, her heart wouldn't handle it. The water in the basin was warm and very comfortable. This man seemed to have a dual personality, sometimes cold and hot, sometimes tough, sometimes gentle. When Yen Yen started to feel sleepy, at that moment, she heard his warning in her ear. "Girl, remember, since yesterday you are mine. No more talking to other men, understand?" "I didn't talk to anyone," when Yen Yen said with her eyes closed. "There was no gossip, so how come there are rumors that you have a secret lover in town?" Nan Fongju still asked. As a man, he couldn't help but care. When Yen Yen suddenly opened her eyes wide, completely alert, and said, "Who? Who said that? Just tell me, is it true or not?" Nan Fongju wanted an answer. No, absolutely not. Those are just lies." "Husband, do you believe me or not?" When Yen Yen quickly grabbed his arm and looked into his eyes. Nan Fongju's expression was cold. "I believe you, but I want to remind you to keep your distance from other men and not do anything that might make them misunderstand." He looked serious. When Yen Yen slowly let go of him. "I understand. No wonder you were so aggressive earlier. Were you just trying to prove how capable you are?" She seemed to understand now. Nan Fongju spoke seriously. "I'm trying to show you that I can meet all your needs. If you still feel lonely and decide to do something foolish, I won't forgive you. Do you understand? Like all men, he had a strong desire to control and possess his woman, even more than others." "I understand. You still don't trust me." When Yen Yen felt sad. When she got back, She would find out who spread those rumors and give them a good lesson. Wasn't it obvious they were trying to smear her? I said, I believe you. Did you dislike how I treated you just now? Did it make you uncomfortable? Honestly. Nanfangju looked into her eyes and asked. When Yan turned her face and buried it in his neck, softly saying, no woman disliked feeling so intensely loved that it took her breath away. Nanfangju clearly relaxed a little. I'm glad you like it. From now on, if you want me to talk to you, just tell me. Making you happy is my duty. When you're done, let's go back. He gently wiped her with a towel, then stood up and carried her back to the room. That red candle, still dripping with wax, was as red as ever, and the night outside remained dark and thick. When Yan curled up like a quiet kitten in the man's arms. At this moment, she felt a peaceful happiness, calm and content, with a heart full of serenity. Suddenly, she remembered what happened earlier and bit his chin in anger. This man was so cunning, using such a way to get back at her. As soon as she bit her lip, a warning sounded in her ear. Girl, don't be naughty. If you cause trouble, you'll have to face the consequences. Okay, she replied quickly. When Yan immediately loosened her grip. Nanfangju then said, close your eyes and sleep, when Yan obediently closed her eyes. You can't do this. In her sleep, when Yan was awakened by a noise outside. She pulled back the curtain and saw, her brow furrowing. In the yard stood a strange middle-aged man and, Nanfangju? He was also outside. When Yan turned her head to look at the old-fashioned clock on the wall. It was a little past 7:05. She reached out and touched the person beside her. He was already cold, so he must have gotten up early. Who is this stranger? He seems very upset. Are they arguing? She had to see for herself. When Yan hurriedly put on her clothes, tidied her hair, and got off the bed, she pushed open the door and walked straight toward them. Nanfangju heard the noise and glanced back, then said to Cheng Jiabao, just go back. Nothing we say now will change anything. Xiaoju, is that woman your new wife? Cheng Jiabao wiped his tears and looked at Wen Yan walking over. Nanfangju responded softly. Xiaoju, just listen to me. Your mother is confused. Don't believe her nonsense. We are always family. Cheng Jiabao continued to persuade him. When Yan heard this and understood, it turned out that the awkward-looking middle-aged man was Hu Suajan's husband. From his words, it seemed he didn't want to give up on Nanfangju, who was like a lucky charm. This family was full of vampires. When Yan was furious inside, but her expression was gentle as spring breeze. She looked at Nanfangju and greeted him. Is it because we spoke that we woke you up? Nanfangju, who slept lightly, got up when he heard someone knocking. No, I should get up too. What were you just talking about? When Yan didn't look at the man at all. Cheng Jiabao took the initiative to speak. Wife, please help me talk to Xiaoju. Don't believe his mother's nonsense. How could it not be his biological mother? The injury to her eyelid was just right. Every time she blinked, her nerves twitched with pain. This was also the reason when Yan found him so annoying. When Yan looked at him, Grandpa Cheng, Nanfangju is a soldier with his own ideas. I can't persuade him. I think I should talk to you instead. First, he's not your son, and I am not your daughter-in-law. Second, Granny, who isn't talking nonsense because I was there at the time. Third, you should go back and stop bothering his life in the future. Her words were sharp and quick, aiming to make him completely hopeless. When Yan's words surprised Cheng Jiabao greatly, he was stunned. He thought this delicate-looking young woman would be easier to talk to than Nanfangju. But unexpectedly, she was the one giving advice. Her sharp tongue was ruthless and unkind. It seemed that old Kwai from his family was right. This young wife was truly extraordinary. Cheng Jiabao was angry and turned to Nanfangju. Ju, what nonsense is she talking? Aren't you going to say something? She actually kicked me out and won't let me bother your life? He's right, Nanfangju said calmly. Since the day you threw me out, my relationship with the Cheng family has been over. What? Cheng Jiabao's eyes widened and his cheeks puffed out with anger. You're saying you have no more connection to the Cheng family? You only remember being thrown out, But you forget that we raised you for 2 years? Not only did we give birth to you, but we also raised you. How can you say we're not your real parents? You've married and forgotten your mother. Ungrateful. Hearing this, Wen Yanyan couldn't hold her temper anymore. Hey, you beast, stop flattering yourself. What kind of parents are you? Can real parents be so cruel as to abandon a 2-year-old child in the mountains? Is that something a person would do? What were you thinking when you threw the child away? 3,000 yuan isn't enough to cover his 2 years of living expenses? What did you feed him? 2 years of cornmeal porridge worth 3,000 yuan? You're not family, so you don't belong together. You're like born vampires, blood from each other. You start trouble early in the morning, stubborn and sneaky, trying to scare him with tricks. Clearly, Hu Sujin said Nanfang Ju was adopted. And you're trying to hide it. Still trying to drain his blood. You think no one knows about adopting children? People are watching, and the truth will come out someday. Warm Yanyan spoke clearly, and every word she said was heard by Cheng Jiabao. His face turned red like a cooked shrimp. He pointed at Yanyan and scolded her loudly.
Bah.
You ungrateful girl, with no manners. Just talking nonsense. How can I, an honest farmer, be called a beast? The fortune teller said you are a troublemaker and must be gone. Is it my fault? I'm so old, and I still have to listen to a girl like you? I'll beat you to death. He raised his hand to slap her. Nanfang Ju quickly grabbed his wrist, his eyes cold. This woman is not someone you can touch. Go back. Jiabao struggled but quickly felt a sharp pain in his wrist and gave up. He glared and said, Xiao Ju, your wings are growing. You're starting to look down on us. After turning away, Jiabao left a sentence. Shuang's brother is sick. Do you want to go or not? Nanfang Ju looked at his back thoughtfully. Did he just say Shuang's brother was sick? Husband, who is he talking about? Shuang's brother? Yanyan asked, confused. That's Jiabao's younger sister. Nanfang Ju closed the door and took her hand as they walked back. A girl's name called Shuang. Yanyan's first thought was that the Jiabao family was very traditional, still hoping for a boy. That's common in the countryside, Nanfang Ju explained. How old is she this year? Yanyan hadn't asked for details before, only knowing Nanfang Ju had a brother and a sister in Jiabao's family. She's a year older than you, Nanfang Ju said, and his eyes finally showed some warmth. Yanyan nodded. Shuang was 19. Back in the house, she washed her face and brushed her teeth. Nanfang Ju lit a fire and boiled water. He took out yesterday's white flour cakes and pickles from home, heating them in a big pot. Girl, have a bite for breakfast. Later, I'll take you to the market. Last night, Nanfang Ju had already told the village chief they wouldn't need to eat at his place anymore. They would cook and eat at home. Village Chief Ma initially disagreed, but Nanfang Ju was firm, and finally, he agreed. He also told them there was a big market tomorrow. When Yanyan heard about the market, her bad mood from earlier disappeared, and she felt a little excited. It is said that the big market in the 1970s was very lively. After breakfast, they went out and happened to see Village Chief Ma riding in Zhao Lao Han's ox cart at the entrance. Nan Tuan, are you going to the big market? Village Chief Ma cheerfully greeted them, holding a large pipe. Yes, Village Chief. Nanfang Ju's mouth twitched into a smile. Then come up quickly. I happen to be going to the town for some errands and can take you along. Village Chief Ma moved aside to make enough space for 2 people to sit. Thank you, Village Chief. They didn't refuse and agreed, then got on the ox cart together. Village Chief Ma also explained that Baishir village is about 10 miles from the new Lixiang market, neither close nor far. The ox cart was not fast, but it saved effort and didn't require walking. Village Chief Ma, do you know about the incident 23 years ago when the Cheng family abandoned their child, when Yanyan had always wanted to ask but never had the chance? Today, she finally asked. Village Chief, Ma looked serious. Everyone in the village knows about it. I was 20 that year. I heard that one day, Cheng Bao from the Cheng family was at the village entrance holding a child when he met a fortune teller. The fortune teller said that Nan Tuan was. He paused carefully, glancing at Nanfang Jua. Go ahead, Village Chief. I have no problem. Nanfang Jua understood his hesitation and quickly spoke to comfort him. Actually, he was also curious. Then I'll tell you. Village Chief Ma, no longer worried, started talking freely. The fortune teller said Nan Tuan was a troublemaker, with a very strong fate, hard to raise, and likely to harm his family. Old Chung went home and told his wife, who was heartless, and she secretly abandoned the child. But Nan Tuan's fate was not to end there. On the third day, the village's teacher, Old Nan, found him. Wen Yan secretly thought to herself,
See?
his grandfather was definitely not a farmer. He was a teacher. But in the special era, weren't teachers all labeled as Black 5 categories? Why weren't their belongings confiscated? She didn't have time to think more as Village Chief Ma continued. Over the years, the Chung family's reputation has been bad. Everyone says they are ruthless and cruel, and they will face retribution sooner or later. Recently, they found a match for their son from a nearby village. The girl demanded a big price, new house and 500 yuan in bride price. A few days ago, Jean Dan's mother went to the army to find Nan Tuan just to ask for money. Although Wen Yan still had many questions in her mind, she noticed that Nan Fongjue's eyes were slightly red and decided not to ask further. It took about an hour to travel 10 miles along the mountain road. The old ox cart stopped at the busy market entrance. Village head Ma smiled and said, "Finally, we're here. The market is lively."
Oh.
Wait a moment. After speaking, he stepped down from the ox cart and ran into the market. Soon, he was pulling over an elderly man with white hair. Nan Fongjue, Wen Yan, and the driver Zhao Dehan were all stunned. Until village head Ma caught his breath and said, "Nan Tuan, arriving early isn't as good as arriving by chance. This old man is the fortune teller who predicted your future 23 years ago." Only then did they understand. "Captain, I am an honest person, always upright. I've never done anything bad. I do fortune-telling just to earn a living. I'm not in good health and can't farm, and my son is in prison. Please, be kind and let me go." The old man bowed repeatedly when he saw the soldiers, trembling all over. The captain even called out to him. Village head Ma held his arm tightly, worried he might run away. He spoke kindly. "Old man, what are you afraid of? We're just asking you a question. Once we're done, we'll let you go. Then, what do you want to ask?" The old man finally relaxed a little, but his cloudy eyes beneath his white eyebrows still didn't look directly at anyone. His gaze drifted as if covered by a fog. "Grandpa, don't be afraid. We're good people and won't hurt you," Wen Yan asked with a smile. "Are you really good at fortune-telling? Look at your question. I understand the art of divination. I've been doing this for over 40 years, and I'm not talking nonsense." The old man looked annoyed at being doubted and stopped trembling. "Then tell my fortune. If you get it right, I'll pay you." Wen Yan suddenly wanted to test him. "Grandpa, 23 years ago, did you predict the future of a 2-year-old child? Do you remember, child? 2 years old? I did predict. He's from Baishir village, right?" The old man had a good memory and remembered quickly. Wen Yan's eyes lit up. "Yes, it was from Baishir village. Do you remember what you said about it?" "Of course I remember. That matter left a deep impression on me because that child was special. He would definitely become someone great. So, you were asking about that." At this point, the old man relaxed completely and Village Chief Ma let go of his arm. Why did his words not match what Village Chief Ma said earlier? Wen Yan asked again. "Grandpa, are you sure you remember correctly? Didn't you say he was a troublemaker back then?" "Troublemaker? Did I say that?" The old man scratched his head and replied. "You must have misunderstood. I definitely didn't say he was a troublemaker. He's only 2 years old. How could I be so unkind? I didn't ask for any money for this prediction. I just saw that this child was different," he explained. "I told the parents that this child wasn't suitable to stay in Baishir village. Moving somewhere else would be better. Baishir village has lots of stones and a tough environment, and the child's fate is also strong. When people are strong, they can sometimes fight back," he continued. "Since the child is young and has a weak aura, he can't compete with the big environment. The result might hurt his family." Wen Yan understood now. It turned out that the Chung family was worried that Nan Fongjue's strong fate might harm his family, so they deliberately said he was a troublemaker. Village Chief Ma couldn't hold back and spoke up. You're just talking nonsense every day. When that family heard your words, they threw the child into the mountains. Aren't you causing trouble? What? They threw the child away? Such a young kid, and they just abandoned him. The old man was shocked, his white beard flying up. At this moment, Village Chief Ma looked at him differently. It was clear that fortune-tellers were unreliable, living by deceiving others every day. That's not my fault. I gave them a way to solve the problem back then. But they didn't do it. The old man hurried to clarify. He wasn't irresponsible. Grandpa, what was the method you mentioned? When Yan became interested again. Sai, I told them to let the child live in a stone house, and to place a water well in front of the door. When he grows up and leaves Baishur village to live elsewhere, he will be safe and happy. The old man's mood was low. Is that true? When Yan asked to confirm. Of course it's true. If I lied, I wouldn't be alive. What happened to the abandoned child? It was clear that the old man cared a lot about that child. He has died. South Jew, who had been silent, finally spoke. Really? How did he die? That's too bad. The family that abandoned the child will surely face karma someday. The old man's eyes turned red as he spoke. Grandpa, can you tell me about that child? When Yan wanted to ask if he could find out who the child's real parents were. But before she finished, South Jew held her hand. She looked up and saw him shake his head. She changed her mind. Sorry, Grandpa. I didn't mean to scare you earlier. She took 5 cents out of her pocket and gave it to the old man. This person isn't a fortune teller, but he understands fate, and what he says is true. When Yan finally understood. That's why her grandfather's house isn't made of mud bricks but stone, and the water well is right outside the door. The Chung family didn't want to spend money building a stone house or a new well, but they were afraid that their family might suffer if they stayed close to South Jew, so they abandoned the child. South Jew was unlucky too. How did he end up being taken by the Chung family? Thank you, young lady, the fortune teller, holding the money happily said. Miss, I think your fate is very strange. Would you like me to tell you more? When Yan was startled. All right, I've changed my mind. I don't want to hear my fortune. I need to buy some things. If I wait, everything good will be bought by others. Thank you, Grandpa. She hurriedly pulled South Jew and left. After walking a bit, she turned back to say goodbye to the village chief. When Yan was very afraid that the fortune teller might reveal her secret of being transported to this world in front of everyone. Wouldn't that make her look like a monster? She entered the market and finally let out a sigh of relief. She looked up at South Jew, who had been silent all along. Big brother, are you okay? This man had just heard so much about his background. He must be feeling upset, right? South Jew said he was fine, but she still sensed that he was a bit heavy-hearted. Thinking from his perspective when Yan understood him. Big brother, we have nothing to eat at home. Let's buy more food. Sure, you decide. I'll eat whatever you get. South Jew had no objections. When Yan looked at him, her eyes wide with curiosity. This man was easy to take care of. What did he eat as a child to grow so tall? Okay, I'll buy what I see. Let's go. When Yan finished speaking and immediately plunged into the crowd. This market really has many goods, and it's lively with people coming and going. When she first arrived, she was confused by the busy crowd at the market. Why are businesses not allowed in the city? But there are big markets in the countryside. The supplies are quite rich, and they don't even need tickets. Since she was only here for a short time, she bought a variety of things but in small amounts. She bought cooking oil, MSG, salt, and other seasonings, all in small quantities. She also impulsively bought a very beautiful wild chicken, along with baked flatbreads, vegetables, eggs, pork, a pound of sticky rice cake, a pound of sugar blocks, and a few red candles. They brought a large canvas bag, into which they packed all these items, including the lively wild chicken. Only the sticky rice cake and sugar blocks were carried separately by Wen Yanyan's hand because they had special uses. All done? Let's go back. When Yanyan looked up from time to time at Nanju, who was silently following behind. Actually, not only she noticed, but almost everyone at the market was watching him. The market was crowded, but almost everyone who saw him would unconsciously make way for him. Some vendors, when they looked at him, didn't even realize they had miscalculated their accounts. 5 for 1, 25 for 10, 3 5 12. Exactly 3 Jean. You give 1.2 Mao. When Yan Yan heard this clearly, and thought it was better to leave quickly after buying, or else these people's eyes might peel the meat off Nanju's face. Nanju, used to being watched, showed no expression on his face. As they left the market, they saw village head Ma sitting on a bullock cart. When Yan Yan began to suspect that the village head might have deliberately arranged the cart to bring them to the market and then send them back. Have you finished shopping? Village head Ma, holding a large pipe in his mouth, was puffing clouds of smoke. Yes, we're done, village head. Fong Ju also bought some snacks. We're going to Cheng's house to see my little sister. I heard she's sick. When Yan Yan raised the sticky rice cake in her hand, Nanju looked at her deeply. Her smile was as gentle as spring breeze. Chief Ma frowned tightly. Wan Yan Yan said, it was Chung Jiabao who specifically told Fong Ju this morning. Chief Ma took a deep drag on his cigarette. Last night, I saw Brother Xuan visiting Nizi's house, and he didn't seem sick at all. He visited yesterday? When Yan Yan and Nan Fongjue exchanged a glance, understanding everything without words. Neither of them spoke. Chief Ma deliberately cleared his throat. Maybe he suddenly got sick during the night. I can't be sure. Old Zhao, hurry up and drive back to the village. He tapped his big pipe on his shoe sole. Got it, village chief. Old Zhao, a simple-minded man, swung his whip and drove the ox cart away. When Yan Yan handed the bag of candies in her hand to Chief Ma. Village chief, these are candies I just bought for my children. I went to your house empty-handed yesterday, and I feel a bit embarrassed. In rural areas, manners are even more important. Money isn't an issue, but good manners are essential. Nan Fongjue's eyes flashed with approval. Oh, you're too polite. No need to thank me. Really no need. My children don't like sweets, so you can take them home to eat. Chief Ma, clearly surprised, hurriedly waved his hand to refuse, leaning back to avoid the candies. It's only right that I treat you to a meal. Nan Fongjue is a hero in the village. When I go to the town for meetings, I feel proud. Village chief stopped talking. Just take them, Nan Fongjue said, extending his arm. He quickly pressed the candies into the village chief's hand. Then I'll take them. You're all too kind. I feel a bit shy. Chief Ma scratched his head. Village chief, you don't need to feel shy. A pound of candies isn't expensive. Take them home for your wife and children. They'll be very sweet. By this point, when Yan Yan was beginning to admire herself, how did she know how to handle this so well? In her previous life, she didn't have these skills at all. She was very proud. It seems environment really can change a person. Back in Baishir village, after saying goodbye to the village chief, they went home. When Yan Yan entered this small courtyard again, her mood changed dramatically. Nan Fongjue's grandfather was a great man. He built a stone house especially for a child he found in the mountains, who wasn't related by blood. Although the materials used were all locally sourced and didn't cost much. However, he put in a lot of effort and energy. Compared to the Chung family, his character is vastly different. When Yan Yan returned to her room and took things out of her pocket, she grabbed a wild chicken and threw it into the yard. This strong and beautiful wild chicken was a male. She bought it to raise in her small yard for the army. Then she planned to buy a local female chicken so they could mate, lay eggs, and hatch chicks, ensuring a continuous line of offspring. She could sell the hybrid, high-quality chicks as farm products, which is legal. Next year, when policies relax, she hopes to set up a chicken farm near the army. That way, she could become a chicken boss and be among the first to earn 10,000 yuan after the reform and opening up. Husband, are you going to visit your sick younger sister at the Chung family? When Yan Yan also took out all the small items she bought and placed them on the kitchen table. Nan Fongju, who had been standing nearby watching her pack, was slightly surprised. Girl, how do you know what I'm thinking? He had been wondering about this since they were on the ox cart. because he never said he would visit Cheng's house to see Cheng Shuang's younger brother, yet when Yan Yan had already prepared everything. I can guess, when Yan Yan tilted her head and smiled slyly. She wasn't talking nonsense. She truly guessed based on Nan Fengju's reaction when Cheng Shuang was sick. You naughty girl. Nan Fengju's gloomy mood finally improved a bit. I've thought about it. Whether she's sick or not, we should go see her. Then he told Wen Yanyan about how he secretly sent Cheng Shuang's younger brother to join the army when he was 10. Nan Fengju suspected that the 2 eggs she had were stolen from home. Because the Chung family valued boys over girls, there weren't enough eggs from the hen to sell for money, and Shuang's younger brother, being a girl, couldn't get any. That's why Nan Fengju always remembered those 2 eggs. Oh, so there's such a story, when Yan Yan understood. Then let's go this afternoon. If that's the case, whether she's sick or not, they must visit her. She didn't expect that Cheng Shuang's younger sister was quite loyal and caring. I'll go get some firewood, Nan Fengju said, and went out the door. When Yan Yan finished packing her bought items, washed her hands, and went back inside. It's only 10 o'clock now, not yet lunchtime. Resting for a while before cooking is fine. She took a pillow, turned onto her side facing inward, and lay on the bed. The bed was still warm, not cold. It's early autumn. Although the temperature isn't low, the stone house feels naturally cool. The temperature on the bed is just right. Nan Fengju quickly returned to the room, wiping his hands with a towel. Today, we stay for a day, then head back to the army tomorrow. His task was to send Hu Suajin and Nizi home. Since the task was done, there was no need to stay longer. Really? We're going back so soon? When Yan Yan was a bit surprised. Don't you want to stay longer? Nan Fengju was also surprised. The conditions here are so poor, with no electricity. Would she want to stay? Don't you want to visit the elders in the village? Maybe someone knows some secrets about your background, like where the Qing family found you, or if your biological parents left any information when they found you. When Yan Yan wanted to stay a few more days to help find her biological parents. She was very curious and faintly felt that Nan Fengju's background was unusual. Nan Fengju came over and gently lay beside her, looking at the ceiling. I don't want to know any of that. It's not necessary.
Why not?
If you find your biological parents, it would make you happier. When Yan Yan didn't understand. No one wouldn't want to find their birth parents. The closest people in the world are parents. Nan Fengju thought for a moment and said, I feel quite happy. When Yan Yan's eyes lit up. Really? Is your happiness because of me? Her lips naturally curved into a smile, showing pride and a bit of arrogance. Nan Fengju suddenly smiled. His smile was like spring returning to the earth, everything coming back to life, and in an instant, all colors seemed to fade from the world. Girl, you're right. Having you in my life is enough. Is he expressing love? When Yan Yan's heart beat faster, and her mind felt overwhelmed. You say it's enough? Isn't that a bit early? After all, a lifetime is very long. She doubted whether Nan Fengju was speaking sincerely. A lifetime is long? What do you mean? Nan Fengju's eyes turned cold again. Does she have someone else in her heart? His gaze was sharp like a blade. When Yan Yan lowered her eyes to avoid the sharp gaze, looking at her fingers. It's nothing special. I just feel very lonely. A happy life needs not only love but also family bonds. Nan Fengju frowned. Do you feel lonely? Yes, a little. When Yan Yan nodded. All right, I'll look for it. Nan Fengju stood up and used a key to unlock the copper lock on the rosewood cabinet, then started searching inside. When Yan Yan's eyes widened as she watched. What was he looking for inside? She felt a bit cold and worried he might find an urn inside. Nan Fengju took out a small wooden box from inside and held it in his hands. It was definitely an urn. When Yan Yan shivered in fear. Who was inside? What are you afraid of? Nan Fengju sat on the edge of the bed and noticed her unusual reaction. What are you looking for in the cabinet? Why did you take out a wooden box? The wooden box looked very much like an urn with carvings on it. What's wrong with the wooden box? It might have clues about family members. Nan Fengju explained. Wen Yan Yan finally relaxed a little. She had been overthinking. She just remembered that in this era they probably didn't use urns, only coffins. She slowly moved closer. Nan Fongju opened the box. Wen Yanyan was startled and leaned back. Nan Fongju quickly grabbed her shoulder to steady her, so she didn't fall. She finally sat down, her face turning pale. Why can't you sit steadily? Looks like you're quite nervous, Nan Fongju teased. Wen Yanyan, still shaken, shouted, "This is a skull. A skeleton. A human." Having studied medicine, she was familiar with human body parts and could recognize them at a glance. It was definitely not a model. I know it's a skeleton, but this is an ancient artifact, not related to murder. Don't be afraid. There's something else underneath, Nan Fongju explained. Not related to murder? Wen Yanyan finally calmed down slowly. What else is underneath? Good stuff. Come over. She carefully moved closer. Under the skeleton there was a yellow, thick substance. Nan Fongju lifted it, and her eyes lit up. Is this a jade bracelet? Is it your mother's? Wen Yanyan guessed. This is not from me. It was given to me by my grandfather, Nan Fongju said seriously. Oh, so you're saying you're looking for your biological parents, but you're just lying. Wen Yanyan felt like she was being tricked. My grandfather is my family, and also my second parent. Do you understand now? Since Nan Fongju learned at the market that his grandfather not only built him a stone house but also encouraged him to join the army, he has grown to respect him more. Only his grandfather cares about him and wants him to have a good life. After all that, you still don't want to find them, Wen Yanyan realized. It's not that I don't want to find them. I just don't want to force it. Let it happen naturally, Nan Fongju replied. He never received much care from his parents when he was young, and as he grew older, he didn't need it anymore. What if they had a secret reason for abandoning you? Wen Yanyan believed that maternal love is boundless and that they wouldn't do such a thing unless it was absolutely necessary. A secret reason? Maybe. Girl, I want to give you this bracelet, Nan Fongju said, taking out the bracelet and placing it on the bed, then putting the wooden box into the cabinet. You want to give me this? Wen Yanyan carefully looked at the bracelet. Although she didn't know much about jade, she could tell this was valuable. She didn't dare accept such an expensive gift. Nan Fongju told her, "This bracelet is a family heirloom." A family heirloom? You're giving it to me? Wen Yanyan suddenly felt the weight of the bracelet even more.
Why?
Don't you believe me? Nan Fongju looked down at her. Don't you regret giving it to me? Wen Yanyan thought he might have been impulsive and didn't think it through, since it was his grandfather's belonging. Why would I regret it? Nan Fongju's lips pressed into a straight line. Because life is long. Wen Yanyan was about to say more. Wen Yanyan, Nan Fongju suddenly got angry, lifted his leg onto the bed, and pushed her down, then sat on her waist. If you dare to be two-timing me, I will end you. Do you believe that? She was the one teasing him, and she was the one being indecisive. What does she really want? Huh? I believe you, husband. I will love you forever. Don't be angry, okay? Suddenly, Wen Yanyan gave a charming smile and wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in to kiss him. The air grew warmer, and the atmosphere became more intimate. The sounds of their kisses and heavy breathing filled the space. The big bed seemed to be overwhelmed, because it felt like they were rolling back and forth on it like a rolling pin pressing down. Finally, Wen Yanyan tightly grabbed his shirt with her small hand, buried her face in his chest, and gasped as she spoke. Husband, let's stop. Doing this too often isn't good for your health. She clearly distinguished between fleeting happiness and eternal happiness. Do you really care about me? Nan Fongju struggled to control the wild desire inside him. Of course. You're my husband. Who else would I care about if not you? Although Wen Yanyan understood why he was angry, her worries weren't unfounded. A lifetime is too long. No one can predict what will happen in the future. With the new century, such things happen more often. Maybe it's him. Maybe it's her. What did you mean just now? Trying to make me angry? Saying you'll never leave me 100 times? Nan Fongju always felt she was restless. Husband, there's no need to say more. I won't leave you, Wen Yanyan said seriously. No, a lifetime is very long. If you touch me, you have to take responsibility. You can't abandon me halfway, Nan Fongjue insisted on hearing her promise. How did he manage to say everything she said? Who touched whom, really? It sounded like she took advantage of him. When Yen Yen was confused. Quickly say it. I want to hear you say you'll never leave me. 100 times, Nan Fongjue urged her again. Okay, I'll say it. When Yen Yen had no choice. If she didn't say it, he wouldn't let go. I will never leave you. She finally finished saying it 100 times, her mouth dry and tongue numb. Then she clicked her tongue. Husband, is that enough now? All right, let's get up. After lunch, we'll go to Cheng's house. Nan Fongjue finally let go of her and stood up, tidying his shirt. When Yen Yen also got up afterward, lowering her head to button her clothes, secretly muttering, "Humph, men's hands are never honest." It felt like her chest had been roughly handled, even though she had lost some weight recently. She kept criticizing Southern Jew, but forgot that she almost tore his shirt just a moment ago. Boss, is the skull in the wooden box really an artifact? She was still thinking about the skull, which left a deep impression on her. Yes, my grandfather said it's the skull of an ancient person. Southern Jew had seen so many things that he was used to it. Still, it's an old person's head? When Yen Yen felt a chill in her heart. Suddenly, she remembered a funny scene from a modern comedy sketch. There was a line in it. You're sleeping, and next to you, a human head is bubbling in the water. Why do you keep this thing at home? It's so scary. Although she's a doctor and not afraid, she thought this thing shouldn't be kept at home. She wasn't usually superstitious, but since crossing over, her disbelief in ghosts and spirits had wavered. If there's a soul after death, how else could she explain her crossing? This is my grandfather's keepsake. Where else should I put it? Southern Jew went downstairs. Your grandfather's keepsake? How did he get this? When Yen Yen became even more curious. Because he was an archaeologist during the Old Society period, Southern Jew finally revealed his grandfather's identity.
What?
An archaeologist?
Wow.
Grandpa is so impressive. How did he end up in this remote mountain village? His answer surprised Wen Yen Yen greatly, her eyes wide with astonishment. Because over 20 years ago, during an academic movement, he went into hiding here under a false name. An academic movement over 20 years ago? Wen Yen Yen was lost in thought. It probably wasn't the Cultural Revolution, but she didn't know much about the past. Since it was called an academic movement, it must have been related to scholarly work. Oh, I see. When Yen Yen looked at the well-preserved furniture in the room, her grandfather probably wasn't persecuted or raided. Thinking this way, he was lucky. Her grandfather had escaped 2 major historical disasters, avoiding the most intense mental and physical suffering. Just keep this to yourself. Don't tell others. I don't want anyone disturbing my grandfather's grave. After saying that, Southern Jew left the room to start a fire in the kitchen. She wouldn't go out and tell anyone. When Yen Yen thought to herself, then went downstairs to carefully store her jade bracelet before leaving. She first went to the yard to check if the wild chickens had flown away. Even though their legs were tied, she still felt uneasy. Fortunately, they hadn't flown. Wen Yen Yen then returned to cook lunch with Nan Fongjue. After eating, they took some snacks and 10 eggs to Cheng's house. Just as they reached the gate, when Yen Yen heard a very familiar voice coming from inside the yard. You good for nothing. It's lucky someone wants you. What's wrong with being older and having bad legs? You're picky too? No marriage. I'll beat you to death. Then came the sound of someone hitting a stick repeatedly. Nan Fongjue's eyes darkened. He handed the eggs to Wen Yen Yen and strode into the yard. His goal was clear. He went straight to Hu Suajin and snatched the stick from her hand. Nan Fongjue tightly held the stick, looking at Hu Suajin without saying a word. What are you trying to do? Want to hit me too? That scared Hu Suajin. She quickly stepped back, afraid he would hit her. Big brother? Big brother. Cheng Xuan's younger brother, who had been hiding in the corner, immediately jumped out and hid behind Nan Fongjue. Big brother, please save me. Mother is forcing me to marry. If I don't, she'll beat me to death. She wiped her tears, and her large sleeve revealed the many scars on her slender arms. Don't worry, I'm here. She won't dare to bully you. Let's go back inside. Nanfang Ju threw down the stick. Okay, big brother, I'll listen to you. Seeing the stick was gone, Cheng Xuan's younger brother was no longer afraid. He straightened up. Xuan, go inside first. Nanfang Ju looked back at Wen Yanyan standing at the yard gate and said, Girl, come here. Wen Yanyan responded and went over. She glanced at Hu Suajin, whose clothes were more patched and her hair was messier and more disheveled than when she was in the army. Nanfang Ju took her hand and they went back inside. Hu Suajin was still shouting loudly in the yard. You ungrateful wolf! How dare you come back? Didn't you abandon this family? Coming back just to scold me. Although Wen Yanyan had mentally prepared herself before coming, knowing Cheng's family was poor and their living conditions were likely dirty and broken, she was still very surprised when she saw it in person. Cheng's house was not even as good as the mud brick house built by the village committee. The uneven wall surface had no newspaper pasted on it. The roof was covered with plastic sheets and tar paper, and when the sun shone on it, it emitted a strong, unpleasant smell of asphalt. Inside the house, there was only a broken wooden table and a few crooked little stools painted by Da Vinci in first grade. The place was almost empty. Wan Yanyan looked around and saw there was nowhere to sit, so she decided to stand. Brother Xian, this is your sister-in-law, Wan Yanyan. Nanfang Ju was also standing there. He was tall and almost touched the ceiling. Hello, sister-in-law. Cheng Xian was a bit shy and avoided eye contact. Hello. I heard from your father that you are sick. Your older brother, and I came to see you. I brought you some tasty food. When Yanyan handed her some snacks and eggs she was holding. The girl was a bit thin, but her features were quite delicate. She looked more like her father than her mother. Thank you. Before Cheng Xian could take the items, Hu Suajin, who had entered the house unknowingly, snatched them away. Is this all you brought? Just enough to feed beggars. Mom, this is already good. Please don't. Cheng Xian was afraid she would say something worse. You don't know anything. They eat well every day in the army, and this little bit of stuff is nothing. You've never seen the world. Get out of here. You're so annoying. Hu Suajin waved her hand as she spoke, and Cheng Xian hurriedly dodged. When Yanyan couldn't stand it anymore. Auntie, how can you be a mother like this? Such a big child. You hit and scold her whenever you want? What if you hurt her? At home, Hu Suajin's hair was messier and more untidy than when she was in the army. She glared sharply. Who cares if I hit my own child? Can you come up with 500 yuan? If you can, I won't force her to marry. If not, she has to marry that old man. Hu Suajin looked fierce. I won't marry, I'd rather die. Cheng Xian lowered her head and ran out. Nanfang Ju glanced at Wen Yanyan and then chased after her. Stubborn girl. Even if you die, you have to marry. I can't control you anymore. Such a disobedient girl, Hu Suajin continued shouting curses at the door. Nanfang Ju quickly caught up with Cheng Xian and grabbed her arm. Running can't solve the problem. Tell me what's going on. Cheng Xuandi was forced to stop. Big brother, my mother forced me to marry the man who is supposed to marry second brother's girl. That way, I won't need the 500 yuan bride price. But he's almost 50 and walks with a limp. Can I marry him? As she spoke, she threw herself into Nanfang Ju's arms and cried. Marrying the man who is supposed to marry Jean Dan's girl? Hearing this, Nanfang Ju felt a sharp pain. Was Hu Suajin crazy? Would she do such a heartless thing just for Jean Dan's marriage? It's okay, I'll help you. Let's go home. Nanfang Ju grabbed Cheng Xuandi's arm and was about to turn around when he heard someone shout loudly behind him. He turned around and saw a young man, probably in his early 20s, running toward them. Nanfang Ju looked down at Xuandi and noticed her face was pale but had a faint blush. He loosened his grip on her. The small, stocky young man, panting heavily, ran over, grabbed Cheng Xuandi, and pulled her away from Nanfang Ju. Xuandi, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? The young man looked at her tear-streaked face and shot a hostile glance at Nanfang Ju. It's my mother. Cheng Xuandi wiped her tears.
What?
She forced you to marry again. The young man's eyes showed anger.
Xuandi nodded.
Yes, I just ran away. then you won't go home anymore. Come with me. The young man grabbed her hand and was about to leave. No, my big brother is coming. He said he'll help me. Xuandi looked back at Nan Fongju with trust in her eyes. Seeing this, Nan Fongju understood. Xuandi had grown up. She had someone she liked. Xuandi, is he the soldier big brother you mentioned? Captain Nan. The young man's face lit up with surprise. Yes, he's my big brother, Xuandi said proudly. Really? The young man shyly scratched his head and then smiled awkwardly at Nan Fongju. Sorry, I thought you were a bad person. Big brother, nice to meet you.
I'm Wang Baoshan.
Everyone in the village calls me to Shan. He introduced himself. Nan Fongju finally understood why he looked so angry earlier. He thought Nan Fongju was a bad person. I had heard from Xuandi that her older brother is a soldier. I didn't expect you to be so handsome and tall. I'm not considered short in the village, but you're half a head taller than me. Wang Baoshan looked at her with admiration and envy. I'm not very handsome, Dasha. You should go back now. I'll take Xuandi home and handle the problem. Southern Jew couldn't let Wen Yanyan face Hu Suzhen alone for long, worried she might get into trouble. All right, big brother. As long as you're here, I feel safe. Xuandi, I'm going back now. Wang Baoshan kept looking back as he left. Is Wang Baoshan your boyfriend? Southern Jew asked Cheng Xuandi. Yes, he likes me and I like him too, she said shyly. Does your mom know about this? Southern Jew wanted to understand clearly. Cheng Xuandi looked sad. Yes, she knows, but she doesn't agree. She says Dasha's family is too poor to pay the bride price. Big brother, why do you say it's your mom and not ours? Southern Jew frowned slightly and quickly understood. It turns out Hu Suzhen didn't tell the truth after going home. Only Cheng Jiabao knows that he's not part of Cheng's family. When I was young, if she abandoned me, she wasn't my mom anymore. Cheng Xuandi still didn't understand. Big brother wasn't like this before. He used to send money home every month. Not long ago, Dad happily received a money order. If he didn't recognize his parents, he wouldn't send money. On the way, Southern Jew saw Wen Yanyan blocking Cheng's house with her body. You're older now, and not afraid of losing face. Xuandi is still worried. You're embarrassing yourself at home, and now you're shouting all over the place? She kept stopping Hu Suzhen from going out and causing trouble. You old hag. You fox spirit. Stay out of my family's affairs. Move aside. Hu Suzhen picked up the stick she had just thrown out and held it in her hand. Wen Yanyan's eyes were cold. You old woman. I will take care of this. You're the fox spirit. Try hitting me and see what happens. Wen Yanyan used to be tolerant because she was Southern Jew's mother and she didn't want to offend her. But now she's no longer. For someone morally corrupt like her, there's no need to be polite. If she dares to hit her, she will fight back. Hu Suzhen rolled her small eyes and started to complain. Has Nan Fongju come back? Wen Yanyan turned to look. Sure enough, Nan Fongju and Cheng Xuandi were standing one after the other on the main road, watching them. You look even worse and have no manners. You're just a shrew. Wen Yanyan turned and scolded back, not willing to suffer. You. Hu Suzhen was so angry she wanted to curse again. Enough, let's talk inside. But she was interrupted by Nan Fongju's low voice, who came over and took Wen Yanyan's hand into the yard. Behind them, someone was still cursing. Aren't you supposed to have run away? Why are you back? Good for nothing. If you have the ability, die outside and don't come back. Shameless girl. Wen Yanyan rolled her eyes. Who are these people? Unless they stay silent, they just keep insulting her. She used to think Nan Fongju was pitiful, but now she saw that Cheng Xuandi was even more pitiful. Such a mother is useless. Better not to have her at all. In the dark, low, and narrow room, for more people made it feel crowded. Nan Fongju sat on a small stool. Since he was tall, he could only sit. Wen Yanyan stood beside him, and the mother and daughter sat on the bed. Xuandi, where are your father and second brother? Nan Fongju had been here for a while, but hadn't seen them. Cheng Xuandi looked at his mother. They went to the new house. Go call them all here. Nan Fongju decided to be clear all at once. The Cheng family had to be present. Cheng Shuangdi agreed and went out. Did the Cheng family build a new house? When Yan Yan immediately focused on the key point. Auntie, you're amazing. Using Nanfang Ju's hard-earned money to build a new house? Girl, wait until everyone is here to talk. Nanfang Ju stopped her, and Hu Suozhen's words were left unsaid. About 10 minutes later, hurried footsteps sounded in the yard. A man ran into the house shouting, "Big brother! Big brother!" When he saw Nanfang Ju, he opened his arms and rushed over. Dad is walking slowly. He'll be here soon. Big brother, what's wrong? Are you upset? Cheng Jindan's face looks a bit strange. He feels like his big brother is a little unfamiliar. Wait until your dad comes back. Nanfang Jue remains expressionless. Big brother isn't my dad. Just your dad? What's wrong? Cheng Jindan is very confused. Nanfang Jue doesn't say anything. Jindan, come here to mom. Hu Suozhen immediately changes from her tired look to a lively one, smiling brightly and calling her son over. When Yan Yan secretly clicks her tongue. It seems this old lady really loves her son. She's smiling so happily. Unlike her usual attitude of scolding or hitting her younger brother, this mother is very biased and caring. Cheng Jindan walks over and stands beside Hu Suozhen, but his eyes keep looking at Nanfang Jue. No one in the room speaks. The atmosphere feels a bit heavy. There are 4 people here. Wen Yan Yan is the only one who can stay out of it. She looks at Jindan. She can't help but marvel at how strong genes are. He looks just like his mother. Compared to Nanfang Jue, one is a dragon and the other is a mouse. No need for a DNA test to tell. A few more minutes pass, and the worn-out curtain is pushed aside as 2 people come in. Cheng Jiabao enters the room, looking worried as he looks at Nanfang Jue. Cheng Xuan, not sure why, looks a bit down. She leans on the door frame and doesn't move. All right, everyone is here now. I have a few words to say. Nanfang Jue finally speaks. Of course, I'm not speaking as a member of the Cheng family. I am surnamed Nan. He clearly distances himself. Little Ju, I told you before, your mother was confused because she was scared by your wife. Don't take it seriously. Cheng Jiabao is still defending Hu Suozhen. Uncle, I'm not here to talk about that today. I can judge for myself what my wife says. Others can't influence me. I came here to visit Xuan, but now she's facing forced marriage and her mother has beaten her badly. I know I can't just stand by and do nothing. Nanfang Jue can't watch his younger brother jump into a fire and ignore it. Then he shifts the topic to Jindan. Jindan, you married your wife for yourself, but you married your sister to your future father-in-law. Do you think that's right? When Yan Yan listened and widened her eyes. The younger brother is going to marry the son-in-law of Jindan? This is not just a generation gap, it's a complete mess. This is truly shocking. It's not me, it's my mother. Jindan turned to look at Hu Suozhen, who looked upset and hesitated. Don't try to shift the blame. She is her, and you are you. What is your attitude? Nanfang Jue interrupted coldly. I also don't want my sister to marry Big Ding. If she's going to be single, so be it. Although Jindan hesitated, he still expressed his opinion. Good, there's still hope. Nanfang Jue then looked at Cheng Jiabao. Uncle, what do you think? Cheng Jiabao also hesitated. Old man, if Xuandi doesn't marry him, do you have enough money to give Ding's family a bride price? Without a bride price, can Ding Jingjing marry in? Without a daughter-in-law, how will you have grandchildren? Hu Suozhen couldn't sit still and quickly spoke to her mind. Little Ju, although Big Ding is a bit older, he has money. Xuandi won't suffer if she marries him. After thinking carefully, Cheng Jiabao finally spoke his mind. Nanfang Jue's lips twitched slightly. How do you know she won't suffer if she marries him? A marriage without love, based only on interests, can he treat Xuandi well? She can't even stand the gossip every day. She has to endure it. That's her fate. Women marry whoever to have children and cook, Hu Suozhen said bitterly. Nanfang Jue's eyes flashed with anger. She's only 19. Are you rushing to push her into a fire pit? Is this how a mother should behave? Don't forget, you're also a woman. Xuandi, do you like Wang Baoshan? He then asked Cheng Xuandi.
Cheng Shuandi nodded.
Yes. So you'd rather die than marry Big Ding? Nan Fongjiu wanted to know her attitude.
Cheng Shuandi nodded firmly.
Nan Fongjiu stood up, his hat nearly touching the ceiling, and said to Cheng Jiabao, Uncle, I will lend you 500 yuan for the bride price, but on one condition. Cheng Shuandi will cut ties with the Cheng family and leave to live with my grandfather. The Cheng family is a big trouble. The sooner she leaves, the better. Wan Yanyan quickly looked at Hu Suazhen, wanting to hear what nonsense she would say next. 2,000. I want 2,000. Hu Suazhen's eyes widened, and she made a big demand. Wan Yanyan felt like hitting her and even prepared her hand. Why does she not want just 10,000? Cheng Shuangdi immediately got anxious. Mother, you're going too far. Big brother has sent money home. Where does he get so much money? Nan Fongjiu was holding back his anger. I didn't want to make things worse. If money could solve the problem, I wouldn't involve the officials. But I gave you 500, and now you want 2,000. Fine, now that 500 is gone, just wait to be sued. Only the law can deal with people like her.
Sueme?
What for? Shuangdi is part of me. I can give him to whoever I want. Hu Suazhen stood with her hands on her hips, shouting proudly. You're not only illiterate, but also ignorant of the law. Do you know that arranged marriages for profit are illegal? Nan Fongjiu was speechless. Yes, the law states that arranged and bought marriages are forbidden. If someone uses violence to interfere with another's freedom to marry, it is considered a crime of interfering with marriage, punishable by up to 2 years in prison or detention. Wan Yanyan quickly added, You little girls, stop talking nonsense. You're just showing off everywhere. Hu Suazhen immediately turned her accusations. I make the decisions for my own daughter. Even the heavens can't change that. I don't care how much she eats or how white I am. You unreasonable woman. Even the heavens would strike you down. Wan Yanyan was furious. Heaven will bless us poor folks. Heaven won't let the blind family starve, Hu Suazhen confidently declared. Are you poor? Can you even afford to build a new house? You're greedy. Does the Chung family really need 500 yuan in bride price? You're so calculating and heartless toward your children. Wan Yanyan was angry when she thought of Nan Fongjiu's military allowances over the years, feeding an untrainable dog. All right, girl, don't be angry. Let's go. Let her wait for the police. Nan Fongjiu came out, feeling upset. Wan Yanyan was also furious. How can these people still be mothers? Heaven should just let her be infertile. Suddenly, she thought of the original owner's mother. These two women act so much alike. The original owner was kicked out just after turning 18. Cheng Shuangdi then came out quietly, calling softly. South Ju turned back and asked, Do you need something? A timid Cheng Shuangdi looked at him and asked, Aren't you really my older brother? Yes, I am not. We are not related by blood. But don't worry, I won't let you marry Boss Ding, South Ju reassured her. Cheng Shuangdi clenched his teeth and stayed silent for a moment before saying, Thank you, big brother. I and your sister-in-law are leaving now. If your mother says anything unpleasant, don't take it to heart. Also, don't run around. I will handle this as soon as possible, South Ju advised her. Okay, I understand. You all take care, Cheng Shuangdi replied. He watched them leave the Cheng family, with mixed feelings. They left the house and slowly walked down the street. Wan Yanyan asked him, Boss, are you really going to report this to the Cheng family? If she keeps being stubborn, I have to do it. I can't let Shuangdi become a victim of a forced marriage. What if someone gets hurt? I will talk to the village chief, South Ju said. Wan Yanyan strongly supported him. They entered the village office. The secretary who had been on a business trip just returned, and village chief Ma was there too. The village secretary's name is Sun Mingliang. He is in his 40s, handsome, with fair skin, clearly educated. Seeing South Ju, his eyes lit up. He quickly stood up and warmly shook hands with him, both hands clasped. Oh, our hero has arrived.
Great.
I was just about to visit you. This young lady must be your partner. She's very beautiful. You two are a perfect match. Come in, please sit. Your visit makes our humble home shine. Wan Yanyan looked happy and relaxed. Well-educated people speak with class. Listen to that, a perfect match, like jade. When they arrived, the house seemed to sparkle. "Thank you, Secretary. You're too kind. You're flattering us," they said politely. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, they each sat down. South Ju got straight to the point. "Secretary's son, village chief Ma, I want to talk about something. Have you heard about the Chung family matter? Recently, Cheng's family announced their engagement with Ding Jingjing, the daughter of the neighboring village's Ding Laoda. Cheng's family built a new house, but the bride's family still wanted 500 yuan in bride price. Nan Tuan, is this what you're talking about?" He told Nan Fongjue about this in the morning on the way to the market. Nan Fongjue shook his head. "No, now there's a new development. Cheng's family plans to marry their younger son, Shuangdi, to Ding Laoda's daughter from the neighboring village. This way, Cheng's family won't need to pay the bride price." He explained the situation simply.
What?
Cheng's family wants to marry their younger son to Ding Laoda's daughter? Isn't her father a widower? He's over 50 years old. Village head Ma's eyes nearly popped out when he heard this. "Yes, it's Ding Laoda," Nan Fongjue confirmed. "Aren't they causing trouble? This will ruin the kid's future. They're over 30 years apart." Secretary's son also looked worried. "That's why I came to talk to you. I just left their house, but I couldn't get through to them." Nan Fongjue said everything he could. He couldn't just hit someone. He's in the military and needs to be careful about his reputation. "What do you want to do?" Village head Ma asked for his opinion. "I want to report Hu Suazhen and Chung Jiabao to the police. They are violently interfering with their marriage and forcing it, which is illegal." Nan Fongjue realized he can't be soft on people like Hu Suazhen. If she were sent to jail for disrupting military marriages, this wouldn't be happening now. "Yes, your decision is right. First, I and the village secretary will go to Cheng's house to try to talk some sense into them. If they still refuse to change, reporting them can wait." Village head Ma stood up, still holding his big pipe. Nan Fongjue also stood up. "Then I'll wait here for your news." "Okay, Secretary's son, come with me. This family really needs to be dealt with. If they don't listen, we'll send them in. They're so heartless. Won't even spare their own children." Village head Ma and Secretary's son left grumbling. Nan Fongjue took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one, and lit it with a match. He didn't have a smoking addiction. If he didn't want to smoke, he could go days without it. He had learned to smoke 2 years ago and never left a cigarette stain on his fingers. Right now, he wanted to smoke because he was upset. At this moment, Wan Yanyan was full of question marks. "Boss, why is the Chung family so messy?" "Yes, it's quite chaotic. Nan Fongjue usually interacts with soldiers, who are quite simple. It was Hu Suazhen's actions that made him see the ugliness and darkness of life. She also single-handedly caused chaos in the Chung family, making it a mess." "Boss, who is Wang Baoshan that you mentioned in the Chung family?" When Yanyan's information chain was incomplete and she couldn't connect properly. He's Shuangdi's boyfriend." After hearing this, Nan Fongjue had been waiting for the right moment to tell her. "Oh? Shuangdi already has a boyfriend?" When Yanyan looked surprised, opening her mouth wide. Nan Fongjue was not surprised. "Wow, I didn't expect this little girl to be so mature early, and it's a love that happens naturally." When Yanyan felt a bit emotional. She thought she hadn't even had a love at 18 in the new century. It turned out that her proudest genius doctor was not as free and easy as a girl from the 1970s. Nan Fongjue slightly turned his eyes to look at her. "Shuangdi only got a boyfriend at 19, but you're already married at 18. Who's really the early bloomer? Me. I'm different." When Yanyan shook her head, thinking the original owner didn't belong to the early mature crowd. Nan Fongjue's dark eyes narrowed slightly. "How are you different now?" She looked serious. "Because I was arranged to marry, not because of free love. It was forced. Honestly, I am also a victim of an arranged marriage." When Yanyan spoke honestly. Nan Fongjue's gaze behind the smoke looked even deeper, and his thin lips parted slightly. "Aren't you happy?" "Now, I guess so. The first 2 months after we got married, you ignored me. I was alone every night, and you were really heartless." When Yanyan took the opportunity to criticize him. "Back then, we had no feelings. Besides, I didn't mean to leave you alone. I had a mission. Nanfang Ju explained. An excuse. You just disliked that I looked fat and stupid. Humph. All men judge people by appearance. When Yan Yan spoke without looking at him, Nanfang Ju felt uncomfortable. Girl, how many men do you have? Just you. Didn't I give you my first time? When Yan Yan answered straightforwardly. Southern Ju stopped smoking, and a dark cloud appeared in his deep eyes. When Yan Yan, I always feel you're not entirely honest. You're overthinking. I'm not complicated at all. I just have a vivid imagination. When Yan Yan had no first love to remember from her past life. That was her regret. She reached out and took the half-smoked cigarette from his mouth, then took a puff. Cough, cough, cough. She was hit with a strong, unstoppable fit of coughing. Southern Ju gently patted her back, helping her calm down. Wow, she almost coughed out her lungs just now. Her eyes were watery, tears almost coming out from the irritation. Why is this cigarette so harsh? Can't smoke. What are you showing off for? I tell you, no smoking from now on. Southern Ju not only took the cigarette back, but also issued a ban. Can I learn? Why can't I smoke? When Yan Yan blinked, feeling unconcerned. Women don't look good smoking. Southern Ju cast a faint glance at her. Why not? As long as someone looks good, everything looks good. When Yan Yan was not convinced. Just like Southern Ju, he looked handsome smoking, and his face looked more like a fairy in the white smoke. You're stubborn again. Anyway, no smoking. Southern Ju remained firm. Then don't smoke either. That way it's fair. When Yan Yan thought he was being macho. This isn't about fairness, when Yan Yan. You're so pretentious. Southern Ju frowned. You can smoke, but not in front of me. Secondhand smoke affects my health. When Yan Yan knew the dangers of secondhand smoke. Southern Ju looked at the girl surrounded by smoke and understood. You really have a lot of issues. Fine. I won't smoke in front of you anymore. He snuffed out the cigarette. When Yan Yan was happy and looked at Southern Ju with a big smile. This man looked cold and aloof, but he was actually quite easy to talk to. She just wanted to find a chance to say that secondhand smoke is harmful. Look at how silly you're smiling. Southern Ju glanced at her and said, did he just call her silly for smiling? Warm Yan Yan gently tapped his shoulder and pouted. You're the silly one. Fine, I'm the silly one and you're the smart one. Nanfangjua tousled her hair and asked, hey, why haven't the village chief and the secretary come back yet? He looked out the window but saw no sign of the village chief or the secretary. And it had been a while. Boss, should we go check? They might not be able to handle that troublemaker. Warm Yan Yan accurately identified Hu Suazhen. After the second-hand smoke, Nanfangjua heard a new word, which he thought referred to Hu Suazhen, pretty accurate. Let's go see. They both stood up and left the village office. Not long after, they saw village chief Ma rushing hurriedly toward the office. Nan Tuan, something's wrong. Cheng Jiabao's wife, Hu Suazhen, is acting crazy. She even ate rat poison. Village chief Ma was sweating as he ran.
Usuozen a rat poison?
They paused in unison, sharing a silent understanding. Warm Yan Yan was startled, but quickly regained her composure. It's impossible. She wouldn't really do that. This woman is too stubborn to die. Even if rat poison was placed near her mouth, she wouldn't drink it. In just a moment, Village Chief Ma had already run over. Village Chief Ma, where are you going? Warm Yan Yan called after him. I'm calling the town for an ambulance right away. Although Whitestone Village didn't have electric lights, the phone line had long been installed. Village Chief, you don't need to call. She just ate rat poison, right? I have a way to detox. If we induce vomiting quickly, she'll be fine. Warm Yan Yan volunteered. She deliberately ignored the surprised look in Nanfangjua's eyes, pretending not to see. It sounds reasonable. Village Chief Ma hesitated for a moment and then came back. Warm Yan Yan, I can see you're clever. We've never encountered this before in the village, so we don't know what to do. Since you understand, then go quickly. That woman is really tricky. She'll try to die if she hears we're calling the police. We couldn't keep her here. Village Chief Ma hurriedly left while grumbling. Huh? She's so strange. She's not afraid of death, but afraid of going to jail? How can she joke with her life like that? Warm Yan Yan pretended to be surprised, but in her mind, she thought Hu Suazhan was truly a troublemaker. She cried first, then caused trouble, and finally pretended to hang herself. She's quite skilled at all of it. First, she went over to check if she was really in trouble. When they arrived at the Chung family's gate, they saw many villagers gathered around, watching the scene. The main door was almost blocked. Hu Suazhan was rolling on the ground with her eyes closed, constantly shouting that her stomach hurt. Next to her was an old plastic bag, probably filled with poison. Hu Suazhan's son, Chung Jindan, looked pale as he crouched beside her. Chung Xuan, her other son, was nowhere to be seen. She didn't see him in the crowd. Chung Bao, another family member, was sitting silently in the corner, head down, lost in thought. In the crowd, Secretary's son looked calm, watching Hu Suazhan roll around on the ground. Village chief, the village chief is back. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the villagers made way for a narrow path. Old Ma, you called. Nan Tuan, you're here too? Come over quickly. Secretary's son's eyes lit up again. Excuse me. Village Chief Ma reached out his hand to widen the narrow path. Old son, this military wife says she can detoxify. Let her try. Come on, girl, come see this useless old woman, okay? Village Chief, when Yan Yan hurriedly crouched beside Hu Suazhan, who was rolling on the ground. If she really took poison, they had to act fast. When Yan Yan looked up at the crowd and said, "Bring a man over to hold her down. Don't let her move around. Before inducing vomiting, I need to check her first." She was a doctor in her past life, so she knew how to tell if Hu Suazhan was pretending. Soon, villagers came over and held her down. When Yan Yan quickly checked her pulse and found it steady. Then she looked at Hu Suazhan's tongue and eyes and immediately knew the answer. She hadn't taken poison. This woman was just trying to scare the village chief and Secretary Sunday when Yan Yan suddenly had an idea. She decided not to expose her false act. Since Hu Suazhan liked to pretend and put on a show, she would go along with it and let everyone see the full performance. When Yan Yan looked serious, "Village chief, she really took medicine. Her heartbeat is very irregular now. It's too late to call a car from the town. We must induce vomiting immediately. Hey, does anyone have a dog at home?" "I do. I have a dog." Immediately, a tall, thin villager raised his hand to speak.
Good.
"Please get some dog feces." When Yan Yan tried to hold back her laughter as she spoke. Thank goodness, for heaven's mercy. It gave her such a good chance for revenge. Let this woman not speak properly for a day. Today, she will be filled with dog feces. Big sister-in-law, what good is dog feces for? Chung Jindan, who had been kneeling nearby, asked her confused. When Yan Yan spoke seriously, "Your mother has a lot of rat poison in her stomach. We need to induce vomiting and wash her stomach quickly to remove the poison. If not, the poison will spread to her vital organs, and she could die within 2 to 4 hours. We must act fast." She said everything, but she didn't mention that Hu Suazhan was pretending to be poisoned. As soon as when Yan Yan finished speaking, a series of thunderclaps suddenly sounded in her ears. "You this girl. You don't understand anything. Jindan. I don't want dog feces. Don't bring me dog feces. Drive her away." Hu Suazhan shouted hysterically, her small eyes burning with fear and anger. When Yan Yan's eyes darkened, but she hadn't spoken yet. Then, another thunderclap sounded behind her.
No.
No dog feces. You must all the rat poison. It was Mayor Ma who was anxious. He turned around and glared at the villager with the dog, shouting loudly. "What are you standing there for? Go home and find some dog feces." "Okay, I'll go right now." The tall, thin villager hurriedly left the crowd. When Yan Yan continued, "Also, before you find the dog feces, you should hold her upside down with her head down to help control the poison in her stomach." She wouldn't let Hu Suazhan keep losing control, as it would ruin her plan for revenge. Okay. When Yan Yan is right. Everyone listened to her. Who's coming up? Mayor Ma and Secretary's son quickly organized the crowd. If someone in the village really died, they, as leaders, would be responsible. They had to cooperate fully. A villager just went over and grabbed Hu Suazhen's ankle. She started kicking and struggling wildly, shouting loudly, "Don't touch me. No need to control me. Don't listen to her. That girl is trying to hurt me." Hu Suazhen knew very well she hadn't taken her medicine, but she couldn't say it out loud. "Hu Suazhen, you're an adult now, do you understand? Everyone, hold her tight. Don't move." Village head Ma got angry.
Mom.
"Stop fussing. Big sister is trying to help you." Chung Jindan also tried to calm her mother. "Uncle, hold on a little longer. It will be over soon. Here, hold her leg, hold her arm, and turn her over." "Good. Just keep holding her like that." Wan Yanyan patiently directed the villagers on what to do. After a while, Hu Suazhen, upside down, turned red in the face from lack of air. She stopped yelling. Finally, she shouted, "I've got it. I brought the dog." The tall, thin villager who had gone home to find dog returned. He was holding a dirty dog bowl filled with a big lump of dog, clearly visible. "Good, uncle. Go inside and wash this dog with warm water, then bring it out." When Yan deliberately handed this disgusting task to Chung Jiabao, who had been sitting and staring at the ground. He came over quietly, took the dog bowl. "Old man, don't listen to her. She's trying to hurt me." Hu Suazhen, still upside down, shouted again, her eyes nearly bulging out. Oh dear, her emotional state is so intense that it will speed up the poison's effect. "Quickly, someone go and cover her mouth," When Yan said again. Yes, don't let her get too excited. "You, go cover her mouth," village head Ma hurriedly gave orders. The hatred in Hu Suazhen's eyes was obvious, but When Yan pretended not to see. This isn't her fault. It's all your own doing. Who told you to cause trouble?" Soon, Chung Jiabao came out holding the dog bowl, working efficiently. "Uncle, give it to me." When Yan decided she would do this herself to vent her anger. She took the bowl and looked inside. Ugh, the contents were quite shocking. Chung Jiabao really supported his wife, filling the bowl completely with the disgusting stuff. "Now you can put her down. Hold her chin and open her mouth," to proceed with the final step, which is very important. Currently, When Yan is the main leader, and the villagers listen to her one by one. She walks up to Hu Suazhen, kneels down again, and speaks kindly. "Auntie, come, take the medicine. Drink this to make yourself and you won't die." Hu Suazhen watches her frantically shake her head. She refuses to drink. She didn't take rat poison. This stubborn girl is just trying to hurt her on purpose. She wants to shout but can't make a sound, only shaking her head to refuse. When Yan looks worried. "No, we need someone to hold her head still. She can't move around. Only then can we pour all this foul soup down her throat to make her properly. Okay, you go quickly and hold her head." Deputy Leader Ma Chunjong speaks again. In the next second, Hu Suazhen can't move anymore. "Bring a funnel." When Yan is very afraid of getting dog feces on her hands. It's too disgusting. "Hurry. Where's Lao Chung? Everyone is trying to save your wife. Be more active." Chung Jiabao has gone back inside. Soon, the funnel is ready. When Yan then pours a bowl of dog feces, soup into Hu Suazhen's stomach. Afterward, she puts down the empty basin and steps back. "All done. You can let go now. Just let her out the poison in her stomach. And everyone, stay back. Don't get splashed." The villagers count to 3, then all release her and step back more than a meter. When Yan moves even farther away, she finds a place to wash her hands. Although she didn't get any feces on her, the basin was dirty. Ugh. Hu Suazhen, now free, collapses on the ground and vomits violently for half an hour. Finally, she vomits out even the bitter gall. The onlookers cover their noses, because the whole yard smells like dog feces. When Yan finishes washing her hands and looks at her for a while, feeling it's enough, she walks over and asks Hu Suazhen, "Auntie, does your stomach still hurt? If it does, we can do it again." Hu Suazhen, exhausted and with her eyes blank, can't speak and just shakes her head wildly. "Auntie, are you talking? Do you still feel pain?" When Yan deliberately tries to scare her, as if saying if she doesn't speak, she'll have to do it again. Frightened, Hu Suajin quickly shook her head and responded. Her face, covered in dirt, was pale, and her eyes looked at Wen Yanyan like a ghost's. Oh, if it doesn't hurt, then it should be fine. The poison has been vomited out. But remember, you can't eat for 3 days, only drink warm water. Your stomach lining was hurt by the poison, so after 3 days, you can eat some light food like rice soup. Otherwise, you might develop stomach pain. When Yanyan spoke seriously and then looked back at Jean Dan. Jean Dan, you are responsible for watching over your mother. Do you remember what I said? Thinking that just eating dirt was enough? There's one more trick. Starve her for 3 days. When Jean Dan heard that his mother's stomach didn't hurt anymore, he was very grateful to Wen Yanyan and nodded repeatedly. I remember.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
I will wait 3 days before giving my mother rice soup. You're welcome. I should do this. We are family after all. Village chief, we'll go home now if there's nothing else. After speaking to Jean Dan, Wen Yanyan turned to greet Village Chief Ma. The more she looked at Village Chief Ma, the more she liked him, like a helpful boost. All right, let's go back. This time, it's thanks to Comrade Wen Yanyan. Thank you so much. You are truly a lifesaver for the Chung family. Village Chief Ma finally relaxed, and his face showed a smile. No need to thank me. It was just a small effort. Without the help of the villagers and the leadership's guidance, I couldn't have done it alone. This life-saving kindness belongs to everyone. Wen Yanyan didn't want to take credit and felt a little guilty. She was just going along with the situation, secretly seeking revenge to teach Hu Suajin a lesson. Secretary's son smiled broadly. Comrade Wen Yanyan is too modest. Go home and rest. We still have some follow-up work here. You've worked hard. Both he and the village chief couldn't leave now. Hu Suajin might not die, but her emotions still needed calming. Such incidents must never happen again. I'm not tired. It's my duty as a military wife to do what's right, save lives, and help the injured. Wen Yanyan was acting fully, making sure her performance was complete and not half done. Exactly. A military wife's sense of duty is high. Let's give her a round of applause. As Secretary's son finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted. He gave Wen Yanyan a thumbs up. Thank you everyone, village chief and secretary. We're leaving now. You all be busy. Wen Yanyan turned and walked away. The villagers who were watching the scene naturally made way for her, their eyes simple and passionate. As the sun set in the west, the remaining light in the sky looked like a layer of golden silk, softly covering the lively land of Baishir village. When Yanyan strode confidently along the village road, suddenly a bright smile bloomed on her face like a flower. Nan Fongjue saw it and felt a shock in his chest. He had never seen anyone smile so brightly. Her confidence and calmness made even the sunset glow fade in comparison. Nan Fongjue quickly took her hand. Girl, what are you smiling about? When Yanyan looked back at him, still smiling. Interesting, isn't it? Don't you think it's very interesting? She was still happy from her recent revenge battle. Recently, Hu Suajin had insulted and hurt her, but she had finally taken her revenge. Nan Fongjue frowned slightly. Are you talking about Hu Suajin taking poison? He watched carefully the whole time and didn't see anything funny. When Yanyan raised an eyebrow.
Why?
Do you think she took the poison too? Why are you asking me that? Didn't you just confirm she took it? Nan Fongjue was confused.
Well,
whether she took it or not, you can interpret it yourself. Anyway, she won't dare to try taking poison again. She won't want to try drinking dog again either. When Yanyan didn't tell him the truth. Because if she told Nan Fongjue that Hu Suajin was lying and didn't take the poison, then how could she be sure? And how could she explain her medical knowledge to him? So, telling the truth would be too complicated. Better to leave it as it is. Since even Nan Fongjue didn't see through it, others wouldn't either. This matter is now over. Did Hu Suajin take the poison or not? She could understand herself. Although Nan Fongjue didn't ask further, he had some guesses. When he heard the village chief say at the village committee entrance that Hu Suajin had taken poison, he felt a bit suspicious. Because he knew Hu Suajin wouldn't give up her life easily. Her attempt to commit suicide by hitting the wall in the army already showed she was afraid of death. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. What's important is that the trouble has been resolved. Wen Yanyan performed very well. Boss, are you going back tomorrow? Wen Yanyan swung his hand and looked at him with a tilt of his head. Xuanji's matter isn't settled yet. How can I leave? Nanfang Ju couldn't go because he promised Xuanji. Let's go to the village chief's house tonight to get more details. Wen Yanyan suggested, because she didn't like the hassle of arranged marriage. The sooner it's settled, the better. Since Nanfang Ju didn't want to find out about his biological parents, staying here seemed pointless. Plus, the conditions here are still very poor. Okay, let's go. Nanfang Ju agreed. Let's go home and cook dinner. When Yanyan hugged his arm and smiled as they walked forward, not noticing the softness of her chest rubbing against Nanfang Ju's body. He looked down at her young, tender face and sweet smile, feeling a moment of peace. Nanfang Ju felt very calm inside. He really wanted to keep walking with Wen Yanyan along this endless village road, all the way to the end of time. After dinner, it was getting dark. They used the moonlight to go to the village chief's house. As soon as they entered, Wen Yanyan explained their purpose. Village chief, what did the Cheng family say later? Do they still insist that Xuanji's younger brother marry Ding Laoda? Because Nanfang Ju is a soldier, calm and serious. So, she thought it was better for her to ask about this gossip. Hu Suozhen said her son couldn't pay the bride price. She has no choice. Maybe the girl won't marry into their family. Village Chief Ma repeated her words. When Yanyan frowned slightly. Can't she come up with 500 yuan? Where did all that money go? Building a new house only costs a few hundred yuan. Nanfang Ju has sent her over 3,000 yuan over the years. Where did it all go? Is Hu Suozhen really such a spender? But look at the Chung family's living conditions. They don't seem to have renovated, and their house looks like a pigsty. Their clothes are patched and patched again. Under the oil lamp, Village Chief Ma looked worried. I also asked about this. She said her family has 3 brothers who are also quite poor. Over the years, she has been giving them all the small amounts of money she had. So, Hu Suozhen is still a money spender? All the money was given to her family. When Yanyan helplessly glanced at Nanfang Ju beside her. It turns out your money was used to help with the crisis. Then she had a new idea. Does the Ding family really need such a large bride price? 500 yuan is quite a lot. Since the Chung family's situation couldn't be changed, she decided to change her approach and look for a new way. The Ding family said they won't marry the girl without a bride price of 500 yuan. Village head, is the Ding family far from here? Wen Yanyan had a new thought. Not too close, about 10 miles of mountain road. Although it's a neighboring village, Village Chief Ma hadn't been there. Usually, he kept to himself and didn't interfere with others. Wen Yanyan nodded silently and didn't say anything. Village head, I'll go to the Ding family tomorrow to ask. If it's the Ding family's request, then they're not honest people. Nanfang Ju, who had been silent, spoke up.
All right.
That's settled. Village Chief Ma immediately became energetic, straightening his back. I'll go with you tomorrow morning. What kind of strange customs are these? They're leading the villagers of Baishir village astray. He pounded the table to show his agreement. Seeing his villagers being treated unfairly, he felt upset. Isn't this pushing things too far? Okay, village head. We'll go now. You've been busy all day. Rest well. Nanfang Ju stood up and left with Wen Yanyan. No trouble at all. I'm the village head, after all. It's my duty. Well, I'll see you off. Village Chief Ma hurriedly put on his shoes and stepped outside. No need, village head.
Goodbye.
Wen Yanyan turned and left. Village Chief Ma stood at the door, hands behind his back, watching their figures disappear into the night. Shiyi, what are you looking at? Why are you so distracted? His wife, Yu Fingzhen, came over and asked. I'm watching Mand and his wife. They're not ordinary people. Very remarkable. Village Chief Ma sighed with emotion. Yes, it's true that good fortune comes after great hardship. Look, the good luck has arrived. Wen Yanyan is a smart girl, knows when to step back. Yu Fingzhen agreed. Although she hadn't spoken earlier, she had been listening carefully. Previously, when Yan kept asking questions, but at a critical moment, she handed the decision-making power to Nanfang and let him decide. Although Grandpa Nan was kind to Antoine when he was young, he is not his biological father. The Chung family has always taken from him. Now I know he was adopted. Sigh, he's had a hard life. By the way, Shui, does Chung Crazy know anything? Yu Fengjin thought of someone. He's the uncle of Chung Baobao. Do you think Chung Baobao might have told him about this? But he's crazy. Can we believe what a mad person says? Village head Ma shook his head. Yesterday, he asked some elders in the village, but no one knew about Nanfangju's background. They all thought Nanfangju was a biological member of the Chung family. But Chung Crazy wasn't always crazy. He only lost his mind after being hit on the head with a brick. Most of the time, he's clear-headed. Yu Fengjin thought it was worth asking. Okay, we'll ask him tomorrow when we have time. Village head Ma turned back to his house. Since Fangju was such an outstanding boy, he definitely wanted to help. Wen Yan and Nanfangju got up early. If there was a problem, they needed to solve it quickly and not delay. They went to the village committee to meet village head Ma. Unexpectedly, Secretary Sun was also there, because he was very upset yesterday and didn't sleep well all night. Something that hadn't happened in Baishur village for hundreds of years happened during his term. So, the village head asked him to talk about it this morning. Fine, let's go together. Yes, more people, more strength. The four of them took a bullock cart again, with Zhao Laohan driving. It seemed that the bullock cart was an essential means of transportation in Baishur village. Next door was Wushur village. Its name was similar to Baishur village, just a bit different. The two villages were separated by a mountain road of just over 10 miles, changing from Baishur to Heishur. But all the black stones here are on the mountain. There aren't many in the village. The few that exist were carried down from the mountain by strong villagers and placed at the entrance for protection. When Yan entered the village, she immediately noticed something unusual about the black stones. They were not ordinary. They looked like a type of black mineral. She guessed they contained either iron or manganese. In her previous life, she had seen pictures of iron manganese ore, which looked very similar. If scientists came to professionally identify them and the country decided to mine them, the people of Wushur village could become rich. After some thought, it is possible that the white stones in Baishur village are actually mineral rocks. However, when Yan has no time to worry about these stones right now, she is too busy. The ox cart driver, Zhao Laohan, is very familiar with Wushur village.
He knows where Ding Laoda lives.
So, without asking around, he directly stops his ox cart at Ding's door. Village head Ma steps forward and calls out, "Excuse me, is Ding Laoda at home? Is anyone there?" When Yan keeps observing Ding Laoda's house. Although it is a simple mud brick house like in Baishur village, it has sharp edges and is well built. The yard is quite spacious, with various vegetables growing well in the fields. There is also a wooden shed under a rain cover, with tools and a large water jar underneath. Overall, the place looks clean and tidy, clearly a family that lives a good life. Village head Ma calls for a while before a middle-aged man with a medium build comes out of the house. He walks with a slight limp in one leg. Although he is limping, his posture remains upright and confident. His hair is a bit gray, but he looks energetic and spirited. Ding Laoda is wearing a white shirt, gray pants, and a pair of well-worn, faded cloth shoes. Is this person the relative of the Chung family? Ding Laoda? When Yan feels a bit surprised. He doesn't look like a scheming or shady person. So how could he be involved in asking for a high bride price and trying to take advantage of a young girl? And his legs are not in good shape. Doesn't that make him an unlikely match? Nantuan, you probably don't know yet. Ding Laoda is a retired soldier. His limp is from injuries he got in the battlefield, Secretary Sun quietly tells Nanfangjue. Because he has been to Wushur village before, Secretary Sun knows more about Ding Laoda than the village head. Nanfangjue frowns slightly. This news surprises him. Ding Laoda is a veteran? He used to be in the army? Hey, who are you looking for? Ding Laoda stops and asks when he sees strangers standing outside his door. We are from the Chung family in Baishir village. Village head Ma quickly introduces. What do you want? Ding Laoda looks alert. Is your daughter getting married? We came to talk to you, Ma village head says, deliberately not revealing the full purpose to avoid being blocked at the door. Didn't we already finish talking about this? What's there left to discuss? Old Ding's attitude was cold. Can we negotiate the bride price? Ma village had deliberately lowered his voice.
No negotiations.
You should leave now. Old Ding firmly refused and turned to walk away. Cheng's family might face a tragedy. Do you want to turn a happy event into a sad one? At this critical moment, Nan Fongjue spoke up. Old Ding suddenly turned back sharply.
What?
A tragedy? Who has died? Let's talk inside. Nan Fongjue intentionally kept the details secret. Old Ding hesitated for a moment, but then came back. Although he opened the courtyard gate, his body blocked the entrance. Just say what you need to hear. Who has died? Old Ding still didn't want to let them into the yard. Ma village had looked unhappy. Your mother-in-law, Hu Suajin, took rat poison yesterday afternoon. Luckily, she was rescued in time and didn't suffer a tragedy. Wasn't she not dead then? Old Ding felt like he had been tricked. So what? Do you want to force her to die just to make you happy? Ma village head suddenly got very angry. His words were so harsh. Hey, everyone, stop arguing. Let's talk calmly. Secretary Sun quickly stepped forward. I want to clarify. We're not here to fight. We're here for official business. You used to be in the army and fought on the battlefield. Let's stay calm and not act impulsively. We should go inside to talk. It's not convenient to discuss outside. At this moment, villagers from Wushir village, who didn't understand the situation, started gathering here. How do you know I was in the army? Old Ding looked surprised. Because I am Sun Mingliang, the secretary of Baishir village, and he is Ma Shui, the village head of Baishir. So I know a bit about your situation. Old Ding carefully examined Nan Fongjue, especially his hat badge and collar insignia. Who are you? Are you an active soldier? I am. Nan Fongjue was about to introduce himself, but when Yan Yan interrupted, he is Nan Fongjue, an active soldier, with the rank of regimental commander. Cheng Xuan's younger sister is his. She was worried that Nan Fongjue was too modest and only mentioned his name, but when Yan Yan explained everything clearly, Old Man Ding looked surprised.
What?
You're the leader of the group? Such a young leader? How did you join the army? He couldn't believe it. Don't believe it? You can ask our village chief and secretary. Nan Fongjue is a second-class national hero. When Yan Yan wanted to make this point clear. Who are you? Her confident attitude successfully caught Old Man Ding's attention. I'm his wife, Wen Yan Yan. Hello, Uncle Ding. Wen Yan Yan reached out her hand to shake his. Her hand was soft and fair. Old Man Ding hesitated for a moment, then finally reached out his hand, but Nan Fongjue grabbed it first. Wen Yan Yan took the initiative to introduce him, and Nan Fongjue shook her hand. The scene suddenly became a bit awkward. Wen Yan Yan quickly withdrew her hand and turned to walk into the yard. Nan Fongjue is quite conservative. There was no one inside the house. They stood on the ground, watching the last person to come in. Old Man Ding. Feel free to sit wherever you like. There were only 2 chairs in the house. The village chief and secretary sat down, when Yan Yan and Nan Fongjue stood, and Old Man Ding sat by the bed. Just say what you want to say. Old Man Ding, can you lower the bride price for the children? Village chief Ma spoke directly. 500 yuan? Is that a lot? Old Man Ding asked in confusion. Of course, the bride's family wouldn't think it's too much. 500 yuan is a huge amount for farmers. How much can Cheng's family save in a year if they eat and drink nothing? Only a few dozen yuan. How long will it take them to save 500 yuan? Village Chief Ma was impatient, straightforward, and quick-tempered. Cheng's family said they have money. I even thought it should be less. Old Man Ding said surprisingly. When Yan Yan's eyes widened. Money? Cheng's family said that?
Who?
Who said that? Village Chief Ma asked angrily. He didn't believe it. Cheng's family wouldn't be fools. Chung Jindan. He said there's an older brother in the Southern Border Army who sends money home every month. Once a month, and it's 30 yuan each time. Old Man Ding didn't hide anything and answered directly. When Yan Yan felt a bit of a headache. So the real culprit behind the high bride price was Jindan? Jindan, that silly kid. Does he not know the conditions at his own home? He really knows how to boast. Mayor Ma scolded Jindan. But he's not really bragging. This handsome young man from the southern group is Jindan's older brother, right? He does have the ability. Ding Laoda looked at Nan Fongjue. As soon as he said that, Mayor Ma stopped talking, and the atmosphere in the room became a bit awkward. Times have changed. I am already married, so I can't send money home like I used to. Nan Fongjue broke the silence. Does the Chung family also have money? You sent so much before. Ding Laoda still believed the Chung family could afford a 500 yuan bride price. Mayor Ma cleared his throat and came back with more. What about the money before? The Chung family spent it all. Didn't they just build a new house? They are completely out of money now. Yesterday afternoon, your future mother-in-law even took poison to try to end her life. If it weren't for Comrade Wen Yanyan's quick rescue, Hu Suajin might already be in a coffin. Ding Laoda, you should lower the bride price a bit. The room fell silent again. To be honest, I agreed to this marriage because Jindan has an older brother in the army who sends money home every month. Otherwise, based on Jindan's personal qualities, I wouldn't have considered her. My daughter isn't a beauty queen, but she's pretty and gentle. It's a pity she's marrying Jindan. Ding Laoda's mood was complicated. Jindan's conditions compared to whom? Of course, not compared to Nan Fongjue. But he's honest and sincere. Your daughter won't be bullied if she marries him. Besides, the Chung family just built a new house. That's a good condition, even in 10 or 20 miles around. Rural girls just marry a man, wear his clothes, and eat his food. As long as she has clothes to wear and food to eat, that's enough. If the Chung family really can't afford a 500 yuan bride price, do you want to force them to death? If they do, your daughter won't have a good life either. Isn't that right? Secretary's son peeled the skin and layered his words, digging deeper. Ding Laoda frowned heavily, thinking for a while before speaking. Only reduce it by 200, no less. If it's less, I'd rather cancel the engagement and not let my daughter suffer. He finally agreed to lower the bride price by 200, but that was his bottom line. Mayor Ma looked up at Nan Fongjue, unsure if he agreed. All right, then that's it. I understand your concerns as a father. Although Nan Fongjue expressed his stance, he then asked, Uncle Ding, do you know about this? Cheng Jiabao wants to marry Cheng Xuan's younger brother to you, in exchange for 500 yuan in bride price. This matter is quite important. Old Ding looked confused and asked, Isn't Cheng Xuan's younger brother your sister? Why would she want to marry me? I don't know about this. Nan Fongjue understood, and everyone else understood too. It turned out that Hu Suajin acted on her own. Village head Ma looked guilty. What a shame for the village. Uncle Ding, since we've discussed everything that needs to be discussed, let's go back. Village head secretary, let's leave. Nan Fongjue decided to leave. All right, let's go. Sorry for the trouble this time. The village head and secretary stood up. Don't worry, I won't do such a thing. The in-laws are too confused. How could they do this? How does the Chung family see me, Uncle Ding? At the gate, Uncle Ding, feeling both embarrassed and angry, assured them. The village head, secretary, Nan Fongjue, and Wen Yanyan all sat in a big ox cart and headed back home. They agreed on something during the ride. After returning to the village, the secretary and village head went to Cheng's house to tell them the good news that the bride price was reduced by 200 yuan. Then they clarified the situation. If the Chung family continued to mistreat Xuan's younger brother and forced her to marry Uncle Ding, they would report to the police and have them taken away. They couldn't let them harm others anymore. On the way, village head Ma and the secretary were very angry. They were angry at the Chung family. It was shameful enough that they caused trouble in their own village, and now they wanted to embarrass neighboring villages too. Such wicked people. Truly wicked. Back in Baishir village, Secretary's son got off the car and headed straight to Cheng's house in the north of the village. Meanwhile, village head Ma limped to Cheng Fengzi's house in the east of the village. He wanted to find out the details of how Cheng Jiabao found the child years ago. Village head Ma looked rough on the outside, but was very sensitive inside. He was worried that Nan Fongjue might return to the army now that the issue with Cheng Xuan's younger brother was resolved. So, he needed to quickly handle Nan Fongjue's identity information. The Cheng family still had the secretary. Back home, Nan Fongjue looked at the clock on the wall. It was only 10 o'clock. He packed his canvas bag and said, "Girl, shall we return to the army this afternoon?" Nan Fongjue didn't want to waste any more time. He believed he had handled everything he needed to. The Cheng family was too irresponsible. From the oldest to the youngest, no one was reliable. "All right, I trust you." When Yan also felt tired. After all this fuss, Uncle Ding simply had no interest in this matter. All of Hu Suozhen's haircutting tools are used passionately, and she crazily sells young women in exchange for bride price. The whole village is disturbed by her actions. "By the way, boss, is Grandpa's place safe?" When Yan looks at her grandfather's wardrobes and thinks of another concern. "What do you mean?" Nan Fongjue looks at her with confusion. "I'm worried. Could there be thieves here?" Fortunately, the people here don't know much about valuables. If someone who understands took something, they could sell it and suddenly become rich. There's nothing valuable here. Why would thieves come? Nan Fongjue dismisses her concern. "Don't you know?" When Yan immediately understands. It turns out he also doesn't recognize the value. "What do I know?" Nan Fongjue continues packing his travel bag. "These furniture pieces, the skull in the cabinet and the wooden box, they are all very valuable. Are you sure it's okay to leave them?" When Yan keeps reminding him. She just learned that Nan Fongjue is actually a hidden wealthy second generation. His late grandfather left him a lot of wealth, which is quite impressive even in the new century. "Valuable? You mean Grandpa's belongings are precious?" "Don't worry, they won't be lost. It's been 2 years and everything is fine. Besides, these are Grandpa's things. I can't just move them around." Nan Fongjue still doesn't understand what Wen Yan means. "All right, I hope the local customs are honest." When Yan sees that he doesn't understand and can't explain further. It seems she's worried about her grandfather's family assets. Actually, Nan Fongjue could ask the village chief or the secretary to help watch over the belongings. "Girl, should we take the skull with us?" Nan Fongjue considers her suggestion. "Because this item is a cultural relic, an antique. Grandpa said the older it is, the more valuable. Losing it would be a pity." When Yan is startled. "Maybe we shouldn't. No one dares to steal it. Just lock the cabinet well." She's afraid the skull might come to life at night if left at home. "All right, I'll listen to you." Nan Fongjue agrees not to take it. Since Grandpa passed away 2 years ago, except for the weeds growing in the yard, everything else is intact and won't be lost. Moreover, the skull is Grandpa's keepsake. It's better to leave it here to keep Grandpa company. They planned to return to the army after finishing their meal, so they prepared lunch early. But halfway through, when Yan, who was chopping vegetables, saw village chief Ma coming with a big pipe. "Hey, the village chief is here." She quickly warned Nan Fongjue, who was adding fire to the stove. He stood up, opened the door, and went outside, frowning. "What's wrong with the Chung family this time?" "It's not about the Chung family. I just found out something and came to tell you." Village Chief Ma was walking quickly, breathing hard as he spoke. "What is it?" Nan Fongjue's brow relaxed, glad it wasn't about the Chung family. "Although it's not about the Chung family, it's related. I just visited Chung Crazy's house." Village Chief Ma was excited. He said that over 20 years ago, when Chung Bao found your things, you were wrapped in a small blanket. Inside the blanket, there was a little note with your birth date and a long life lock. He didn't expect to get the details about the child's rescue this time, and Chung Crazy seemed in good spirits today. Nan Fongjue's dark eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of hope. "Where did they find me?" "In the mountains. They later returned you." As long as he could ask, Village Chief Ma did. At this moment, when Yan also came out of the house. "Village Chief, so the note and the long life lock are now with the Chung family?" She overheard in the kitchen and was surprised that Village Chief Ma was so helpful, even finding out for Nan Fongjue. "Probably." Village Chief Ma hesitated. He was worried that the Chung family might sell the items, especially since Hu Suozhen was a woman who cared about money. "Then let's go to the Chung family and get the tokens back." when Yen Yen was impatient, grabbing his hand to leave. Girl, don't be in such a hurry. But Nan Fongjue didn't move. Instead, he pulled her back and calmly told the village chief, "Thank you, village chief. I understand. Yes, now that you know, don't be upset. Your biological parents probably have their reasons for not wanting you." Village Chief Ma comforted him. Nan Fongjue nodded. "I understand. All right, I'm leaving now. I also need to talk to Ching Bao about the bride price. Secretary Sun is there alone." After speaking, Village Chief Ma hurried away. "Let's go back." Southern Jew returned to the kitchen to continue cooking silently, not saying a word, while Wen Yen Yen had no mind to cook anymore. "Boss, can you tell me what you're thinking?" she asked. She truly couldn't understand him. If there were no clues about his background, she wouldn't ask. But now there are clues. Mayor Ma took the initiative to find out information for him. Why is this man still so indifferent? Does he really not want to find his biological parents? His reactions seem a bit unusual. The lock of longevity and the note in that package must hold their information. "Girl, you don't need to worry about me. I'm fine." Southern Jew finally spoke. "The longevity lock was left by your parents. You must get it back and not keep it at the Chung family." When Yen Yen was very anxious. "I'm not leaving today. I'll leave tomorrow," she said. Southern Jew had a plan in mind. Wen Yen Yen finally relaxed a little. "Good, that's right. Just because your biological parents don't want you, you shouldn't hate them. Find them first. Whether they accept you or not is not your decision. The emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuchs are. Based on my analysis, the note might no longer be there. After all, it's been over 20 years. But the longevity lock must be hidden by the Chung family. If they won't give it to you, I will search their house thoroughly until I find it." She was determined. "Don't be impulsive. I am a soldier, and you are a soldier's wife," Southern Jew warned her, not wanting to tarnish the army's reputation. "So, what do you suggest?" "Talking nicely with them definitely won't work," Wen Yen Yen said anxiously, her eyes almost flying up. "They will definitely try to extort me," she added. Southern Jew saw through it. That day in the detention room, Hu Suozhen had said she wanted 1,000 yuan to buy the clues. That greedy woman. When Yen Yen clenched her teeth. "I'll give her 300, no more." She only had 300 yuan left. If she weren't a soldier's wife, she would never give that money to the Chung family. Suddenly, Southern Jew stood up and gently embraced her, whispering in her ear. "Girl, I'm sorry." When Yen Yen's heart jolted. Why did this proud man suddenly seem so fragile? "Will you stop giving me money for your military allowance in the future?" This kind of southern nobleman is not what she wants to see. A strange pain flickered in her heart. "I didn't let you live a good life." Southern noble thought again about the day she fell into the mud pit while trying to earn money. "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't marry me, I won't be able to get married either. What's wrong with this life? I think it's pretty good, neither too hot nor too cold, not lacking food or clothes. Besides, I have money. The ginseng at home can sell for 5,000 yuan. When Yen Yen said this to comfort him, but it was also the truth. Because the original owner was fat, lazy, and unreasonable, it was indeed hard to find a partner, let alone someone outstanding like Southern Noble. 5,000? Is that the ginseng stored in the warehouse? Southern Noble was surprised. When Yen Yen looked up and smiled at his handsome face. "Yes, I'm not lying. That's wild mountain ginseng, weighing 2.5 ounces. I don't want to sell it. The more it's stored, the more valuable it becomes. When the time is right, I can exchange it for money. Every month, I get your military allowance and my salary from the cultural troupe. That's enough to live on. By the way, boss, shall we keep cooking?" When Yen Yen reminded him that if they got tired of eating, the fire in the stove would go out. Southern Noble finally let go of her, and when Yen Yen went back to chop vegetables. She cooked 2 dishes, spicy scrambled eggs and cucumber stir-fried with meat. In this era, there are no pesticides in the vegetables, so it's safe to eat. The main food was 5 flatbreads. When Yen Yen ate 1, and Southern Noble ate 4. She suddenly felt that men had more strength than women, which was normal because they absorbed several times more energy. "Boss, you should stay at home. I can go to the Ching family alone." When Yen Yen tidied up the table. because Southern Noble was too upright and methodical in doing things, with him around, when Yen Yen felt restricted. But he said, I don't feel at ease leaving you alone. I can manage, don't worry. When Yen Yen was confident. Stay at home, I'll go alone. Southern Noble was a man and a soldier. He would never suffer a loss. How did it come to this, talking back and forth? When Yen Yen was stunned. Then she said, let's go together. She couldn't argue with him, so she returned to the starting point. When they appeared again at the Chung family after a day, Hu Suajin, lying on the bed, ignored Nan Fongju and looked angrily at Wen Yanyan. Auntie, are you feeling better today? Wen Yanyan pretended to be kind. Hu Suajin said nothing, just stared at her. She's much better now, Chung Jiabao answered for her. That's good. Wen Yanyan said no more. Nan Fongju spoke up. Uncle, I heard that 23 years ago when you found me, there was a note and a long life lock in the package. Can you give them to me? He asked directly. Chung Jiabao sighed heavily. Such bad luck in the family. How did I end up with such a foolish wife? Now, I can't hide anything anymore. He didn't try to defend himself like last time. Nan Fongju felt strange. At this moment, Chung Xuandi came in. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly just crying. Big brother. This morning Mayor Ma and the secretary came. They told everything. Dad, please give those things to Big brother. Hu Suajin, who had been silent, finally spoke, her voice hoarse. Cannot give them. Mom, what are you still doing? If it weren't for sister-in-law saving you yesterday, you'd be dead. Besides, how much money have you spent on Big brother all these years? The long life lock was originally his. Chung Xuandi was very emotional. Her face flushed. I'm doing this for your good. And the money he sent, I haven't spent a cent. For the first time, when Yen Yen heard Hu Suajin speak without cursing. Yes, you haven't spent it. You've given it to those 3 uncles. Living your own life is hard enough, and they keep coming to ask for money. Dad, how long are we going to support them? Chung Xuandi's temper exploded today. Chung Jiabao, usually quiet, said nothing. If you won't give it, fine, I will. Chung Xuandi got on the bed, stood on it and took a cloth bag from the beam. He then placed the bag in Nan Fongju's hand. Big brother, can I still call you Big brother in the future? Chung Xuandi looked at him with tears in his eyes. Nan Fongju nodded. Thank you, Big brother. Chung Xuandi lowered his head and ran away. When Yen Yen saw this, and her eyes slightly reddened. This was true emotion. She never expected this situation. She thought the long life lock would be difficult and expensive. In the end, it was Chung Xuandi's good character that made a big difference. Child, please don't blame me for what happened back then. I took you in at the wrong time. That year, there was a drought and the harvest was poor. The whole village was hungry. Although you were young, you could eat a lot. Plus, the fortune teller said some unpleasant things, so I returned you to your original home. Chung Jiabao explained everything that happened that year. Nan Fongju listened silently, and then left without saying a word. Wan Yanyan looked at Hu Suajin on the bed and saw she was sleeping with her eyes closed. She said to Chung Jiabao, Uncle, we're leaving now. Take care. Today's departure might be the last time they see each other. After Wen Yanyan left, she saw Nan Fongju waiting outside the door. Boss, let's go. She walked over and grabbed his sleeve. Nan Fongju sat on the edge of the bed and opened a dusty cloth bag. As Mayor Ma said, inside was a note and a long life lock. Because it was old, the note had turned yellow and the silver long life lock had darkened. Nan Fongju opened the note, which was written with dark blue ink. 1952, August the 8th day, born at the hour of the dragon. He put down the note and picked up the long life lock. Wen Yanyan watched him closely and suddenly grabbed his hand. His hand was cold, indicating he was very sad. This was because most of his blood was in his brain and there was little in his extremities. Wan Yanyan quickly released his hand. What are you doing? Nan Fongju looked at her. So, you're not indifferent after all. You still have feelings for your biological parents. When Yen Yen explained and then asked, Did you find anything about this long life lock? It's silver, he said, examining the object carefully. Anything else? When Yen Yen pressed. Nan Fongjue turned the item over and over, looking at it several times. The pattern is very delicate, probably carefully carved. Is that all? Isn't there anything special about it? When Yan was not satisfied with his answer. I really don't know. Southern Jew shook his head, having already described everything he saw. Let me see it. When Yan took it in her hands, looked left and right, then looked front and back. Finally, she found a small line of ancient script in an unremarkable spot. She squinted at it and finally saw clearly, softly reading aloud. Made in the year of Rinchen, July, by the Jia family. The Jia family? Your surname is Jia? Southern Jew looked surprised. Huh? Are there more words on the back? I didn't see them. Let me check again. He took it back and looked carefully, frowning. Do you recognize this kind of writing? If when Yan hadn't read it aloud, he wouldn't have recognized it. This is small seal script. I've seen it before. I can't guarantee I know all of it, but the characters for Jia and Year are definitely correct. Also, the surname Jia is quite rare, so it's easier to find. When Yan said that finding it is easier because, in the new century, the country has a complete household registration system. All kinds of online apps require real name verification, and personal information is stored in computers. But right now, it's still not easy. Southern Jew shook his head after hearing this. You still say it's easy to find? I haven't met anyone with the surname Jia. Our country is so big, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Forget it. Then he took a handkerchief from his pocket, wrapped the long life lock and the note again, and placed them in the inner pocket of his green canvas bag. Girl, let's go. Southern Jew patted his travel bag. When Yan didn't understand. Back to the army. Southern Jew changed his mind again because he didn't expect the long life lock to be found so smoothly. Huh? Back to the army now? What time will I get home tonight? When Yan looked at him in surprise. It doesn't matter what time I get home. We can go to the county first. If it's late, we can find a guest house to stay overnight, then take the train back to the army the next day. Southern Jew had already planned everything. As a soldier, he couldn't stay here for long. All right, I'll go catch some wild chickens. Seeing that he had everything arranged, when Yan didn't say anything and just decided to go. The conditions here are so poor, there's no reason to stay. Sit down, I'll go. While he was speaking, Southern Jew had already gone out and quickly caught a wild chicken. He tied the chicken leg and put it into a canvas bag, then nodded to Yan. When Yan stood up and left, glancing back at him as he locked the door. He thought silently that this courtyard gate was good at keeping out honest people, but not troublemakers. Boss, we're leaving. Should we tell the village chief and secretary first? We should go to the village office to say goodbye. Nan Fongjue spoke while looking at the empty yard. Sunshine fell on the courtyard, lighting up the old walls, but it couldn't hide the loneliness here. Inside this house are memories of Grandpa. He will come back someday. Finally, Nan Fongjue left Grandpa's house carrying a green canvas bag. They went to the village office and found village chief Ma and the secretary, and Miao the accountant was there too. Nan Fongjue told them he was leaving for the army now. Village Chief Ma's eyes filled with tears and said, Nantuan, I knew you would leave someday, but I still feel sad now. Come back and visit when you have time. He was a man who cared deeply about others. Okay, I will. Secretary, Village Chief, I caused you a lot of trouble this time. Please take care of my younger brother. Nan Fongjue was still worried about Cheng's younger sister. Of course, don't worry. I will watch over the Cheng family and won't let them cause any trouble, Secretary Sun said firmly. Village Chief Ma also stood up. Nan Tuan, wait here a moment. I'll ask someone to call Lao Hanjiao to come and take the bus to the long-distance station, said Village Chief Ma warmly. Thank you so much, Village Chief. When Yan quickly responded, afraid Nan Fongjue would refuse the kindness. The rural roads are long and bumpy, and she didn't want to walk on her own. Comrade Wen Yan, don't mention it. It's my duty. The transportation here is very inconvenient, said Village Chief Ma before going out to call someone. Wen Yan then asked Secretary Sun, Secretary Sun, could you help look after his grandfather's old house in the future? There are some of Grandpa's belongings inside, and they're very meaningful. She was worried. Even losing one item from the stone house would be a big loss. Secretary Sun was surprised for a moment, then quickly looked at Nan Fongjue and nodded before replying. Of course, we have a night watchman in our village who patrols around every evening. I asked him to keep an extra eye on the stone house. Thank you, Secretary. Actually, the villagers of Baishur are honest and simple, so I'm not worried at all. When Yan not only expressed her thanks but also falsely praised the villagers of Baishur for being honest and straightforward. At this moment, Village Chief Ma returned, and she looked at the village chief again. Village Chief Ma, Secretary Sun, and Accountant Miao, since your village has so many white stones, could you find a geological expert from the city to come and examine them? See if there are any special minerals inside. If there are, this could be a quick way to boost the village's economy. Before leaving, Wen Yanyan also gave them some advice. There's a saying, depend on the mountains for resources, depend on the sea for food. It's not without reason. Miao Dashan, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Minerals? Do you think ordinary white stones all over the mountain could have any? The people of Baishur have been living like this for generations. They don't see these stones as useful, and they even take up a lot of land. Though the stones look ordinary on the outside, they might not be inside. You can try testing them. If there are minerals, Baishur could become rich. Some minerals, like quartz, are very useful. When Yan stopped talking after giving her suggestion, she only knew this much. Okay, I think Wen Yanyan's idea is worth trying. Just find an expert to test it. It won't cost us much, Secretary Sun agreed. All right, I'll go to the town tomorrow and talk to the mayor about this. Village Chief Ma also agreed. Wen Yanyan, if these stones are really valuable, you will be a great hero for Baishur village. Secretary Sun looked very happy. That's too much praise. I just made a suggestion. Whether it works or not depends on your leadership. My role is not that important. Wen Yanyan was very modest. Village Chief Ma's eyes showed admiration. Nantuan, you are so lucky. Your grandpa found you a wife who can help others and is well-educated. That's amazing. Yes, she is really good. Nan Fongju also agreed. Before Wen Yanyan could blush, a voice came from outside. It turns out that old Zhao was driving the ox cart. Nan Fongju stood up and took Wen Yanyan's hand. Village Chief Ma, Secretary Sun, we're leaving now. If anything happens, you can call me at the army unit. Okay, safe travels. After saying a proper goodbye, Nan Fongju and the others got on the ox cart and left Baishur village. They first traveled for an hour by ox cart to the town, then took a long-distance bus for another hour to the county seat. Nan Fongju looked at the time. It was already 5 p.m. He found a state-run guest house near the train station to stay overnight. That evening, Nan Fongju made a phone call to the army unit at the front desk of the guest house. The next morning at 8 a.m., they boarded the train back to the southern border. The train arrived at 4:30 p.m., and the army sent a vehicle to pick them up. At 5 p.m., Nan Fongju and Wen Yanyan finally returned home in a jeep. She got out of the car and let out a deep breath. What's wrong? Are you tired? Nan Fongju looked at her with concern. Wen Yanyan shook her head and smiled. I'm not tired. It's just that when I see everything familiar around me, I feel very close. It's a wonderful feeling to be home. Without comparison, there is no difference. When Wen Yanyan first traveled here, she thought life in the 1970s was hard. She even complained that heaven was unfair. Now, after going to Baishur village, she realized there was no worst, only more difficult. Heaven was still taking care of her. Whether it was the military family compound or the army barracks, the houses were made of cement and red bricks. They were neatly arranged in rows, and the environment of the military family compound was clean and tidy. There was electricity and running water, making this place a paradise compared to Baishur village. The environment in Baishur village is indeed a bit tough. Nan Fongju had just started to speak when suddenly, woo-woo-woo loud excited howls came from the yard. Nan Fongju looked at her. Are you still insisting it's a dog? Yes, some dogs just bark like that. It's a reversion to wolf ancestors. Wen Yanyan refused to change her opinion. It was true. Siberian Huskies and Alaskan Malamutes love to howl like wolves. Right, you're right. Nanfong Ju didn't argue with her. He quickly took a few steps and opened the yard gate. The ball suddenly darted out quickly and pounced on Wen Yan. Its two paws scratched and clawed, while its two legs jumped and bounced. Nanfong Ju bypassed the ball, carrying a green canvas bag into the yard. All right, Chio, stop making trouble. I've been on the road all day, and I'm tired. Come on, let's go home. I brought you a new friend, Wen Yan said as she turned back, closed the yard door, and headed inside. Along the way, Chio kept circling around her legs, making soft, affectionate sounds in its throat. Her heart softened, and she picked it up and brought it inside. Chio finally stopped moving wildly, resting its fluffy head on her shoulder, acting as obedient as a cat. Chio, do you miss me? When Yan sensed its mood change. Its crying sound returned to normal, no longer loud and frantic. Chio, have you been good lately? She asked, petting its head with a loving look. Yes, I've been good, she started to say, but suddenly Nanfong Ju interrupted, grabbing Chio from her arms and throwing it into the yard. Then he shut the door. Chio let out a loud, sharp cry when it hit the ground. Nanfong Ju's sudden temper scared Wen Yan. Hey, what are you doing? She asked, about to open the door and check if it was hurt. But Nanfong Ju grabbed her wrist tightly. Don't go. You're spoiled, he said. She struggled to go, but his grip was firm as if welded on, making her angry. She shouted at him. What's wrong with it? You're the one with the problem. Why are you treating it like that? Let go. I want to see if it's hurt. No, you're not going. Nanfong Ju refused to loosen his hold. Fuming, Wen Yan's nose almost flared with anger. She yelled at him. Nanfong Ju, you're crazy. Let go of me. He still wouldn't let go. She was so angry she almost burst into tears. She turned around and stormed back into the house, slamming the door shut and collapsing onto the bed. Her eyes were cold like icy stars, showing a kind of unspoken anger, and even her breathing seemed frosty. She had just caused this trouble, suddenly acting strange. What's wrong with Chio? Everything was fine, so why did she have to throw it out? She wanted to go outside to check, but was not allowed. What if it got hurt? But he was too strong and she couldn't break free. Her strength seemed to vanish like water into the sea. When Yan decided not to pay attention to him anymore, she was the kind that couldn't be easily comforted. After a long time, a voice came from outside the door. When Yan rolled her eyes but didn't hear it. She kept her mouth shut and still didn't listen. Come out for dinner. When Yan didn't react at all. She refused to pay attention to him. Eat? What to eat? She was too angry to eat. Suddenly, there was no sound outside, and Nanfong Ju stopped talking. When Yan, who didn't understand what was happening outside, started to feel restless. Is he eating alone? When Yan got up, went to the door, and pressed her ear against it. No sound. Not only was there no noise from eating, but there was no other sound either. She gently opened a small in the door and peeked out with her eyes. No one was outside. The dining table had food on it, big buns and cabbage stewed with potatoes. Humph. When Yan thought, this looks like army cafeteria food, so simple. Looking around, the kitchen was also empty. When Yan came out, pushed the door open again and looked outside. The yard was pitch dark, and no one was there. Where could he have gone? She looked down and saw Chio lying at the door. Her eyes lit up. When Yan crouched down, gently petted its head, then stroked its forelegs. Chio, did that big meanie hurt you just now? Chio's voice sounded sad, and its eyes looked moist. When Yan looked at it, tears welling up in her eyes.
Cuckoo, I'm sorry.
It's all my fault. I didn't protect you. Chio raised a paw and placed it on her knee. I've decided not to pay attention to that bad person anymore. Let him be the boss of nothing. We will ignore him. When Yan adjusted her mood and became full of determination. Oh, and Chio, I found you a little friend too, so you won't be lonely in the future. She stood up and looked around for the wild chicken, but it was hard to find in the dark yard. Finally, she found the chicken in the corner of the wall, picked it up, and placed it in front of Qiuqiu. Let me introduce you. This is a wild chicken, very colorful with feathers of many shades. Let's call it Little Flower.
Ah.
Suddenly, when Yan Yan felt something was wrong, the name sounded similar to Wang Dahuai's name next door. It can't be called Little Flower. Let's call it Beautiful. But that didn't seem right either, because there was a military wife in the big yard named Beautiful. When Yan Yan scratched her head, neither of those names work. What should I call it? She remembered a line from a comedy sketch, The Fighter Jet Among Roosters. That name sounded good. It wouldn't clash with others, and it fit because wild chickens can fly.
But
it was too long and not convenient to say. How about Huan Huan? When Yan Yan thought of another name. Yes, Huan Huan, it's a happy and cheerful name. Qiuqiu, from now on, you and Huan Huan will live in the yard. Be nice to each other. Don't eat it when you're hungry, understand? If you do, I'll spank you. If you understand, just make 2 woo-woo sounds. She set a rule for Qiuqiu. Because Huan Huan was a breed of chicken, she wanted to raise good quality chickens in the future.
boo, woo-woo.
Qiuqiu stretched its neck and made exactly 2 sounds. When Yan Yan couldn't help but laugh. The little guy was really adorable. Good boy, did you have dinner tonight? Her heart softened completely. Qiuqiu, you're so clever. That's so cute. Okay, I'll put Huan Huan next to you. Don't bully it. Qiuqiu was definitely not an ordinary puppy because it always responded accurately to her questions. Qiuqiu responded again. When Yan Yan stood up and tied Huan Huan next to the doghouse with a string. It couldn't be left untied because wild chickens can fly, and they can fly very high. From now on, you all should respect and love each other. No fighting. When Yan Yan, still worried, reminded Qiuqiu again before going back inside. But as soon as she entered the house, she was startled. The Southern Duke, whom she had just been looking for, was sitting right next to the dining table. What a schemer. It turned out he was playing hide and seek with her. When Yan Yan sat down angrily to eat, she didn't want to be a fool and punish herself for others' mistakes. She picked up a bun and took a big bite, then stuffed a piece of potato into her mouth. Suddenly, her cheeks puffed up into 2 big lumps. Drink some water. Nan Fongju saw this and pushed the water toward her. Although when Yan Yan didn't speak, her expression was like a fierce little tiger ready to bite at any moment. If you don't want to drink, then forget it. Nan Fongju calmly took back the enamel cup. In the next second, her face turned red. Oh no! She was choking. When Yan Yan looked at the cup, recalling her earlier quick decision not to drink. Finally, she turned her face to the side and reached for the cup, but it was empty. Unwilling, she felt around again but still found nothing. It was right here just now. Where did it go? Reluctantly, she looked back, and suddenly her eyes widened with anger. It turned out the cup was in this big troublemaker's hand. He was still smiling. When Yan Yan stared, thinking she couldn't drink this water at this height. Women should be strong. She clamped her teeth together with a loud clicking and forced herself to swallow.
Ha!
Did it go down? When Yan Yan looked at Nan Fongju, a proud smile flashing in her eyes. How about that? Sister is so awesome. If you want to see her fail, no way. Nan Fongju gave her a big thumbs up, and that silent act ended. When Yan Yan finished her meal and stormed into her room, she was angry and decided not to do anything anymore. Let him clean up the table and wash the dishes alone. Whatever. She turned on the light and lay on the bed, reading a foreign novel, Anna Karenina. As she read, she frowned. Oh, this Anna Karenina isn't as clever as Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind. Anna's husband is so unkind. He actually refused to divorce Anna just to save his reputation. She already doesn't love you anymore, okay? Why not let Anna go? Don't you know she's the heroine? The heroine should have a happy, perfect life. When Yan Yan read carefully, unaware of when Nan Fongju entered the room, until Nan Fongju lay beside her and pulled her into his arms again. Only then did when Yan Yan realize something was wrong. But she was still angry. The man had just made her mad, and now he wanted to hug her? That's not something that happens easily. When Yen Yen put down her novel and reached out to pinch his flesh, but after pinching several times, she couldn't get a grip. His flesh was too hard. She couldn't hold on. Instead, he held her tighter and even tried to touch her chest. Bad guy. Let go. Blushing, Wen Yanyan couldn't take it anymore and finally spoke. Nan Fengjue's arms were as strong as steel, and she couldn't move at all. I'm still angry. When Yen Yen reminded him angrily. I know. Nan Fengjue understood everything, but didn't loosen his hold. You're bullying me. At this moment, when Yen Yen realized that her strength and refusal were insignificant against his power. I didn't bully you, Nan Fengjue denied, never having bullied the girl from the start. Then what does he want to do? She asked. He's just taking advantage of her. When Yen Yen angrily accused, you use your strength to control my thoughts, my actions, and my soul. I have no freedom. Nan Fengjue's eyes darkened. Qiu is taking advantage of you. When Yen Yen was stunned and asked, It's not a person. How can it take advantage of me? Nan Fengjue said, To me, it's all the same. When Yen Yen was silent for a moment before speaking. It's very important to me. I hope you can give it respect and attention. It's not a person. How can I respect it? Nan Fengjue repeated what she just said. To me, it's all the same. When Yen Yen followed suit. But I think it's different. I am a human, and it's a wolf. Humans and wolves are not the same. Nan Fengjue didn't follow the usual way and tried to clarify his point. You're unreasonable. And besides, it's a dog, not a wolf. When Yen Yen was so angry, she stammered.
Do you know?
When you're not home, it's been with me, talking to me. I spend more time with it than with you. She spoke with sadness, her voice much softer. You say it's a dog, then it's a dog. I won't argue with you. I know it's always been with you, but it can't be without rules. Nan Fengjue's thoughts didn't change easily. But it's very sensible. Similarly, when Yen Yen's feelings toward Qiu remained unchanged. I am more sensible now. When I don't have missions, I will try to spend more time with you. Nan Fengjue understood. In the past, his frequent absences on missions hurt Wen Yen Yen, making her feel lonely at home. He promised to make it up to her. He said he was more sensible now. Although when Yen Yen was still angry, his words touched her heart. No matter how angry you are, you can't hit it. I will feel sad and upset. At that moment, when Yen Yen felt sorry for Qiu. If Qiu made a mistake, he could punish it, but if it didn't, he shouldn't hit it. Nan Fengjue added, I have a gentle touch, I won't hurt it. The facts proved this was true. Qiu was safe and sound, just a little upset. When Yen Yen stopped speaking. Girl, don't be angry. In the future, I will discuss with you before throwing it away, so it won't be so sudden. Nan Fengjue made a promise. Really? You're going to throw it away? When Yen Yen was unhappy with his promise. Yes, because it can't lie on you. That's my bottom line. Nan Fengjue clearly stated his stance. What's wrong with it lying on me? It's a little wolf. A puppy. When Yen Yen was so surprised, she almost revealed the truth, but she quickly stopped herself. Nan Fengjue didn't mind her slip of the tongue. His expression was serious, and he gently covered her hand. Only I can touch you here. When Yen Yen finally understood why he kept saying Qiu was taking advantage of her. He even gets jealous over a dog? When Yen Yen felt mixed emotions. Why are you so petty? What if we have children in the future? The baby needs to drink milk. Nan Fengjue was silent for a moment before saying, We'll see then. When Yen Yen didn't speak anymore, only noting that men generally liked, which was true. Girl, are you still angry? Nan Fengjue looked at her and asked. I'm not angry anymore. You can go back and lie down. Since when Yen Yen understood what was going on, she returned to normal. Girl, don't you want children? We should hurry. Nan Fengjue's voice was deep and hoarse. No, we haven't washed up yet. When Yen Yen refused. No need, we're clean, Nan Fengjue insisted. That's not possible. I'm still upset inside because you made me angry earlier. There will be a price to pay. When Yen Yen still didn't want to agree. Girl, the fortune teller told my grandfather that I am having romantic trouble. If you don't hold me tight, another woman will take me away, Nanfong Ju threatened her. If someone takes me away, she isn't really mine. She can't take me if she tries. Wen Yanyan slightly smiled, showing a look of indifference. Nanfong Ju's heart sank. He frowned and asked, "Do you really think that way?" Wen Yanyan looked into his eyes and nodded, indicating she believed it. But in her mind, she thought, who kept making her angry? Let you see what it feels like to be upset. Nanfong Ju slowly loosened his arm, turned around, and took a book from under the pillow. Was her words really that hurtful? Wen Yanyan blinked and gently poked his back with her finger. Boss, I haven't given you the answer yet. Don't you want to know? Nanfong Ju didn't respond. If you don't want to know, I won't say it. Wen Yanyan threatened him. But Nanfong Ju still didn't react. Seeing this, Wen Yanyan pouted. She didn't understand. Why was this man so easy to anger? She hadn't spoken her true feelings just now. Wen Yanyan got out of bed, picked up the novel that had fallen to the ground, and then went to the wardrobe to find a change of clothes and take a shower. Because Grandpa at Baishir village didn't have a big basin for bathing, she hadn't showered in 3 days. While taking a shower, Wen Yanyan suddenly had an idea. After finishing, she returned and discussed with Nanfong Ju, who was still reading. Hey, husband, if you have time, why not set up a solar shower at home? Wen Yanyan thought it was possible in this era. Nanfong Ju finally looked up from his book, gazing at Wen Yanyan with a slightly furrowed brow. What is a solar shower?
Solar.
How do you take a shower? He had never heard of this before and was naturally surprised. Solar energy is just the heat from the sun, Wen Yanyan hurriedly explained. We can build a small enclosed house in the yard, with a large water barrel on top to hold water. A pipe from the barrel can run inside the shed, and we can fix a plastic bucket with holes on the top to connect the water. She explained everything in detail. Are you sure this will work? Nanfong Ju asked. Of course. It uses sunlight to heat the water, so we can take a shower inside at night. Wen Yanyan designed a simple solar shower from the 1970s. It's based on the same principle as modern solar water heaters, and she was very excited. But Nanfong Ju just looked at her for a moment and then went back to reading his novel. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Are you going to agree or not? Wen Yanyan started to tease him, reaching out to shake his body. I'm in a bad mood and don't want to talk, Nanfong Ju said calmly. Why are you so sensitive? There's no reason to be angry. Wen Yanyan wanted to finish building the shower quickly, so she had to coax him. Because you don't care about me. Nanfong Ju thought she might get jealous if she heard him, but she didn't seem to care at all. His proud heart was hurt. Oh, I said that on purpose to tease you. Anyone who tries to take me away, I'll kick her, Wen Yanyan said fiercely. Finally, Nanfong Ju started to feel better. Of course, I mean it. I'm a loyal dog, protective of my food. Wen Yanyan saw her joke work immediately, and she wasn't lying. She really is like a loyal dog. Nanfong Ju felt a bit uncomfortable hearing that. He frowned. Am I your food? You're too sensitive. It's just a metaphor. No one can take me away. If they try, I'll bite them. Now, stop being angry. Do you want to do it or not? Having this will make showering so much easier. It heats with the sun and is very eco-friendly. Wen Yanyan held his arm and acted cute. Okay, let's try it tomorrow. Nanfong Ju finally agreed. Great. My husband, kiss. Wen Yanyan leaned on him, trying to kiss him. Her soft, delicate tongue lingered like tasting something delicious, playing and teasing. Nanfong Ju closed his eyes, savoring her sweet kiss. Wen Yanyan felt happy inside. After the shower room was built, it would be much easier to take a bath. No need to boil water every day, but what should I use to cook? Bricks or metal sheets? It's better to use bricks because metal sheets will rust when they get wet and become useless after a year. But where can I find red bricks? Wen Yanyan was lost in thought, her mouth still silent, which made Nanfong Ju unhappy. If she wants to kiss him, just kiss properly. Why be so indecisive? What are you thinking about? Nanfong Ju lifted her chin. Huh? I was thinking about where to get bricks. We need a lot of bricks to build a small house, right? Wen Yanyan asked seriously.
You don't need to worry about that.
I'll find a way. Nan Fongjue let go of her and got up. Wen Yanyan lay down and picked up her novel again. Luckily, she had books to pass the time. She kept reading, and foreign novels were really exciting. The love scenes between men and women were very detailed. When Nan Fongjue finished washing up, he lay down directly in Wen Yanyan's bed and took the novel from her hand, placing it aside. His handsome face pressed into her chest, and in a muffled voice he said, "Be good, listen to me, and let me relax." Wen Yanyan froze. He was getting better at this, calling it relaxing. With a handsome man in front of her, what else would she read? She should just enjoy the moment. Wen Yanyan swallowed hard, wrapped her arms around his neck, and closed her eyes. After a long while, Nan Fongjue spoke in a husky voice. "Girl, I think I just went back to being a baby." "Thank you, girl." Wen Yanyan was surprised. "Are you missing your mom?" "No, I don't miss her. As long as I have you, that's enough." A hint of pain flickered in Nan Fongjue's deep, phoenix-like eyes. He didn't want his mother because even if he found her, he could never go back to being a baby again. Wen Yanyan didn't say more. It seemed he was just nostalgic for his mother's milk. At that moment she understood. Because when Qiuqiu was in her arms, it was lying right here. So, Nan Fongjue's anger wasn't just because of jealousy, it was also tied to maternal love. "Girl, do you want to join the army?" Nan Fongjue suddenly asked her. Wen Yanyan was surprised. "Do you want me to join the army?" "Yes, then when I go on missions you can come with me." Nan Fongjue wanted to take her everywhere, not wanting to be apart from her, not even for a day. Of course, at night, they each slept in their own tents. Living together might affect the soldiers' morale, but during the day it was okay to see her. Maybe they could go on missions together? Wen Yanyan blinked quickly, and soon she had her answer. She couldn't join the army. Although being together all the time meant they wouldn't have to part, it also meant losing a lot of freedom. Wen Yanyan didn't want to work with him because it might affect her performance. Most importantly, she didn't want to be in the army because the rules were too strict. There were many restrictions. She couldn't swear, fight, or even complain without consequences. "I don't think I'm suitable for the army. I don't have enough sense of responsibility or mission, and it would be too tiring." Wen Yanyan refused. Nan Fongjue was silent for a long time before he spoke slowly. "As a soldier, I often have to go out on dangerous and tough missions. This means we might be apart for a long time, and I can't always be with you. Aren't you afraid of loneliness?" He just wanted to make up for the hurt he caused her before and hoped to give her more care and warmth. "I'm a military wife, so loneliness is unavoidable, but I'll get used to it. During the day, I have work, and at night, I can just read a novel if I feel bored." Wen Yanyan could adapt. Hadn't she managed to get through nights alone before? Besides, she wasn't living a wild life every night. Things were pretty good now. After hardships come happiness, and she was very satisfied with her life now. "All right, if you don't want to join the army, that's fine. When I'm at home, I'll make sure you're well fed." As soon as Nan Fongjue finished speaking, he rallied his spirits and launched a strong attack. As if she were a fortress, he was determined to conquer. He had one more thing to say. He wanted to make sure she wouldn't have the energy to flirt with other men. The matter Lin Sinan mentioned a few days ago was like a thorn in his throat. Although she had explained, Nan Fongjue still felt uneasy. And some of Wen Yanyan's words made him feel that her heart wasn't fully with him. At this moment, Wen Yanyan, who didn't understand a man's true thoughts, was about to be blissfully happy. The next morning, as the distant sky gradually turned a pale white, Wen Yanyan, who had slept well, fluttered her eyelashes. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around. As expected, she was alone. She looked up at the time and saw it was past 6 o'clock. She understood that he had gone out for morning exercises again. This man really stays active at night, as if he's not tired at all. If things keep going like this, she might get pregnant soon. Thinking about pregnancy, a little baby's face suddenly appeared in her mind. She was startled because the baby's face looked exactly like Nan Fongjue's. She blinked, and the baby suddenly disappeared. She felt a little regretful. If she had known it would be like this, she wouldn't have blinked so she could look at him longer. But if he really grew up to look like that, it would be perfect. He would inherit Nan Fongjua's good genes. Warm Yan Yan got out of bed. She stretched her sore waist. She had exercised too much last night. She left her room to wash her face. After washing, she opened the door and stood at the entrance. She was surprised to see a pile of red bricks, 5 bags of cement, and some sand in the yard. Xia Qiyu was digging a hole in the sand pile, then rolling around inside the hole. She didn't even notice her arrival. Was Nan Fongjue so quick? Had he brought all the building materials early in the morning? While she was wondering, her neighbor, Wang Dahua, appeared on the wall. Yanzi, you're back? She greeted warmly. Warm Yanyan smiled and looked up. Sister Dahua, I'm back. I returned last night.
I know.
I heard everything last night, Wang Dahua said with a smile. Warm Yanyan felt a little guilty. Sister Dahua, what exactly did you hear? Wang Dahua covered her mouth and laughed. You're so nervous. You must have done something bad, right? I'm talking about when you came back and Qiuqiu was crying. It's so close, how could I not hear? So that's how it was. Warm Yanyan felt a bit embarrassed. She had misunderstood and thought she was being overheard during her relaxation time. Yes, Qiuqiu cried for quite a while last night, she admitted. But I didn't disturb you. You must be tired after the trip. Rest early. By the way, Yanzi, what are you planning to do with all these things in the yard? Wang Dahua asked, looking at the red bricks, cement, and sand with curiosity. Dahua, I want to build a shower in the yard for bathing, Warm Yanyan explained. Why build a shower outside instead of inside the house? Wang Dahua didn't understand. There is a difference. I want to put an iron bucket on the ceiling to hold water. When sunlight shines on it, the water will warm up. After a day in the sun, it will be ready for bathing. This time, when Yan Yan explained very clearly, Wang Dahua finally understood and said with a sudden realization, Oh, Yanzi, you're so clever. Yes, this method is good, really good, she clapped excitedly. When Yan Yan remained calm. But I think it's a bit troublesome since it also needs to connect to the tap. I'll try making one first. If you think it's good, you can make one too. She couldn't say too much in case it didn't work out. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? All right, Yanzi, it's really nice to be your neighbor. I can borrow anything I need. By the way, the herbal medicine you gave me last time, the one for balancing yin and yang for tea, do you still have some at home? Wang Dahua lowered her voice and looked a little red in the face. When Yan Yan was surprised and immediately thought she was talking about the herb called epimedium. She thought for a moment and said, Dahua, I don't have any right now. I'll give you some in a few days. All the old herbs had been sold, so she had to go back to the mountain to gather more.
Okay, no rules.
Just give me 2 roots when you have them. Wang Dahua's voice became even softer, and she had to listen carefully to hear her. Got it, when Yan Yan responded quietly, like 2 secret agents exchanging signals. All right, you go ahead. I need to cook for the kids. I'm leaving now. Wang Dahua let go of the wall and went down. When Yan Yan watched her jump off the stone and leave, a slight smile on her lips. It seemed that Dahua had tasted some success. She turned to look at Qiuqiu, who was playing happily in the dirt pit. Qiuqiu, stop playing. You're making everything full of sand. When your dog dad comes back, he'll scold you, when Yan Yan warned. Qiuqiu quickly shook off the sand on his body and walked out of the sandpit. At this moment, the yard gate opened. Nan Fongjue came in from outside, holding 2 lunchboxes. Are you talking bad about me again? He had just bought breakfast from the cafeteria and arrived at the door when he heard someone call him a dog dad. How did he become a dog dad overnight? When Yan Yan looked a little embarrassed. She had never spoken badly about this man, and now he heard her say that. Oh, I did it to prevent Qiuqiu from causing trouble for Shotzi. He's afraid of you, and when I mention you, he listens. Dog dad is a kind word, just like I am a dog mom. She is a dog mom? That girl's way of speaking is really strange. Nan Fongjue looked at her deeply. Let's go inside to eat. This morning, the cafeteria fried some fried dough sticks, and I also brought tofu pudding. When Yan Yan's eyes lit up. She hadn't eaten that in a long time. Because in her previous life, she went abroad for many years and couldn't find authentic fried dough sticks from her homeland. She had missed the taste of home for a long time. When Yan Yan hurried to follow him back into the house, casually closing the door behind her, Nan Fongjue set down the breakfast and washed his hands. She went to the kitchen to get chopsticks, a spoon, and a bowl, then sat down at the dining table. Big brother, where did you find the bricks and sand so early in the morning? When Yan Yan was surprised at how fast he was. Last night, he said he would start working today, and now he was already doing it? I asked a friend for help, Nan Fongjue said after washing his hands and sat down to eat, picking up a fried dough stick. When Yan Yan saw a few tiny beads of sweat on his forehead reflecting the sunlight, she was a bit stunned. Was that a false sweat? What are you looking at? Nan Fongjue reached up and touched his forehead. Besides sweat, there was nothing else. When Yan Yan snapped out of her thoughts, she also picked up a fried dough stick and took a bite. The aroma immediately filled her mouth, crisp on the outside, soft inside, melting in her mouth. Yes, it was the taste and feeling from her memories. Suddenly, she thought of something. Her nose inexplicably tingled, and her eyes also became moist. Wen Yan quickly blinked. Nothing special. By the way, the friend you mentioned earlier, isn't it Lin Sinan? She immediately thought of that handsome man with affectionate peach blossom eyes, whose tough personality couldn't be hidden even in military uniform. Yes, it's him. Do you have an opinion about him? Nan Fongjue asked her while biting his fried dough stick. It's not that I have an opinion about him, Wen Yan said as she scooped a spoonful of tofu pudding and slowly put it in her mouth. Is it because he often scolds me? She didn't have a good impression of Lin Sinan. Moreover, Wen Yan suspected that Lin Sinan might have spread rumors to Nan Fongjue, saying she was seeing someone else outside. Nan Fongjue denied this, without hesitation. It's okay. Even if he scolded me, it's fine. He's your friend, not mine. I can understand. Wen Yan tested and tried to persuade him. Really, I didn't do anything wrong. Southern Jew didn't fall for her tricks. He wouldn't betray his friends. Boss, you must be tired this morning. Eat more. Wen Yan pushed the lunchbox with tofu pudding toward him. She didn't believe Southern Jew's words. Given Lin Sinan's usual dislike for the original owner and her poor reputation, it's no wonder he didn't scold her. I'm not tired. Daliang is helping me. You eat. Southern Jew pushed the tofu pudding back. When Yan's eyes flickered. Oh, he's your security guard, right? She had seen him once before. Yes, he knows you sing well. Southern Jew finally believed that what the girl said about her singing was true. She sings well? How did Daliang find out? When Yan paused briefly, but quickly returned to normal. Yes, I did sing. Maybe about a week ago, under the big locust tree. But he probably heard it from someone else. She was sure Daliang wasn't there at the time. Southern Jew frowned slightly. Then why did you think of singing under the big locust tree? From his understanding of Wen Yan, she wasn't someone who liked to show off. Could there be another reason? Humph. Talking about this makes me angry. When Yan's face stiffened, her expression cold. That day, Mahohat spread rumors in front of the military wives under the locust tree, saying I only got into the art troupe through favoritism, that I was nothing. It was very nasty. I argued with her and sang a song to prove myself. It's been so long, but she still gets angry when she talks about it. Later, I found out she was Zhang's cousin, and she deliberately spread rumors to embarrass me. Do you think I could tolerate her bad habits? When Yan bit into a fried dough stick angrily, imagining it was Mahohat. Oh, I see. Southern Jew finally understood, because Lin Sinan had told him before. He said she and Mahohat argued under the big locust tree one day. So she sang to prove herself. But Lin Sinan didn't mention her singing. Southern Jew wanted to understand more. No, I heard it with my own ears. Humph. She can't deny it even if she tries. When Yan's eyes showed anger. Southern Jew nodded. If that was true, he wouldn't blame the young girl. She did the right thing. Ma Guohua's narrow mind was the problem. Don't be angry. Just eat your meal. Southern Jew continued eating and picked up a fried dough stick. But this time, he didn't speak to eat. Instead, he shared some shocking news that surprised Wen Yan. You don't know yet? Dr. Zhang is back. When Yan's eyes widened in shock, and she forgot to chew her tasty fried dough. How did she come back? That's not right. It hasn't been 3 months yet. When Yan Yan checked the time and thought it seemed too soon. She had only been at the learning class for a little over 2 months. She really is back, Southern Jew was very sure. How do you know? When Yan Yan looked at him with suspicion. They only returned last night. Because I saw her this morning, Southern Jew said calmly. Did you talk to her? When Yan Yan seemed like a worried wife checking on her husband. She felt like she had missed a lot in just one morning. No, she talked to me. Southern Jew answered carefully but seriously. What did she say? When Yan Yan kept asking. She explained all the unhappy things from before and also said. Southern Jew suddenly stopped, looking at her with a serious expression. Girl, what's wrong? Why are you so excited? Your eyes are red. When Yan Yan blinked. Huh? Am I emotional? I feel fine. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. She realized she was acting a bit out of control, leaning to one side. She quickly adjusted her sitting posture, pretending not to care. In fact, I guessed it even if you didn't tell me. Zhang Mimi must have apologized to you. When Yan Yan knew Zhang Mimi was showing off in front of her, but in front of Southern Jew, she was just a sycophant, pretending to be weak and pitiful. All right, since you guessed it, I won't say more. Just eat your meal. The tofu pudding will get cold soon. Southern Jew's deep eyes flickered with a barely visible smile. When Yan Yan absent-mindedly finished her breakfast, she looked at the time, still before 7 a.m. She tidied up the table and then went back to her room to lie down, staring at the ceiling light bulb in a daze. Even when Nan Fongjue entered, she didn't notice until he asked, Yanzi, what are you thinking about? I'm not thinking about anything, she replied instinctively. She didn't want to tell him she was wondering how Zhang Mimi managed to leave early, nor did she want him to know how much she cared about Zhang Mimi. Nan Fongjue sat on the edge of the bed. Tell me about the size of the shower room. I'll build it according to the standard.
When Yan Yan was surprised.
Was he in such a hurry? She thought they would build the house at night and hadn't considered the measurements yet. When do you plan to do it? Right now, he said confidently. When Yan Yan frowned. Aren't you going to the army today? She thought there wasn't enough time in the morning and that it would be better to finish everything at night when it was darker. However, when Yan Yan underestimated Nan Fongjue's ability. I'll find a few soldiers. We'll finish building it soon, and then I can go to the army afterward, he said. He has a whole group of soldiers under him, so finding a few who can build a house isn't difficult. When Yan Yan suddenly realized. Okay, wait a moment, she said. Yes, her husband is a squad leader. How could she forget such an important thing? She quickly got up, found a tape measure in the drawer, and went to the yard. She carefully looked at the environment and couldn't help but scratch her head. Oh dear, because of the water supply, the bathroom needs to be next to the kitchen. The space is limited, so it can't be too big. There's also a vegetable garden over there. Let's make it 1.5 meters by 1.5 meters, about 3 square meters. What about the height? It should be 2.2 meters. The oldest kid is tall, so it needs to be a bit higher. When Yan Yan measured the dimensions while muttering to herself. Do we need to dig a foundation? No, that's not necessary. Hopefully, we won't have bad luck and need to shower during an earthquake. That way, it'll save some effort. Have you finished calculating? Nan Fongjue stood at the door. Yes, I have. When Yan Yan turned to look at him. 1.5 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, 2.3 meters high, next to the kitchen. Remember to leave space for the kitchen window. Wait a moment. She found a stick and marked the approximate position on the ground. Exactly here. Nan Fongjue left. Soon, a few soldiers arrived, including Ding Daliang, who was a guard for the Southern Duke. Hello, sister-in-law. They all greeted Wen Yanyan at the same time. Hello. You look quite young, don't you? When Yanyan noticed that although their skin was dark from sun exposure during training, their faces still looked young and innocent. I'm 19, Erju is 18, and the two younger ones are only 17. Ding Daliang introduced each of them. Indeed, they were all quite young, and there were even two 17-year-olds. When Yanyan was a bit surprised. Have you all done bricklaying work before? One of the young men with a strong Shandong accent replied. I did some back home. I can teach them. That's very kind of you, seeing these young and energetic soldiers, when Yen Yen felt a bit sorry for them. Suddenly, she realized someone was missing and asked, "Where is your squad leader?" "Where did he go?" Ding Daliang hurried to explain. The squad leader was just called away by the officer to report. "But he already told me what to do, so don't worry, sister-in-law. It's just a small task and we'll finish it soon." He patted his chest confidently, looking sure of himself. When Yen Yen smiled and said, "All right, that's very helpful of you. But don't rush too much. Take your time and make sure not to overwork yourselves." After speaking, she turned back into the house to find some snacks. After all, these kids were still young. In the new century, most children their age would be in school. Although she was not very old, she had traveled here, so she was different. The Southern Duke was also like that. Why didn't he find some more experienced soldiers to help? She felt a bit guilty inside. Soon, Wan Yen Yen came out holding a porcelain tray. "There's not much at home, just some candies and peanuts. Take these and try them. It's good to have a snack now and then." She cheerfully handed the candies and peanuts to them. No, sister-in-law, you're too kind. We really can't accept this. The army has rules." Ding Daliang quickly waved his hands to refuse, feeling embarrassed to accept her kindness. "Oh, it's nothing. Just take it. If our team leader blames us, just say it was I who forced the snacks on you. He probably won't argue with me about that." When Yen Yen insisted that everyone accept the snacks. Seeing that they couldn't refuse, they had no choice but to thank her and take the gifts. Then, when Yen Yen turned back into the house and carefully settled Ball and Huan inside. After coming out, she didn't just stand around. She stayed in the yard to help with some simple chores. Time passed quickly, and before she knew it, it was almost 9 o'clock. She had to go to work. Before leaving, when Yen Yen thoughtfully prepared hot water and cups for them, then headed to the art troupe. However, just as she stepped out the door, what she saw made her furious and almost grind her teeth in anger. South Ju, who should have been at the military headquarters, was now standing with Zhang Mimi, seemingly talking about something. Why were they together again? When Yen Yen was also surprised to see that she had changed her hairstyle, it was very fashionable, even a bit avant-garde, with big, flowing waves, neatly draped over her shoulders. She looked more charming, and her overall aura was softer and more peaceful than before. What had she been learning these past 2 months? How to show off her beauty? When Yen Yen reached out and touched her short hair, feeling a bit disappointed. But short hair shouldn't mean a short temper. She walked over with ill intent. "Hey, isn't this the newly learned Zhang Mimi?" She greeted her proactively from afar. "To deal with a green tea girl, you have to be even more green tea than her." Zhang Mimi heard her and looked up, her body trembling slightly. A look of surprise flashed in her gentle eyes, but she quickly masked it skillfully. She turned her head and looked back at South Ju, a faint smile appearing on her lips. "Captain Nan, Yenzi is here.
She's always had opinions about me.
To avoid unnecessary conflict, I'll go now." After saying that, Zhang Mimi turned and left. When Yen Yen arrived, she only saw a graceful figure walking further and further away. Why did she leave so quickly?
What was she talking to South Ju about?
Just as when Yen Yen was pondering, South Ju's voice reached her ears. "Girl, are you going to the art troupe?" She suddenly looked up, meeting his deep, passionate gaze, her lips parting slightly.
"What?"
"Did my sudden appearance disturb you? No need to bother me. I was just about to check on the project progress," explained Southern Ju. "Who knows if you really want to see what?" When Yen Yen responded coldly, not trusting his words and suspecting that Ding Daliang might be deliberately covering for Southern Ju. "Are you misunderstanding something?" Southern Ju looked confused. "You said it, not me." When Yen Yen turned and walked away. She didn't want to waste time over such a small matter. After all, she had left right on time, and any delay could make her late. Southern Ju watched her figure disappear into the distance before he finally left. Meanwhile, Zhang Mimi, who was the first to leave, stopped in her tracks. She looked back, first focusing on Southern Ju, then shifting her gaze to Yen Yen, who was already far away. Her hands clenched into fists, and a hint of anger appeared on her normally calm face. She hadn't seen Wen Yanyan for just over 2 months. When they met again, Zhang Mimi was surprised to see her eyes widen in shock. This girl in front of her looked completely different from the Wen Yanyan she remembered. If it weren't for her familiar voice reaching her ears first, Zhang Mimi might have thought she was mistaken about who she was seeing. What was even more surprising was that she had just returned and learned from her cousin that Wen Yanyan was working in the arts troupe and she was a solo singer. Zhang Mimi felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and doubt. How could she sing? She had never mentioned it before. It was unbelievable. These changes were beyond words. Just now, to hide her shock and avoid losing face in front of Wen Yanyan, she made an excuse to leave. It was just to give herself some time to calm down. Now, Wen Yanyan's figure had disappeared, but Zhang Mimi was still overwhelmed by her shock. After a long while, she finally regained her composure and continued walking toward the medical office. Wen Yanyan originally wanted to cause trouble for Zhang Mimi but found she had already left. She felt guilty. That was clearly her guilty conscience. Wen Yanyan was in a bad mood. She had just arrived at the arts troupe and encountered another troublemaker. Yu Linglong, dressed in a white dress, stood at the entrance of the training hall, sarcastically mocking her with a strange expression. She felt a slight headache. Today was really strange. She had met 2 of Nan Fangjue's romantic interests this morning. One was Zhang Mimi, sneaking around, and the other was Yu Linglong herself, confident and open. Did I scare your fish? Or did I ruin your internet? I already asked my boss for leave, because I have things to do. What right do you, as a lead singer, have to boss me around? When Yanyan walked up to her, looking impatient. Yu Linglong crossed her arms and arrogantly lifted her chin. If it weren't for work, who would bother with you? The cultural troupe is about to go on a tour inside the military. If you don't practice your basic skills and improve your performance, and instead run around everywhere, do you want to embarrass us during the show and shame our troupe? When Yanyan finally realized that maybe this was a recent order. My skills don't need your concern. I know what I'm doing. Just mind your own business. Yu Linglong slightly smiled, showing a hint of contempt, and said mercilessly, What skills do you have? With your little ability, you dare to act arrogant in front of me? Humph. Overestimating yourself. When Yanyan simply smiled and walked away. You're funny. Who's really arrogant? I've always been modest. It's you who always thinks you're better than others and looks down on everyone. Is this what you call a princess syndrome of the new century? Arrogance, prejudice, unreasonable and rude. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Linglong, what are you doing here? Yu Linglong's body stiffened, and her previously proud expression quickly disappeared, showing signs of nervousness. Why did she react so strongly? Wen Yanyan turned to look at the speaker. She understood. Yu Linglong's father, Director Ding, had arrived. She hadn't paid much attention before, but today she saw that the father and daughter really looked alike, both with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Hello, Director Ding. When Yanyan hurriedly turned around, smiling politely and greeting him respectfully. Director Ding nodded and responded, When Yanyan, you're back? Yes, Director Ding. I just got home last night. When Yanyan replied softly. A hint of admiration flashed in Director Ding's eyes. Coming back and going straight to work. That's good. His tone showed approval and satisfaction with Wen Yanyan's attitude toward her work. Yu Linglong was watching them talk, carefully moving her steps as she tried to slip away. Just as she was about to escape, another stern voice rang out. Stop right there. Yu Linglong stopped and, helpless, turned to look at her father. He was staring at her with a serious face, showing disapproval and blame in his eyes. Yu Linglong looked at Wen Yanyan beside her and pleaded, Dad, I'm at work. Can't it wait until I get home to talk about it? Wen Yanyan immediately sensed that the situation was tense and that it was not a good place to stay. This was their family matter. She quickly said goodbye. Captain, I have to go now. All right, go ahead and do what you need to. Captain Yu looked at Wen Yanyan with a gentle expression. Okay, Captain. Wen Yanyan walked past Yu Linglong into the training hall. After a few steps, she couldn't help but glance back at Yu Linglong and saw her face looked unhappy. Wen Yanyan felt much better. So, Yu Linglong was also afraid of someone? Seeing her father like a cat seeing a mouse. But why was she so scared? Wen Yanyan started to suspect that Yu Linglong might have done something wrong.
Come with me to the office.
Captain Yu, looking serious, went ahead, and Yu Linglong followed helplessly. As soon as Yu Linglong entered the office and closed the door, she was unhappy. Dad, can't we talk about this at home? Why do you have to yell at me in front of Wen Yanyan? It's so embarrassing. She sat down angrily, pouting. Embarrassing? Did you think about my feelings? Yu Jingyuan sat opposite her, his posture upright like a pine tree, a habit formed over many years as a soldier. What did I do? Since I was a kid, I've been watching over you. I'm grown up now, and I still don't have any freedom? Yu Linglong continued to complain. Yu Jingyuan glared at her.
How old are you?
Even if you're married, I still have to teach you properly. Never mind you, you're about to go far away. Now, go pour me a glass of water. Yu Linglong got up to pour water, then returned and placed the glass in front of him, her face clouded with worry. Dad, what did I do wrong? Being your daughter is so tiring. Has she done anything bad lately? Yu Jingyuan picked up a glass of water, took a sip, then slammed the glass back on the table, speaking sternly. Don't think I don't know. Since the southern group returned home, you're not allowed to see him again. He has only this one daughter and must not let her do anything shameful. Linglong Yu's face changed dramatically after hearing this. Dad, when did I see him? That's slander. Who told you that? Who told me? I can't tell you. Do you want to hurt him again? Yu Jingyuan's face darkened. Dad, I wouldn't dare. I just want to know who spread the rumor. Linglong Yu turned around, resting her chin on the back of a chair. You're still denying it? Over and over, you've almost tripped over the threshold of his dorm. Yu Jingyuan was very disappointed. Wasn't he unmarried before? There's nothing wrong with seeing him. Linglong Yu confidently replied. After he got married, haven't you ever gone to see him? Yu Jingyuan's eyes looked sharp like two swords stabbing straight at her. Linglong Yu felt guilty under his gaze and explained nervously. I just borrowed a few books from him. So what? Borrowing books is not allowed. Not allowed. You're a girl who hasn't married yet, always going to a man's dorm. What kind of example is that? Yu Jingyuan scolded angrily. Linglong Yu stood at the wall, holding her chin high. But I like him. I liked him the first time I saw him. Yu Jingyuan pounded the table with his hand. I don't care if you liked him before, but he's married now. You can't like him anymore. Uncle Zhou introduced you to someone. Go see him on Sunday. He was determined to change his daughter's mind. If she continued like this, the consequences would be serious. I'm not going. I don't like anyone. Linglong Yu refused. Are you going to stay single forever? Yu Jingyuan's eyes seemed about to shoot fire. No, I won't marry. Better to eat a whole peach than a basket of rotten apricots, Linglong Yu said firmly. Stop arguing. Do you believe I won't beat you? Yu Jingyuan's eyes were full of anger and threats, and his voice rose sharply. Then she said defiantly, Go ahead and hit me if you want. I won't look for a partner anyway. Yu Linglong had a strong obsession in her heart. Yu Jingyuan glared at her fiercely. After a long while, he finally sighed. You're not stupid, girl. Why don't you understand? Nan Tuan is already married. What's the use of liking him? It took Yu Linglong a long time to speak. Silently, I like him quietly. Isn't that okay? I liked him before when Yan Yan appeared. What did I do wrong? She felt sad. No, you have to go on a blind date this Sunday. If you don't go, I'll break your leg. Just go out and stop bothering me. Captain Yu angrily chased her away. Fine, I'll go. Yu Linglong angrily pushed open the office door. Come back for a moment, Yu Jingyuan called her again. What's the matter now? She looked impatient. Yu Jingyuan spoke seriously. I warn you, don't cause trouble for Wen Yanyan in the future. Don't affect the unity of the art troupe. He had just seen Yu Linglong sarcastically talking to Wen Yanyan, and her words were quite harsh. Yu Linglong didn't say anything. She slammed the door shut with a fierce look in her eyes. It's Wen Yanyan again. That annoying woman. She stepped toward the training hall, thinking bitterly that someone must have told her father something. Otherwise, her father wouldn't be forcing her to go on a blind date. Yuling began to recall recent conversations with her family or friends. Everything seemed normal, with no doubts. So, who was secretly plotting against her? The more she thought, the angrier she became. No, she had to find out what was going on. It was too frustrating. Yuling already suspected someone. The first was Lin Sinan, because he often threatened her by telling her father things, and he was also the most aware of her liking Nan Fangjue. The second was Wen Yanyan, because her father had just said she shouldn't bother Wen Yanyan anymore. And Wen Yanyan also knew she liked Nan Fangjue. Yuling decided to find Wen Yanyan first. At this moment, Wen Yanyan was not in the training hall. She was practicing singing alone in the classroom with the vocal teacher. Although she could sing, she hadn't received systematic training or study, so she was somewhat amateur. This was a good opportunity to learn professional skills and techniques, so she was very serious about it. Yuling, like a hunting dog, couldn't find Wen Yanyan in the training hall, so she gave up and thought about visiting Lin Sinan during lunch break. He was the main suspect. At noon in the military cafeteria, Lin Sinan was having lunch with a good friend he often talked to. Suddenly, Yuling appeared, carrying her food and sitting opposite them. The person next to Lin Sinan quickly said, "Sinan, I've finished eating. Take your time." He got up and left. "Huh? Do you eat your meals like you're swallowing them?" Lin Sinan looked at the half-eaten food in his box. Yuling pouted, like a woman chewing slowly. "That girl, don't you know what's going on? She only left when she saw you. There are so many empty seats. Why don't you go sit somewhere else?" Lin Sinan looked impatient. Yuling glared at him. "I came to see you about something. Say it quickly or shut up." Lin Sinan was very blunt. "You. Can't you speak nicely?" Yuling looked around, her face flushed with annoyance. "If you can say it, then say it." Lin Sinan deliberately stretched out his voice. "Spit it out, you big-headed fool." Yuling lowered her voice, trying to control her anger. "Are you the one who told my dad about me going to find the Southern group?" Lin Sinan smiled. "Finally, your dad knows you're not faithful? The truth always comes out sooner or later. I knew you weren't a good girl. You deserved it." He looked pleased with himself. "Stop saying those unnecessary things. Isn't it you who did it?" Yuling's face turned red with anger. "I'm not that bored to care about your affairs." Lin Sinan changed the subject. "But I advise you to forget about it. The couple is doing well now, so don't waste your energy. That's none of your business. Mind your own affairs. I need to find the informer. You can eat your food. I hope you choke on it." Yuling stood up, took her lunchbox, and left. Crazy girl, so rude. I wonder which man could stand her? She'll never get married. Lin Sinan glanced at her and continued eating. When Yan returned home in the morning and was happily surprised to find that not only was the shower room finished, but the trash in the yard had also been cleaned up. "Oh, that's really good." She stood at the door and looked inside. The cement on the ground hadn't dried yet. "How is it? Does it meet all your requirements?" she asked with a smile. Suddenly, Nan Fangjue's voice came from behind. She replied happily, "Yes, it matches what I imagined. I didn't expect it to be 80% finished in just one morning." "That's quick." But then when Yan suddenly remembered something, her face darkened, and she turned around to go back into her room. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" Nan Fangjue asked, confused, and followed her. "Don't you remember? This morning, why are you with Zhang Mimi again?" When Yan looked unhappy. She had seen him with her twice in one morning. It was obvious he was doing it on purpose. Nan Fangjue explained, "Don't misunderstand. I just happened to meet her, and we only talked for a few words. Is that really all?" When Yan clearly didn't believe him. Running into someone once is understandable, but twice? That's suspicious. "Of course, it's true," Nan Fangjue said firmly. "If you want, I can go find her now and explain everything." Seeing his sincere attitude, when Yan's mood softened a little. "No need. Just stay away from her in the future." Nan Fangjue nodded in agreement. "What did you two talk about?" when Yan asked out of curiosity. "Just the same few words," Nan Fangjue said, and went to the kitchen. He turned on the tap to wash the cucumbers he just picked from the garden. What words? Wen Yanyan wanted to know. Didn't you guess this morning? It's about explaining the medicine thing, Nan Fongjue said, but he didn't go into details because it wasn't necessary. Haha, this woman is really interesting. She keeps talking to you about such embarrassing things? Her face must be really thick, Wen Yanyan said angrily, feeling itchy at her roots. This woman was trying all kinds of tricks just to get close to Nan Fongjue. Then why do you still talk to her? She asked, angry at him. Because the 2 times she explained, the content was different. The first time, she explained the whole process. The second time, she apologized to me, Nan Fongjue said as he sliced the cucumber. Wen Yanyan took a bowl, cracked 2 eggs into it, and then quickly used chopsticks to stir them up. This scheming woman was really cunning, deliberately telling the story in 2 parts. Is it to increase exposure? Wen Yanyan is sure that Zhang Mimi still hasn't given up on Southern Jew after returning from studying. She is still thinking about it, which is good. The last issue isn't finished yet, so let's continue from where we left off. After lunch, Wen Yanyan was in the yard working on improving the shower area. The roof has no cement board, so she can only use a layer of iron sheets. She needs to cut holes in the metal with a welding gun for the drainage pipes. Then, she has to connect a water pipe from the kitchen to the water tank in the bathroom. Inside the tank, she also needs to put a float like in a toilet to control the water level and act as a switch. Wen Yanyan thought this was a bit complicated, but she knew she had to do it well, or it would be embarrassing. Does the shower need a door? When she thought of that, she immediately decided against it. A curtain would be enough. By the way, tomorrow is Sunday, so she needs to plan everything now. Boss? Boss. Wen Yanyan looked back and called inside a couple of times but got no response. She kept calling, Boss.
Boss.
Nan. Finally, Nan Fongjue came out frowning. What did you just call me? Is being the boss hard? Haha, Wen Yanyan couldn't help but laugh. What's so hard about being the boss? I haven't even finished talking. Hey, I called you just now, didn't you hear me? I heard you, but how could I respond so quickly? Do you need something? Nan Fongjue stood at the door, looking at Wen Yanyan, who was smiling brightly, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, glowing with a touch of sunlight. I want to ask if you're free tomorrow. Wen Yanyan smiled and said, I don't know if I'm on duty now. I'll find out this afternoon, Nan Fongjue told her. Wen Yanyan's smile faded. Do you have plans for tomorrow? Nan Fongjue noticed her change in mood. I want to go to town to buy some pipes, iron sheets, and a large water tank. I can't carry them alone. Although Wen Yanyan is capable, she is still a woman with limited strength. Nan Fongjue thought for a moment and said, I'll go with you tomorrow. Even if I'm on duty, I can make time for this. Wen Yanyan felt relieved. If I can buy all these parts in town, I can finish the work tomorrow. It will be much easier to take a shower at home in the future. Girl, aren't you tired? Come inside and rest for a while. Nan Fongjue's gaze, perhaps heated by the sun in the sky, always seemed a bit fiery. What time is it now? Wen Yanyan asked him. Just past noon. Oh, then let's go inside for a while. The sun outside is really strong. Wen Yanyan went back inside, as she still had some time before work. But as soon as she entered, Nan Fongjue hugged her from behind. He kissed her neck, his breath hot and heavy. What are you doing? Wen Yanyan felt her throat go dry, as if a fire was burning inside her. Her heart seemed to want to jump out of her chest, as if it might break free at any moment. Her clear eyes now shimmered with affection and tenderness. Relax a little. His deep, husky voice near her ear was like a gentle breeze, stirring her feelings. Earlier, when Nan Fongjue saw Wen Yanyan laughing happily in the yard, her laughter like clear chimes, his heart was filled with an uncontrollable urge. It felt as if his energy inside was ignited and burning fiercely. Nan Fongjue didn't know why, but since tasting her, he couldn't get enough. Is it okay to do this in the middle of the day? Wen Yanyan looked at the bright sunlight outside. It's fine. I'll draw the curtains. Nan Fongjue took her hand and pulled the curtain shut, blocking out all the light. I'll help you take off your clothes. His fingertips touched Wen Yanyan's skin, hot and fiery, making her tremble. Seeing this, his gaze grew darker. Husband, you did so much last night. Isn't that enough? When Yanyan's voice also started to tremble. Nan Fongjue eagerly pressed her down. It's not about enough or not. Girl, don't you want a child? He was making excuses like a wolf. When Yanyan looked at him worriedly. Wanting a child doesn't mean we have to rush so much. It's too frequent and it's not good for health. She's a doctor, so she knows. If a man has frequent activity, it can lead to tiredness, nervous exhaustion, insomnia, vivid dreams, difficulty concentrating, and memory problems. Usually, it's best to do this 4 times a month. Yan Yanwen wanted to continue speaking, but she was interrupted before she finished. I understand, don't say more. Just listen to me. She was cut off forcefully by Nan Fongju. 4 times a month? 4 times a day might be acceptable. But what is this girl thinking? She wanted to say more, but couldn't because the man's eyes were bloodshot, looking wild and crazy. Yan Yanwen had to grab a pillowcase and bite it to her mouth. This place isn't like Baishir village, where people might hear. If it got out, she would be criticized by the military wives. Even in the middle of the day, Nan Fongju was not spared. No one would believe he was the one initiating it. After all, Nan Fongju usually appeared cold and distant, like a strict monk. Although the process was intense as usual, it didn't last long, less than an hour, and it was over. Later, Nan Fongju held her in his arms again, his lips close to her ear, whispering softly to comfort her. Girl, we didn't have enough time. Sorry about that. I'm fine. As long as you're comfortable. Yan Yanwen's face was flushed, and she was breathless. He was really good at pushing her limits. Looking at his well-defined back muscles and lines, she felt like a lamb falling into a wolf's den. Why was this man so addicted? She glanced at a faint but visible strawberry mark on Nan Fongju's neck. A sly smile appeared in her eyes, and her lips curved slightly. That was a mark she had deliberately left earlier.
Why?
Because he was aroused in the middle of the day and didn't know how to control himself. Next time he wanted to do it again, he would know to hold back. Nan Fongju wanted to be like King Zhou, but she didn't want to be like Daji. Nan Fongju didn't notice. After he got up, dressed, looked in the mirror, and left. When he reached the army, he saw Lin Sinan lying on a large rock under a willow tree, staring at the sky in a daze. He walked over and asked, Sinan, what are you thinking about? Lin Sinan quickly snapped out of his trance. Fongju, why are you so late? He looked a bit displeased. Since a month ago, when Nan Fongju stopped eating lunch in the cafeteria, Lin Sinan has found the midday hours very hard to bear, as there's no one to talk to. Today, after finishing lunch, he came here to wait for him. Because Nan Fongju went back to his hometown and hadn't been seen for several days, Lin Sinan has many things to say. Not late yet, it's not even 1 o'clock. This sentence from Nan Fongju has become his usual remark. Lin Sinan pouts. Not late? If you wait any longer, you'll be late. Why has your discipline gotten so bad lately? Should I ask the instructor to give you a talk? Suddenly, he looked surprised, as if Columbus just discovered a new continent. Fongju, you wouldn't be eating lunch at home too, right? He surprisingly notices a red mark on Nan Fongju's neck. This is a huge piece of news. Usually not interested in women, does Nan Fongju go home to eat spicy food at noon? No, it looks like there was a fierce fight. Yeah, I ate. Do you think I should be hungry? Nan Fongju doesn't understand what he means. What's so strange about going home for lunch? Are you that hungry? Lin Sinan finds it strange that Nan Fongju's skin is so thick. Don't you get hungry skipping lunch? Nan Fongju is confused by his reaction. It's like talking to a chicken and a duck. I'm talking about this, big brother. Lin Sinan makes a gesture of matching hands. Nan Fongju immediately understands, feeling embarrassed like caught sneaking food. His handsome, tanned face flushes. He looks around and lowers his voice, asking, Hey, how do you know about this? How? Don't you look in the mirror when you go out? Don't you take care of your appearance? Lin Sinan is even more surprised. Looking in the mirror? Taking care of appearance? Nan Fongju becomes more confused. He looked in the mirror before leaving, but didn't notice anything unusual. Is there something on my face? He asks Lin Sinan. Not your face, your neck. Lin Sinan thinks of Wen Yanyan. Did that girl leave a mark on purpose to embarrass Nan Fongjue? Nan Fongjue is stunned. He really didn't notice. He asks Lin Sinan, "Do you have a mirror?" Lin Sinan glares at him. "I'm a man. Where would I have something like that?" Nan Fongjue quickly goes back to his office, looks in the mirror on the wall, and sees his handsome face flushing with heat. This girl, just kiss her already. Why leave a mark? Southern Jew, being a seasoned leader, turned to explain to Lin Sinan at the door.
It's mosquito bites.
You're overthinking. He wouldn't admit to such an embarrassing thing. Lin Sinan didn't believe him and said sarcastically, "Maybe a big female mosquito bit you. I don't know." Southern Jew replied, pretending to be clueless. "Oh, hero struggling with a beauty. I never thought even the second-level national hero, Southern Jew, would fall for a woman's charm. Even just during lunch, you're already being swayed." Lin Sinan continued teasing. "Stop talking nonsense. I tell you, it's just mosquito bites. Believe it or not." After saying that, Southern Jew strode out of the office to the training ground. In the afternoon, soldiers still had physical training. It was a daily routine that couldn't be skipped. Lin Sinan followed him. "I don't think it's mosquito bites. Mosquitoes don't have such big mouths. Just tell the truth. It's nothing to be ashamed of, and it's not some outside woman biting you." He kept nagging behind. That chatterbox. Finally, Southern Jew got annoyed and turned around, grabbing Lin Sinan. "I think you're just too bored. Come on, let's train. Run 50 laps around the field." "How many laps?" Lin Sinan was startled, doubting if he heard right. 50 laps, Southern Jew repeated. Lin Sinan looked pained. "Brother, that's not right. I'm the squad leader, not your soldier." He didn't want to run 50 laps. Southern Jew's gaze was firm. "You say I don't manage my soldiers? Do you want to talk to the commander? Ask if I have the authority to manage you." Lin Sinan hurried to explain. "I didn't say I don't belong to you, but I'm not your soldier. I have my own soldiers too." He also wanted to escape Southern Jew's control, but the arm on his shoulder was as hard as iron chains. Not only did it not loosen, but it hurt even more. "Brother, be gentle. You're hurting my shoulders." Lin Sinan didn't dare to resist because he couldn't beat him. He had wondered more than once, how can a man as good-looking as Southern Jew be so strong? Southern Jew relaxed slightly. "Just admit that I'm in charge and go run now." He led Lin Sinan toward the training ground, which was not far away. Just a few more steps and they would arrive. He realized he couldn't avoid it anymore. "Fong Ju, can we talk about this? Maybe run fewer laps? 50 laps is 20 kilometers. Cut it in half, just half." Southern Jew was unyielding. "You're a soldier. Is running 20 kilometers a lot? It's not little, but it's not nothing either. The weather is so hot. Big brother, can you give me some face? The soldiers are watching us. If I don't, I'll lose respect." Lin Sinan lowered his voice and continued to negotiate. "Lin Sinan, do you still want to be friends with me?" Southern Jew threatened him. Without hesitation, Lin Sinan replied, "Then follow my instructions." Today, Southern Jew just wanted to discipline him. He was annoyed that Lin Sinan was talking nonsense all day. "You're just taking revenge. I'll report you to the commander." Lin Sinan suddenly shouted loudly. Southern Jew didn't care about his threat. "Fine if you dare." Unable to argue further, Lin Sinan finally went to run laps on the field. He regretted it so much. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything after seeing the kiss mark. Anyway, it was his own embarrassment. It didn't matter to him. Now he was in trouble. Southern Jew then told his guard, "Ding Daliang, you're in charge of counting. 50 laps, no less." "Yes, sir." Ding Daliang responded and stood by the field, carefully watching Lin Sinan run. After dealing with Lin Sinan, Southern Jew went to the medical room. He wanted to apply some purple medicine to treat the mark on his neck. If soldiers saw it and started gossiping, it would be even more awkward. But as he entered the medical room, he remembered that Nurse Zhang had returned and was back to work normally. He couldn't leave again because Zhang Mimi had already seen him. Zhang Mimi's eyebrows slightly furrowed as she hurried over with concern. "Southern Regiment Commander, are you feeling unwell?" Southern Jew looked expressionless. My hand got a cut. Bring me a bottle of purple medicine. Although Nurse Zhang had explained and apologized for the medication, his attitude remained cold as ice. How did your hand get injured? May I take a look? Nurse Zhang's eyes looked sad. It's not convenient. Southern Jew refused. Disappointment flashed across Nurse Zhang's eyes. All right, please wait a moment. She turned and went into the room. After a while, she came out holding a bottle of purple medicine. Southern Tuan, this is for external use. If you feel burning or notice redness and swelling, stop using it immediately. Nurse Zhang carefully explained the precautions. Southern Jew reached out. Got it. Give it to me. But when Nurse Zhang handed him the bottle, her slender fingers seemed to intentionally or unintentionally brush his palm, then quickly pulled back as if shocked. Southern Jew said nothing and took the medicine bottle, then left. Outside the clinic, he wiped his palms on his pants before walking away confidently. Nurse Zhang stood by the window, watching his figure fade into the distance. Her fair, oval face showed a pair of innocent, lovely almond-shaped eyes, but now they were filled with jealousy. She had just noticed a red mark on Southern Jew's neck. Nurse Zhang believed it was definitely left by Wen Yanyan on purpose. Moreover, the mark wasn't there in the morning but appeared in the afternoon, so it must have been made at noon. She was furious. That sly woman. She was so good at seduction. She didn't even let go during lunchtime. If this continued, the perfect man, Tuan, would eventually be drained by her. Wen Yanyan, this foolish woman, how could she deserve to get her idol? Thinking about how she helped Wen Yanyan win Southern Jew, only to be discarded afterward and sent to study group, made Nurse Zhang furious. While Wen Yanyan was happily at home, enjoying sweet moments with Southern Jew, she was working under the blazing sun in the study group. Why was it her who fell in love first, but Wen Yanyan got the reward in the end? Nurse Zhang's teeth itched with hatred. She couldn't swallow this anger. After 4 p.m., when Yanyan finished work, she and Tian Mai walked out of the arts troupe gate together. Mai, where is your home? When Yanyan wasn't in a hurry to go home and wanted to chat a bit. My home is in the northeast. Tian Mai had braided 2 pigtails today and was dressed in a military uniform, looking both brave and charming. When Yanyan couldn't help but be surprised. Mimi, you don't look like that either. How do you think northeastern people should look? Tian Mimi asked her. Men have thick eyebrows and big eyes, and women are about 1.7 meters tall. When Yanyan raised her hand slightly, indicating she is taller than her. Tian Mimi smiled. Yanyan, that's not always true. You're mistaken. Many girls from the northeast are also very petite, seeing that Tian Mimi was a bit shorter than her when Yanyan nodded. That should be right. You are quite petite. So, why did you come to the southern border? It's so far away. Don't you want to? Before she finished her question, Zhang Mimi suddenly appeared in front of them like a ghost. She looked at Wen Yanyan with a blank expression. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Why did she come here? Wen Yanyan felt a bad premonition. What explanation do you want? Stop pretending to be innocent. Zhang Mimi's tone was aggressive. Back then, I helped you come up with a plan to give medicine to the water in the southern group, all out of kindness, to help you. But after you achieved your goal, instead of being grateful, you falsely accused me. You repaid kindness with enmity. Do you think that's right with your conscience? Tian Mimi was caught in the middle. She was a bit confused and could only observe. How did I repay your kindness with enmity? When Yanyan's lips curled slightly. You know very well what your real intention was when you asked me to put medicine in the water of the southern group. Don't act like a victim in front of me and confuse everyone. I don't understand, Zhang Mimi shouted loudly. You clearly told me you were crying because your husband in the southern group refused to get close to you after marriage. I felt sorry for you and came up with this plan. But once you achieved your goal, you kicked me aside. Her loud shouting quickly attracted the attention of colleagues from the art troupe who were finishing work. More and more people gathered around, whispering among themselves. Are they arguing? Isn't that Nurse Zhang? Why is she at the entrance of the art troupe? I heard they used to be friends. When Yanyan silently reminded herself to stay calm. The more people there were, the more she must keep her composure. A slight smile appeared on her lips, confident and sweet. Zhang Mimi, you really can twist facts. You pretend to be reasonable, claiming you're helping me, but you're actually full of lies and tricks. Your real goal is to make him dislike me because of that poison water, so he will leave me. You're just after the Southern Duke's title. When Yan couldn't hold back her tears, and her eyes turned red. Do you have proof? All of this is just your wild guesses. You're slandering me, Zhang Mimi retorted. What are you two arguing about? Why won't you stop? A man's voice interrupted. When Yan quickly looked toward the sound.
Huh?
Is that Major Lu? Lu Zhendong was walking slowly toward them, his sharp gaze fixed on them. Zhang Mimi also looked at Major Lu, blinking her eyes. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face. When Yan was surprised by how quickly she changed her expression. Did she hide a water faucet in her eyes? Humph. Fake tears. She looked on with disdain and continued to mock. Maybe I'm just guessing wildly, but you know the truth in your heart. When Yan secretly thought, if she had proof, why bother with these words? She would have already sent her to the depths of. Would she still have a chance to come back? Major, you came just in time. Please help me judge this. In just a moment, Zhang Mimi was crying like a broken-hearted girl. When Yan said, I care about the Southern Group, but I really don't. By the end, her voice choked up and her shoulders trembled slightly, as if she was suffering great injustice. With tears and a pitiful look, she evoked sympathy from others. Someone in the crowd spoke up. When Yan, your character isn't good. In this matter, Mimi was indeed wronged. You two used to be close, and she still helped you. But now you turn around and betray her. When Yan didn't need to look to know who it was, another troublemaker. That girl always opposed her. You Linglong, if you can speak, speak. If you can't, then shut up. Do you understand? Not everyone who cries is right. She glared fiercely at Yu Linglong.
Humph.
I didn't say anything wrong. Mimi must have been wrong to cry. Why didn't you cry? Yu Linglong crossed her arms and looked to the side. Next to her, Tian Mimi nudged her and whispered, Linglong, stop causing trouble. At that moment, a deep, magnetic male voice suddenly sounded out of nowhere. What's going on here? Why are there so many people gathered? When Yan saw this, and immediately a happy smile appeared in her eyes. Her sister was truly lucky. Help had arrived. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a handsome, stern-looking, tall, and mighty officer walking slowly over. It was Southern Duke, the central figure in the current situation. The noisy scene instantly fell silent. Southern Group, you're here too. Please resolve this issue. These two women are fighting again. Commander Lu looked at Southern Duke with some helplessness. He could lead soldiers well, but he had no experience dealing with these women. Just now, he didn't know who to listen to. Zhang Mimi was crying quite hard. Yes, Commander. Southern Duke walked up to Wen Yan and took her hand. I'll take the girl away. Everyone, disperse. Then he said to Wen Yan, let's go home. Since Southern Duke arrived, Zhang Mimi stopped crying and making trouble. Perhaps she was holding back, her face turning red. Ding Linglong kept watching their linked hands, her expression unpleasant. Only when Yan shyly turned back to greet Tian Mimi, saying, Mimi, I'm going home. Then she followed Southern Duke away. The scene remained eerily silent. After walking a distance, when Yan couldn't help but look back, she saw that the commander, Mimi, and Ding Linglong had all left. Only Zhang Mimi was still standing there, staring at their backs without moving. Even from so far away, when Yan could feel the resentment and hatred radiating from her eyes. She playfully blinked, pouted her lips, squinted her eyes slightly, stuck out her tongue, and made a lily sound. When Yan made a silly face to tease her, but Southern Duke nearby heard it and looked down at her. What are you doing? She quickly turned her head to meet his gaze and smiled. I didn't do anything, just looking back. By the way, boss, why are you here? Southern Jew returned from the army just in time to meet her. Did Zhang Nurse bother you again? When Yan nodded. Yes, she came to question me. saying I betrayed her and asking where my conscience is. But she's just scheming. Big brother, honestly, if my plan that night had worked, would you have broken up with me? She really wanted to know the answer. Seeing her hopeful look, Southern Jew felt a bit uncomfortable. How should I answer that? If I say yes, you'll be sad. If I say no, it's hard for me too. He shared his worries. When Yen Yen thought for a moment, then let me ask another question. If my plan had succeeded, would you dislike me even more? Yes, because that behavior is very mean. I don't like being with a woman full of schemes. Southern Jew's answer was clear. See, I wasn't wrong about her. That's her goal, to make you dislike me more, not to help me win you. It was a solid point. Southern Jew's answer perfectly confirmed Wen Yanyan's judgment. Southern Jew looked thoughtful. You have a point. Then, am I right to report her? Wen Yanyan eagerly sought his approval. Yes, you're right. You did the right thing, both publicly and privately, Southern Jew affirmed her. Now, the question is back. Did Zhang Mimi do this because she's been thinking about you all along? Wen Yanyan continued to ask. Southern Jew frowned. That's hard to say. She hasn't done anything serious to me, so I can't tell if she has bad intentions. Today's accidental touch probably doesn't count, right? Maybe it was unintentional. Do you really think that? Hearing this, Wen Yanyan felt a bit disappointed. Yes, because there's no evidence, Southern Jew admitted honestly. Wen Yanyan fell silent. Yes, evidence. If she wanted to prove Zhang Mimi had bad intentions, she needed proof. How could she get that proof and completely defeat Zhang Mimi? Zhang Mimi's accusations earlier made her feel passive. If it weren't for Southern Jew's appearance, she might have been in real trouble. Because Zhang Mimi came prepared, just to embarrass her in front of colleagues. Since crossing into the 1970s over 2 months ago, Wen Yanyan has felt nervous for the first time. What's on your mind again? Nanfang Ju noticed her unusual behavior. Oh, I wasn't thinking about anything, Wen Yanyan smiled at him. Although she didn't say much, Nanfang Ju could tell. He comforted her, saying, Don't worry. Even if Zhang Mimi has opinions about you, it's okay. Just don't associate with her in the future. But Wen Yanyan disagreed. It's not that simple. Other people's opinions can be influenced by her. If it were only her own feelings, it wouldn't matter, but she knew how much trouble a scheming person could cause behind the scenes. A small spark can start a wildfire. Are other people's opinions really that important? Nanfang Ju dismissed it. Why wouldn't they be? They might look down on me, say I have bad character, and that I can't be trusted. If that happens, I won't be able to make friends. Wen Yanyan felt a bit sad at this point. Nanfang Ju asked again, so whose opinion matters more, theirs or mine? Wen Yanyan thought for a moment and replied, Of course yours. Exactly. As long as I think you're good, that's enough. We live together, but we don't have to spend our whole lives with others. There's no need to care about what outsiders think. It only makes life more tiring. Life is short, so why bother with unnecessary worries? We should focus more on how we truly feel inside. Nanfang Ju spoke with care and kindness. Wen Yanyan was surprised. She didn't expect this man to give such heartfelt advice. Boss, what you said makes a lot of sense. I really don't need to care about their opinions. She seemed to listen on the surface, but inside, she still felt angry. The original owner was the real victim, who lost her life because of a mistake involving medicine. Zhang Mimi, the planner, returned after just over 2 months of study, but she was restless and caused trouble again, acting aggressively. This punishment was too light for her. Such a grudge must be avenged. No gentleman would let this go unpunished. She had to find a way to expose Zhang Mimi's true nature to everyone. Then she would make her leave the army in disgrace. But the question was, how could she do that? Wen Yanyan went home and kept thinking about it, but even late into the night, she couldn't come up with a good plan. She regretted it. She thought it would be better to read more online stories about palace intrigues in the new century, so she wouldn't have to think so hard now. Nanfang Ju looked at her with confusion. Girl, what are you thinking about all night? Your eyebrows are getting wrinkled. Stop thinking and go to sleep. After saying that, he turned off the light and gently held her in his arms. He became playful again, kissing her softly and repeatedly. When Yen Yen felt helpless, suddenly, she remembered a line from a modern advertisement. It went like this: legs sore, spirit low, like your body is drained. Is your kidney overworked? Want to restore your energy? Try kidney treasure tablets. They're good for me and you. Hubby, too much intimacy isn't good. Your body might get drained, the ad said, which was very popular back then. She never thought she'd use it in the 1970s. Nan Fongjue ignored her. If you don't stop, I'll get angry. I'll leave strawberry marks all over your neck. Even if you put purple medicine on it, it won't help, Wen Yen Yen threatened him. Finally, Nan Fongjue responded. He moved his mouth away and asked, "Little troublemaker, did you do this on purpose at noon?" "Yeah, you must have been embarrassed this afternoon." Wen Yen Yen smiled like a clever fox. No, no one saw. Nan Fongjue denied it. If no one saw, how do you know? You even put medicine on it? Just admit it. When Yen Yen looked at the medicine on his neck, unsure how many layers he had applied. It was purple and darkening. I'm not stubborn with my mouth, but other parts are. Do you want to try? Nan Fongjue was silent for a moment, then suddenly said something shocking.
No.
I won't try. When Yen Yen refused. Hurry up and go to sleep. Don't you want your body? Nan Fongjue pressed close to her ear and whispered, Can I just stay still? Don't lie to me. How could you resist moving? When Yen Yen crossed her legs, not stupid. I can do it. Nan Fongjue bit her earlobe, breathing hot air into her narrow ear canal. When Yen Yen shivered. Fine, then don't move. Soon after, when Yen Yen regretted it. You bad guy, you lied to me, Nan Fongjue explained. I didn't lie to you. You just didn't understand. I was telling you not to move. Humph. You're getting sneakier. I won't trust you anymore. When Yen Yen was fooled. It proved she was a fool. Girl, don't be angry. We're newlyweds, after all. I will control myself from now on, Nan Fongjue comforted her. When Yen Yen felt completely helpless. At this moment, the man in front of her was like a wolf that could never be satisfied, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Fortunately, she was healthy and exercised every day. If it had been an ordinary woman, she would have been worn out by this wolf-like man. Every time they were close, when Yen Yen felt both excited and tired. In the end, she didn't even know when she fell asleep. When Wen Yen Yen woke up, she opened her eyes and saw Nan Fongjue.
She was a bit surprised.
Strangely, he hadn't gotten up early today and was still sleeping with his eyes closed. When Yen Yen focused and looked at his face carefully, feeling pity, is harmful. In just a few days, he had lost weight, and his features, carved like those of a famous sculptor, looked even more defined. It must be because he had been working tirelessly day and night, damaging his health. When Yen Yen checked the time, 6 a.m., and got up to prepare a nutritious breakfast for Nan Fongjue. He was so tired, if he didn't eat well, his health would suffer. This man really isn't easy to deal with. Gently, when Yen Yen closed the door and went to the kitchen to steam 5 eggs. Steamed eggs are made by cracking eggs into a plate, adding various seasonings, and steaming them until cooked. After steaming the eggs, she went to the small storage room to find a fishing net, then took Ball and went outside. There is a river running east-west near the 2nd military area. When Yen Yen knew there were fish and crayfish in the river. She had always wanted to go fishing by the river to catch some for a meal, and she had prepared the net but never had time. Fortunately, she woke up early today. She wanted to catch some fish to stew for Nan Fongjue to boost his nutrition and protein intake. The river is not very big but not small either. Usually, the water is clear enough to see the bottom. However, because of recent heavy rains upstream, the water level downstream has risen, making the water muddy and the current a bit swift. Both sides of the river are lined with thick reeds, and the ground is slippery. If you're not careful, you might fall in. When Yen Yen carefully found a safe spot to stand, she thought, I can't risk my life just to catch a fish. I don't know how to swim. Just as she was about to cast her net, she saw a young man standing about 20 meters across the river. He was tall and thin, wearing glasses on his nose, and looking straight into the water. Wen Yen Yen wondered, why is this man standing by the river so early in the morning? He doesn't seem to be fishing. She looked at him for a moment, then decided to focus on where to cast her net. Most fish in the morning are still waking up, preferring calm water and shaded areas.
This spot should do.
She opened her net, ready to throw, when suddenly, a loud splash sounded nearby. She frowned. Wow. That loud noise scared all the fish away. Where did it come from? She looked toward the sound and shivered. Hey, where's that man? Why is he gone? Oh no, did he jump into the river?
Yow. Yow.
Yao. Chiu-Chiu, the dog following Wen Yan, also started barking loudly toward the opposite bank. Wen Yan quickly looked into the water. Sure enough, the man was floating in the river. A question popped into her mind. Is he swimming? She looked again and noticed something strange. Wait, does he not know how to swim? He's not even dog paddling, just flailing his arms. She hurried over with her net and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Do you want to come up? She waved her net at him, signaling she could help pull him out. The man didn't answer. He kept struggling, and his body kept surfacing and sinking. His head appeared and disappeared repeatedly. Hey, do you really want to die? Do you need me to save you? I have a net, Wen Yan asked again, but he still didn't reply. He was about to sink completely. There was no time to ask more. She had to act. She quickly shook her net with force and threw it in a wide arc. I failed. The fishing spot was too close. I hurried to pull it back and tidy up, then threw again. This time, I finally caught the man. Wen Yan's nervousness eased at last. Thank goodness, if I had failed again, even a divine being couldn't save him. She quickly reeled in the net, used all her strength to pull, then carried the net on her shoulder in the opposite direction, finally dragging the man out of the river onto the shore. Wen Yan took a deep breath. Without strength, she couldn't have moved him. Wen Yan opened the fishing net and saw the man in the water with his eyes closed, face pale, teeth clenched. She placed her finger near his nose, no breath. She checked his tongue and pupils, then took his pulse. She sighed. It looked like she needed to give him artificial respiration. Otherwise, his life might be in danger. Sorry, Southern Jew. This is a living person before me. I can't just leave him. Wen Yan pressed on his chest with both hands and gave him artificial breaths. Finally, the man coughed out a big mouthful of water, along with a small, lively fish. She stopped and watched as the man slowly opened his eyes. His glasses were gone, probably lost in the river. When he looked at her, his eyes were squinting. He seemed to be an educated person. What's bothering you so early in the morning? Can't sleep at night. Insomnia making you feel terrible? Wen Yan looked puzzled. In this era, life pressure is so low, no comparisons, no brutal competition. How could someone want to end their life? Insomnia causing despair? The man, after hearing her, squinted his eyes even more. Did you save me? Maybe he choked on water. His voice was hoarse. Wen Yan fiddled with her fishing net. Who else would it be if not me? Besides a dog, there's no third person here. Chiu-Chiu understood and stretched its neck, making a woof sound. It meant, I am that dog. The man's lips moved slightly. Your dog's bark is pretty unique, cough cough. He was choked by water and coughed violently. Chiu-Chiu barked and moved aside. It's a husky. Wen Yan was talking nonsense. Anyway, people in this era have never seen a husky, so she just gave Ball a new identity. Suddenly, she saw a big hole in the fishing net. Oh no! Wen Yan frowned in displeasure. Is the fishing net so weak? But since the net is torn, how can she catch any fish? Wen Yan felt upset. Is the fishing net broken? Cough cough. The man who seemed suicidal saw this. He coughed twice and finally sat up. As you can see, Wen Yan wasn't worried about the net being broken. She was worried about Nan Fongjue, who had no fish to eat this morning. I can pay you back. The man who looked suicidal reached into his pocket but found he hadn't brought any money today. Forget it. You're barely able to live, and you want to pay me back? Wen Yan didn't want money from someone who was thinking of ending his life. It wasn't good to accept it. I didn't try to kill myself, because I have no money. The man quickly tried to explain himself. If you have money to spend,
Why do you want to die?
When Yen Yen doubted his mental state, the man lowered his head. I made a mistake. What mistake is worth dying over? How old are you this year? When Yen Yen looked at his age, he didn't seem very old.
25.
The man looked to the side, and his eyes finally looked a little bigger.
See?
Such a good age, not short of money, so what's there to be so upset about? Go home quickly. Your wife is waiting for you at home. When Yen Yen finally stood up. She had been squatting before, and her legs had gone numb. But I don't have a wife. I'm not married yet, the man explained. Oh, you're not married yet. So what mistake did you make?
Is it?
When Yen Yen guessed. The man suddenly stood up angrily. His eyes revealed his true feelings. They were as clear and deep as autumn water, calm and bright. The sudden change startled Wen Yen Yen. She quickly took a step back. What does this person want to do? If it weren't for you saving me, I would have to teach you a good lesson. I'm not a. Clearly, the man was angry at her words. All right, I was wrong to say that. You're not a. But you don't need to thank me. When you see such things, you shouldn't just stand by and watch. When Yen Yen was about to leave, she intentionally provoked him earlier, wanting to see if he had given up or still cared about others' insults. From his intense reaction just now, he still had some fighting spirit, so he probably won't jump into the river again. The man who was thinking of ending his life also seemed to realize that his previous reaction was a bit too extreme. So he composed himself and sincerely said, "That's not possible. The favor of saving a life is not a small matter. Big sister, what's your last name? Where do you live? I will come to thank you someday." When Yen Yen's heart skipped a beat. She didn't hear anything else he said, only the word big sister. Are your eyes okay? You're 25 years old and still call me big sister? Hurry up and get some glasses. Bye. Her pride was hurt, and she turned away without looking back, holding her fishing net. Does she look that old? At 18, being called big sister by a man who is 25? This man has very low emotional intelligence. No wonder he wanted to end his life. The man contemplating suicide stood by the river, watching her walk along the main road toward the military camp. He then touched his lips, shook the water off his head, and left the riverbank. As soon as Wen Yen Yen entered the yard, she saw Nan Fongjue standing there, watching her. Where did you go this morning? He woke up and couldn't find Wen Yen Yen, so he was worried. How could she disappear after just one sleep? Don't mention it. I wanted to catch some fish at the river to cook for you, but the fishing net was broken, so I didn't catch any. When Yen Yen closed the yard door behind her. She didn't mention saving the man at the river, mainly because she had given him artificial respiration. Nan Fongjue knew this would make him jealous. He was already jealous enough, and that was just a dog.
How could he not be?
Men in this era are very conservative. He might not understand. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Did you go to the river? Nan Fongjue frowned. Next time, call me when you go to the river. The water level has risen recently, and it's dangerous. He took the fishing net, unfolded it, and hung it on the clothesline.
Okay.
I saw you sleeping soundly this morning, so I didn't wake you. When Yen Yen looked at Nan Fongjue's broad shoulders and muscular arms, which showed various textures as he moved. Under the morning light, they radiated a sense of strength that was very striking. Nan Fongjue's figure was excellent. Even in the modern modeling industry, he wouldn't be out of place. When Yen Yen surprisingly sighed. Is it because his physical condition is too excellent and too confident that his desire is so strong? South Ju finished hanging the fishing net and just turned around when Yen Yen grabbed his arm. Boss, you should be more honest in the future. Haven't you noticed you've lost weight? Doing this every day, even an Iron Man couldn't handle it. It's okay, I haven't lost weight. South Ju went into the house. You can't see it yourself. You're too involved. Outsiders see more clearly. When Yen Yen followed him inside, feeling it was necessary to discuss this issue.
Don't worry about me.
I neglected you before, so I want to make it up to you.
What?
You don't like it? South Ju looked at her deeply. Actually, making up is just an excuse. Wanting a child is also an excuse. He doesn't know why, but he just wants it.
This
can't be explained to her. Like it, but when Yen Yen felt she had been too busy. She had done it about 10 times from yesterday to today, and each time it lasted quite a while. Don't worry, I'm in good health. This is nothing. I train harder during my daily workouts. South Jew was very stubborn. Can this be compared to training? His training produces sweat, their intimacy produces proteins, the essence. Yen blinked, unsure of what to say. Since they couldn't understand each other, she gave up. She didn't have a good way to handle this. Maybe this man, having just tasted the joy of intimacy, is a bit addicted. It should get better after this phase, right? When Yen washed her hands and took the boiled chicken eggs out of the steamer. Boss, time to eat. I steamed some eggs for you. Eat more. There were also 2 leftover dishes from last night on the table, and the fish soup had cooled. When Yen planned to go to town later, not only to buy hardware parts for the shower but also to buy some nourishing foods to help him recover. South Jew asked her, "Why did you get up so early today?" He remembered Wen Yen as someone who loved to sleep, and today was the first time she got up so early. "Because I woke up and couldn't fall back asleep, so I got up. After eating, I need to go to town to buy parts," she explained. She also realized that the morning air in the army was fresh, the sky was clear, and the dawn was very beautiful. "By the way, I forgot to ask you, do you have time today?" "I have time. Let's take the 8 o'clock bus." Nan Fongjue had already arranged everything. When Yen was secretly happy. Finally, she could go shopping in town with someone. This was the first time since her crossing, no, the second time. After breakfast, they tidied up briefly and left the house together, boarding the commuter bus to town. On the way, the army wives seemed full of energy, joking around with Wen Yen. "Yen, why is your face so red? Did you do something nice this morning?" Zhang Huping teased. Today was Sunday, and the bus was very crowded. To avoid trouble, Nan Fongjue chose to sit in the corner of the bus. When Yen sat close to him, "Sister Ping, what good thing could happen so early? I don't even know myself. Maybe you can tell me." When Yen responded cleverly. "Oh, Yen, you're getting smarter. You're hard to tease now." Zhang Huping laughed. At this moment, Feng Hua couldn't hold back and joined the chat. "What do you know? Yan's family turns off the lights as soon as it gets dark. There's no need to wait until morning." "Yes," Sister Feng observes carefully. "She has lots of life experience." When Yen agreed with a smile. "Why are you bringing me into this?" Feng Hua blushed. "By the way, Yen, when do you plan to have a baby?" Huang Shuang was also going to town today, and she asked curiously. "Big sister. Let's just go with the flow. If it happens, it happens." When Yen answered softly. She didn't have a clear plan. "If you have a child, they'll definitely be very beautiful. After all, you're so pretty, and Nan is so handsome and tall," Big sister Huang Shuang said happily. "Sister, I think I'm pretty ordinary, not beautiful." When Yen felt a bit shy. "Oh, you're too modest. Maybe when you were chubby, you weren't so outstanding, but now that you're slim, you look like a fairy. Not only is your figure graceful, but your face is also lovely." Those who said you didn't match Nan before were really blind, sister-in-law Huang Shuang sincerely praised. "Big sister-in-law, you're too kind. Your praise makes me feel a bit shy." When Yen's cheeks instantly flushed with a light pink. "There's nothing to be shy about. Nantuan, you should quickly tell everyone, is Yanzi really good?" Sister-in-law Huang Shuang was about to tease Nan Fongju again. "Oh, big sister-in-law, please don't tease him anymore." When Yen quickly spoke up to stop, worried Nan Fongju might feel awkward. "Haha, look at that. Yanzi is just worried about her own man. She won't even let me tease him." Sister-in-law Huang Shuang laughed happily. "Ha ha ha." The other military wives also started laughing, and the carriage was filled with cheerful chatter. Finally, the commuter bus arrived at the destination. When Yen hurriedly got off, tightly holding Nan Fongju's hand, and walked quickly without looking back. These military wives really love to cause a fuss. "Big sister-in-law is right. You shouldn't feel shy," Nan Fongju comforted her. Do you think I look good too?" When Yen stopped and looked at him, a hint of hope in her eyes. Nan Fongju nodded. "Really? But I still lack confidence." When Yen honestly shared her true feelings, not hiding her inner thoughts. She was beautiful in her past life, with a fashionable face, small and delicate. Bright, lively eyes, a high-nose bridge, a tiny cherry-shaped mouth, and a pointed chin. Her skin was tender, like a freshly peeled egg. She was good at dressing and matching clothes, and every time she went shopping, she would definitely turn heads. Wen Yanyan was very confident then, but now, she had lost that confidence. Even though she had successfully lost weight, she was still not satisfied with her features. Her face always had some extra flesh, looking like baby fat. Cute, but not refined enough. But she was lucky that her eyes remained beautiful and charming. Plus, her delicate skin was still intact. As the saying goes, white and chubby, which also has its reasons. They first arrived at a blacksmith shop, bought a piece of iron from the bald blacksmith, and carefully ordered a water storage iron box. Warm Yanyan told the blacksmith the size and specific requirements for the water tank. The bald blacksmith thought for a moment and said that making this iron box would take a lot of time, about 2 hours to finish. All right, we'll come back later. You busy yourself. Warm Yanyan and the blacksmith exchanged greetings and hurried to the nearby hardware store to buy the necessary pipes. After buying the pipes, she and Nan Fongjue whispered to each other. Boss, I want to go get my hair done. Is that okay? Nan Fongjue asked her quietly. Are you unhappy with your hair? Warm Yanyan nodded slightly. I want to curl my hair and change my hairstyle. She thought that if she curled her short, water-straight hair into a fluffy style, it might make her baby fat face look smaller and more delicate. Why didn't she want to curl her hair before, but now she does? Because Zhang Mimi has returned, and she can't let this scheming girl outshine her. Nan Fongjue nodded. If you like it, go ahead and get it curled. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes fell on a nearby hair salon. There's a hair salon right there. Nan Fongjue reminded her. Thanks, honey. Warm Yanyan happily headed toward the salon. As soon as she entered, she picked out a hairstyle she liked from the catalog. Master, can you do this hairstyle? She specifically showed it to the stylist. It was the most fashionable style in the catalog. I can. Please sit comfortably. The hairstylist was a young man around 30. Okay, thank you, sir. Warm Yanyan sat in the chair. Meanwhile, Nan Fongjue waited outside the salon, watching the pipes and waiting patiently. Curling her hair took a lot of time, over 2 hours, before her new hairstyle was finished. Looking at herself in the mirror, her eyes sparkled with joy. She was very happy. She didn't expect to find such a skilled hairstylist even in the 1970s. The hairstyle was exactly like the picture. Just as she had hoped, her face looked small and delicate, and her chin added a cute, playful touch. Now, whether in looks or temperament, she completely outshined Zhang Mimi. After paying, Wen Yanyan happily stepped out of the hair salon. She smiled and said to Nan Fongjue, Boss, let's go to the black market. The black market? What do you want to buy? Nan Fongjue had never been there before. I want to buy some meat and vegetables. We can store these items here first, Wen Yanyan replied. She turned back and asked the hairstylist, Sir, can I leave these here for now? I'll pick them up later. Sure, just leave them here. No problem, the hairstylist agreed cheerfully. Thank you. Let's go, Wen Yanyan said, grabbing his sleeve and leading him toward the black market. It was Nan Fongjue's first time in the black market. He saw a busy, narrow alley filled with people. Surprised, he thought, after so many years here, he still didn't know this place had its own secrets. Hold the bag. I'll buy things and you just need to carry them, Wen Yanyan said, handing him a large shopping bag. Nan Fongjue nodded and took the bag, following behind her. In that narrow alley, Wen Yanyan walked from one end to the other and back again. Soon, the large bag in Nan Fongjue's hands was full and heavy. Wen Yanyan finally stopped and looked back at him, smiling brightly. Her shiny black hair gently brushed her fair face, partially hiding her delicate, peach blossom-like face. Her lips curved into a sweet, charming smile, like spring flowers blooming. Nan Fongjue felt a bit dizzy. He didn't expect that just a few curls in her hair could make Wen Yanyan look so charming and full of grace. The youthful innocence of an 18-year-old girl. was gone. All right, we've bought almost everything. Let's go get the water tank, Wen Yanyan said, still immersed in the joy of shopping. In her previous life, she never visited markets. Once she started, she couldn't stop. Because she didn't have much time. She was always studying. Even a genius needs to work hard. Yes, let's go, Nan Fongjue replied. As they left the market, he suddenly remembered something his grandfather once said. Little Jew, you are a soldier often away on missions, so don't look for a wife just because she's pretty. Find someone easy to take care of at home. Grandpa Wen Yan once saved me, and has seen you too. I like you quite a lot, so I arranged a marriage for you. Please treat her well for my sake. If you really don't like her, you can divorce her after I pass away. Grandpa probably never expected that the plain and simple Wen Yan could transform so dramatically, shining like a phoenix reborn. Looking attractive. Does that mean she might be more difficult to handle? Half an hour later, Wen Yan appeared from afar in front of the military wives, and as expected, it caused quite a stir. Zhang Huping rubbed her eyes. Hey? Isn't the woman next to the South Regiment woman Yanzi? Yes, she seems to have changed. Feng Jie shaded her eyes from the sun with her hand. She dyed her hair. Another military wife noticed. Wow, Yanzi looks really beautiful, like a star from a magazine. Huang Shuang's eyes widened in admiration. How did they buy so many things? Did they bring a store back? Yeah, and what's with the iron plate? When Wen Yan saw the military wives also looking surprised, she wondered why she kept running into them. On the last bus, hadn't they all left? She and Nanfang Ju had stayed in town for over 3 hours. Yanzi, what are you buying all this for? Huang Shuang asked her. Sister-in-law, I built a shower room in the yard. Wen Yan explained the heating principle of the shower to her. Good, very good. Here, it's spring all year round, plenty of sunshine, and the water will be warm after a day in the sun. Yanzi, you're so clever. Huang Shuang liked her more and even touched her little curly hair. Yanzi, how much did you spend on dyeing your hair? Feng Jie kept watching Wen Yan, who suddenly looked more charming, and she felt a little moved. Wen Yan told her.
3 yuan.
That's quite expensive. You really splurged. Feng Hua hesitated. Wen Yan was surprised. 3 yuan to dye her hair. Is that expensive? She thought it was pretty cheap. Sister-in-law, 3 yuan is for a full dye. If you only dye your bangs, it costs just 1 yuan. She noticed Feng Jie also wanted to dye her hair, so she gave her a suggestion. Feng Hua nodded. 1 yuan sounds reasonable, but she didn't want to just curl her bangs. She still preferred Wen Yan's hairstyle. Feng Jie, you shouldn't perm all your hair because it makes you look older. I perm mine because I am young and want to look mature, Wen Yan explained. But right after she explained, she remembered the voice calling her, Big Sister, by the river this morning. If she met that man again, wouldn't he still call her Auntie? Back then, his glasses fell into the river, and his eyesight wasn't good. They probably wouldn't meet again. Feng Hua said, Oh, I'll think about it at home. When Wen Yan got home, she changed into work clothes and started fixing the unfinished shower herself. She asked Nanfang Ju to lay metal sheets on the roof and install the water tank. But since she studied medicine, she didn't know much about mechanical parts. Her initial ideas were good, but once she started working, things got complicated. Surprisingly, Nanfang Ju was very skilled with his hands. Wen Yan wondered if men are naturally good at these tasks. In her previous life, her father also fixed household things like faucets, water heaters, washing machines, and drains. Her father was a teacher and had never worked as a plumber, but he learned by himself and figured it out just by fiddling with the tools. So Wen Yan was just helping, passing tools, and assisting. Although these tasks seemed simple, they were actually quite tedious. It took until evening to finish the shower. Wen Yan clapped her hands happily, looking at the newly built simple shower and smiling. This shower now works as expected. Tomorrow, I'll run an electric wire from inside the house and add a light bulb near the shower head for a better finish. She was even able to buy a shower head today, which surprised her a lot. It showed that the industrial development in the 1970s still had some foundation. Nanfong Ju also felt very satisfied. Let's go, time to go home and cook. When Yen Yen pulled his arm and headed back to the house. Tonight's dinner was very rich. When Yen Yen made 4 dishes and 1 soup, all up to national standards and all hearty dishes. Braised pork, soy sauce beef, mutton soup. She also stewed a fish and finally made scrambled eggs with chili. At the dinner table, there was fish, eggs, and meat but no seafood. Southern Jew looked at a table full of delicious food and asked, "Eat more vegetables, less rice. Leftovers can be eaten tomorrow." When Yen Yen was in a good mood today, she served her food and sat down next to Southern Jew. "You're so tired. You should eat meat every day to get protein and boost your immune system. But it's hard to buy meat here and the weather is hot, so it's hard to store." "Oh, I forgot something today. I didn't buy a mother hen." Suddenly, she remembered. Southern Jew looked confused. "A mother hen? You bought one today?" He took it out of his pocket. When Yen Yen shook her head. "Not a featherless one. I mean a live, feathered hen that can lay eggs." "Big guy, do you know why I bought a male wild chicken?" She looked mysterious, making Southern Jew guess. "Isn't it for fattening and eating?" He guessed more than asked. Because recently, the wild chicken, when Yen Yen hadn't gained weight, it had become thinner.
Haha, he really didn't guess right.
When Yen Yen proudly explained, "It's not for eating. It's a breeding hen. I want to buy a regular hen to mate with it. Then it will lay eggs which we can eat or hatch into chicks." She shared her plan with Southern Jew, 2 benefits in one. If her husband couldn't eat meat every day, eating eggs was also good. He was the only person in the world who cared about her and was closest to her. She had to take good care of him. Eating eggs makes sense, but what's the point of so many chicks? Southern Jew asked again. When Yen Yen took a sip of lamb soup.
It was so tasty, her tongue was dancing.
The lamb flavor was pure and very delicious.
"Sell them."
"Sell the chicks. 1 chick can sell for a yuan. 100 chicks would be 100 yuan, 200 chicks 200 yuan, 1,000 chicks, think about it, that's 1,000 yuan. Besides, these are improved chicks, descendants of wild chickens. 1 can sell for a yuan 50. Of course, nowadays people aren't willing to pay that much, so I can buy 5 and get 1 free, or 10 and get 2 free." This time, when Yen Yen had thoroughly studied and understood chickens. Since crossing over, she started with spicy chicken feet, and now she's planning to take down a family of 3 chickens. 1,000 chickens for 1,000 yuan? Southern Jew was so surprised he lost his appetite for braised pork. He doubted whether selling chicks could really make that much money. "Of course, I couldn't have such a large scale at the beginning. I have to take it slow." When Yen Yen still had more to say. "Dear officer, selling chicken parts isn't illegal. It's a farm product protected by national policies. Don't stop me this time. Now, policies are starting to relax and some rules have been changed." She got this information at the big market in Baishur village. Don't underestimate rural areas. Before the reform and opening up, the government favored rural policies and many initiatives were aimed from rural areas to cities. "Oh, okay, I won't stop you." Southern Jew was eating and wondering how many ideas she had hidden in her mind. "Why are there so many tricks?" "Husband, eat more meat and less rice. You don't need too many carbs." When Yen Yen was determined to give Southern Jew more protein. "His health must not be drained." "Okay, you eat too." They were eating when suddenly a knock on the door sounded. When Yen Yen was surprised. "Boss, didn't we lock the yard gate? Maybe we should lock it?" Southern Jew wasn't sure either. "Let me see," he said, getting up and walking to the door. Just as he pushed it open. "Wow, what delicious food are you making tonight? I could smell it from far away." Lin Sinon excitedly squeezed in. When Yen Yen turned her back to the door. When she heard his voice, she quickly bit off a piece of beef and put it in her mouth. "Oh, the wolf is coming. This man's mouth is like a food vacuum. Fong Ju, you're eating good at home. Why didn't you invite me?" Lin Sinon brought a chair inside and sat down at the dining table, acting entitled. "You're so inconsiderate." But when he saw Wen Yenyen's face, he was shocked. "Huh? Fong Ju, did you change wives? Where's Wen Yenyen?" Lin Sinon raised an eyebrow at Southern Jew. Southern Jew sat back down. "Are your eyes okay?" He looked a little worried. Lin Sinan looked serious. My eyes are fine. Everything's good.
Fongju, be honest. This isn't a small matter.
Do you still want to get promoted? When Yen Yen has already changed. Why don't you want her anymore? Southern Jew understood. Take another good look at her. Is this kid deliberately suspicious? Is it really that exaggerated? Lin Sinan listened to him, rubbed his eyes, and looked down. She has obvious female features on her chest. Lin Sinan exclaimed, Oh my god, you are Wen Yen Yen. Since the last time he visited the Nanfang Ju family and snacked on spicy chicken feet, he hadn't seen Wen Yen Yen again. Seeing her now, he couldn't recognize her at all. Wen Yen Yen couldn't help but smile, showing a small white tooth, shining softly like jade under the light. This military tough guy is still okay. Just because he said Wen Yen Yen had changed for the better, she decided not to hold a grudge. Including the past incident where he stopped Nanfang Ju from registering with the original owner, everything is now in the past. Lin Sinan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Really, you little sister-in-law? You've changed so much, you're like a whole new person. Amazing. He looked at Wen Yen Yen's features, which resembled a famous movie star from Hong Kong magazines, stunning and captivating.
You're flattering me.
I haven't done much, just lost some weight. If you don't mind, stay and have some dinner? Wen Yen Yen sincerely invited him. Not at all. There's so much good food here. Your family's dinner must be very rich. Lin Sinan kept staring at her. Okay, I'll go serve the rice. Wen Yen Yen got up, went to the kitchen to get a bowl and chopsticks and serve the food. Fong Ju, she just lost weight, but why does she look so different? Last time, I could still recognize her. Lin Sinan told Nanfang Ju again. She got her hair permed. Nanfang Ju explained. Getting her hair permed? That's not a big deal. It's not like she changed her head. That's so strange. Lin Sinan couldn't understand. Nanfang Ju didn't say anything. He could understand Lin Sinan because once, after returning from a mission, he also doubted if he had entered the wrong house. He left, rechecked, and only then went back inside. At this moment, when Yen Yen returned, handed the rice bowl to Lin Sinan. Lin Sinan even said unexpectedly, Thank you. Nanfang Ju couldn't help but glance at him. When did this big fool become so polite to Wen Yen Yen? No need to thank me. You're Nanfang Ju's friend, which is also my friend. Thanks for helping my family get bricks and cement. Wen Yen Yen sat down confidently and expressed her gratitude. There's no need to be polite. It's just a small matter. Lin Sinan took a piece of braised pork, put it in his mouth, chewed and swallowed, then gave a big thumbs up. Little sister-in-law, where is your family from? He asked a strange question that surprised Wen Yen Yen. What's wrong? Wen Yen Yen raised an eyebrow. Do you have a close female friend back home? Introduce me to one. Lin Sinan suddenly had the idea of finding a girlfriend who can do magic tricks. Wen Yen Yen almost bit her tongue.
What?
Does she look like a matchmaker? Last time was Zhang Xiaoni, this time it was Lin Sinan. She shook her head and said, I don't have friends back home. Before she was 18, Wen Yen Yen felt insecure and had no friends. But she thought of the original sister, Wen Yingying. I wonder how she's doing now. She should still be in college, right? Lin Sinan, you're only 23. Why are you in such a hurry to find a partner? Wen Yen Yen didn't recommend him to look for someone now. This man has handsome features, red lips, white teeth, and a pair of charming eyes. Clearly a romantic type. His personality is wild and carefree. Luckily, military discipline keeps him in check. If he were in society, Lin Sinan would definitely be a troublemaker. He'll only be reliable after he turns 30. Not really in a hurry. Forget it, maybe later. Lin Sinan focused on his meal, eating seriously while saying, Delicious, so good. Little sister-in-law, your cooking is better than my mom's. He suddenly sounded like a different person, calling her little sister-in-law with every bite. Then eat more. When Yen Yen added a few pieces of beef to Nanfangjua, worried he might not get enough. Lin Sinan is like a fierce wolf. Sinan, did you skip lunch? Nanfangjua looked at him eating and was a bit shocked. He had just finished one bowl, and now another full bowl. Don't mention it. I ran into that brat Yulinglong at noon. I didn't get a good meal, and in the afternoon, I ran 50 laps. How can I not be hungry? Lin Sinan couldn't help but complain. Why did she come to see you? Is there something going on? Nan Fongjue frowned. He knew about the 50 laps. He understood why Lin Sinan wasn't full. Her dad scolded her. She's looking for someone to report her. She suspects it's me. Who cares about her? Ugh. Lin Sinan finally finished eating, rubbed his stomach, and let out a satisfied burp. Why is her father scolding her? This was a question asked by Wen Yanyan. Little sister-in-law, why do you care about her? Lin Sinan felt confused. In his memory, she had no contact with Yulinglong because Yulinglong looked down on Wen Yanyan even with half-closed eyes. When Nanfongju decided to marry Wen Yanyan and register their marriage, Yulinglong's reaction was just as strong as his. She criticized Wen Yanyan harshly, saying she was worthless. Could it be that little sister-in-law knows something? Because we are colleagues, Wen Yanyan explained with a smile. Lin Sinan suddenly understood. Oh, right, you work at the art troupe. He had overlooked this detail. He also realized that he shouldn't tell Wen Yanyan about Yulinglong often visiting the military dormitory to see Nanfongju. His mind quickly came up with another explanation. Yulinglong is a stubborn girl. Her father asked her to go on a blind date, but she refused and complained. Someone must have told her father. Thinking about Yulinglong, who only had Nanfongju in her eyes, going on a blind date? When Yanyan nodded. She would definitely be against that. Yesterday morning at the art troupe, the head of the troupe was angry with Yulinglong because of this. Later, she never saw Yulinglong again. No one knew where she went. This girl is very clever. Fongju, I need to go back now. Will you come out and see me off? Lin Sinan stood up, winking with a charming smile, giving Nanfongju a secret signal. They left together. Lin Sinan looked at Wen Yanyan's figure through the window and lowered his voice. Fongju, I didn't speak well in front of her earlier. Yulinglong keeps going to the dormitory to see you, so her father, Captain Ding, scolded her. She won't bother you anymore, he told Nanfongju the truth. Who told her? Nanfongju was confused. Although Yulinglong often visited his dorm, few people knew about it. Even if others guessed something, they wouldn't spread rumors. After all, this is the military. Without solid evidence, no one dares to spread gossip. Lin Sinan shook his head. I don't know either. Another thing the commander asked me to tell you, this year's National Day Parade. Some people from our unit were selected, and we will gather tomorrow to head to the capital. This trip will be long, and we won't return until after the parade. Hey, are you okay with this? He clearly implied something. What do you mean? Why can't I do it? Nanfongju suddenly straightened up, standing taller than Lin Sinan by half a head, showing his strength. But Lin Sinan was used to this. He was shorter than Nanfongju, which made him seem less imposing. His looks were not bad, especially his charming eyes that could send flirtatious glances, making any woman soldier easily captivated. You're not even free during lunch, and this time you've been gone so long. Without your little wife nearby, aren't you about to go crazy? Lin Sinan, are you feeling itchy again? You can't forget yesterday's little incident, can you? Nanfongju's gaze was intimidating. You still ran away today. Hearing this, Lin Sinan felt uncomfortable all over. All right, I won't say more. Tonight, you can do it a few more times. See you tomorrow. He finished and ran off. Nanfongju watched him disappear into the night before closing the door and returning to his room. Husband, why did you take so long to see him off? When Yanyan was tidying up the table. Oh, we just chatted outside for a while. Nanfongju also helped clean up. He didn't tell Wen Yanyan about going to the capital tomorrow, worried she'd be upset again. He decided to wait until tomorrow to tell her. Husband, you don't need to do it. I can handle it myself. You can go back to your room. Wen Yanyan pushed Nanfongju back into the room with both hands. He had moved heavy boxes and iron sheets today, doing a lot of hard work and feeling quite tired. She wanted him to rest. She could handle the housework alone. Since her environment had changed, she was much more diligent than before. Most importantly, when Yanyan felt full of energy. Could it be that she had absorbed too much young energy? But then, a problem arose. She was feeling more energetic, but what about Nanfangju? Was he becoming? When Yen Yen shivered.
Ah,
She didn't want to think about it. She shook her head. It was all this man who had initiated everything. She didn't ask for it. She wasn't a fox spirit. After tidying up the table, washing the dishes, and cleaning the kitchen, she fed the dogs, Chio and Huan, with some leftover rice and vegetables in the yard. Once everything was done, she washed the dirty clothes she had changed over the past 2 days and hung them outside to dry. There was nothing left to do. She finally returned to her room and looked at the clock.
huh.
Is it 8 o'clock? When Yen Yen was momentarily surprised. Was it already so late? But then she remembered that dinner was a bit late tonight. She wanted to lie down for a while before washing up, but just as she lay on the bed, Nanfangjue, who was always reading novels, asked her, "Girl, why are you still busy? What are you doing? Isn't there that much work at home?" "Oh, I washed the dishes, cleaned the kitchen, fed Chio and Huan, then did the laundry," when Yen Yen closed her eyes. "Are you tired?" Nanfangjue gently stroked her curly hair, which still smelled fresh. When Yen Yen turned to hug his arm, feeling very peaceful inside. It turns out happiness is so simple, just having him is enough. She didn't know if this was love, but she enjoyed this simple and warm life. Don't pick herbs on the mountains so often in the future. It's too tiring and you'll get sunburned. Nanfangjue looked down at her bright red lips. When Yen Yen replied lightly, and after a while, she heard him say, "Have you washed up?"
No, dear.
"You absolutely can't touch me tonight. I'll be angry. I need to rest and recover, not indulge too much," when Yen Yen reminded him to conserve her energy. Nanfangjue was silent for a moment and then said, "Okay." He agreed and continued reading, feeling very happy, when Yen Yen secretly smiled. That's more like it, just not letting him do whatever he wants. In life, nothing is more important than health. When Yen Yen thought of something, she opened her eyes, got out of bed, and took a notebook and pen from the drawer, then lay back down. It was a ledger recording their income and expenses since she traveled here, details of how much money came in and went out. Her mother said, "A good memory is no match for a good notebook." These small expenses are hard to remember just in your head. One Yen Yen wrote down what she bought today and how much she spent, item by item. Then she added up all the prices to get the total. Today, she spent less than 40 yuan. She couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The prices in this era are really good. She bought so many things today, even got her hair curled, and it only cost 38 yuan. If it were in the new century, that would be 380 yuan. Just for curling her hair would cost 380. When Yen Yen finished counting the money, put away her account book, and went out to wash up. Since the shower room wouldn't be available until tomorrow, she still had to boil water to take a bath today. After her bath, when Yen Yen relaxed and lay on the bed reading a novel. This feeling was so comfortable, even her toes seemed to be dancing. She had already read this novel, the part where Anna Karenina is pregnant with Officer Vronsky's child.
She frowned.
Oh, this female protagonist is too love-struck. Why can't she be more rational? Why is she so suspicious? No wonder her ending was so sad. She was so absorbed in reading that she didn't notice when Nanfangju left the room. Until he came back, got into bed, and held her in his arms, softly whispering in her ear, "Girl, stop reading and go to sleep." Only then did when Yen Yen put down her book and turn off the light. Since arriving in the 1970s, her daily routine had become very regular. She had to sleep before 10 o'clock. Tonight was already quite late. As she was drifting into sleep, suddenly, her waist was tightened, and a large hand reached up to touch her soft chest. Next, a heavy kiss fell on her lips, deepening and shifting. When Yen Yen sighed inwardly, what should she do? He was here again. He had been teasing her before, and she thought he was really listening this time. She wanted to remind him not to do this anymore but couldn't speak. Her mouth was occupied. Under the moonlight, when Yanyan's face was rosy, her eyes charming, and her bare, white skin tinged with a hint of pink. Go to sleep. In Southern Jew's narrow, phoenix-like eyes, a tenderness appeared that even he didn't notice. Yes, you should also go to sleep. When Yanyan watched him close his eyes, then felt at ease and fell asleep. But for some reason, she didn't sleep well that night and woke up several times. Whenever she touched Southern Jew, she would quickly fall back asleep. The next morning, when Yanyan woke up to find her bed empty, Southern Jew was gone. She didn't mind much because he usually left early for morning exercises, and she had woken up a bit late today. However, when she got up, washed her face, and returned, she saw a note on the table. Her heart sank with a bad feeling. Because last time before Southern Jew went on a mission, he also left a note on the table. When Yanyan slowly went over and picked up the note, sure enough, it was written in his familiar handwriting, with familiar words. Girl, today I am leaving for the capital to participate in the National Day Parade. Before she could feel sad, she noticed that the sentence ended with a comma, not a period. Maybe he had more to say, or perhaps he was in a hurry and didn't finish writing. But Southern Jew's message was clear. He was going on another mission. This time it was in the capital, farther away. When Yanyan looked back at the calendar on the wall, September 10th, Monday. National Day is October 1st, so he would be gone for more than 20 days. This was a long time. When Yanyan understood now, she finally realized why Southern Jew didn't keep his promises last night and was so gentle because he already knew he would leave today. Last night, when he was sending Lin Sinan home, they talked outside. Southern Jew didn't tell her, and he hid his emotions very well. When Yanyan didn't doubt him at all. But when Yanyan never expected that Southern Jew would leave without saying goodbye in this way. Maybe it was better this way. Leaving without a face-to-face farewell avoided much sadness. If she had known last night, she would have been very upset and probably wouldn't have slept well. At the same time, when Yanyan was happy for him, being able to participate in the parade as a soldier was a great honor. Southern Jew in the parade would surely be very handsome. In the new century, she had seen television on TV before. When Yanyan's eyes lit up. That's right, by now, the country should have TVs, right? In her memory, there were manufacturers producing black and white TVs as early as 1958. Now it's 1977, and mass production is possible. She could quickly earn money to buy a black and white TV and watch the 1977 National Day Parade. Once this idea came to her, when Yanyan couldn't sit still. She looked at the time and saw it was only 7 o'clock. She got up, left the bedroom, went to the yard, picked up a basket, and took Chiu-Chiu up the mountain to gather herbs. Thinking this way gave Wan Yanyan the motivation to buy a TV. It would not only keep her busy, but also help her forget her longing for Nanfangju. Also, she still hadn't given the herbs she promised Wang Dahua last time. Most importantly, Nanfangju was outside resting and gathering strength, while staying at home would only make his health worse. His desires were too strong. Thinking this, the sadness of parting that had just filled her heart didn't seem so overwhelming anymore. By the way, she still didn't know how much a TV cost in this era. She decided to find out someday. At this moment, in the military dormitory, Lin Sinan had just finished breakfast. He was lying on his bed, crossing his legs, flipping through a colorful magazine to pass the time. Suddenly, the door opened. He looked in surprise as Nanfangju entered. Huh? Why are you here so early? The meeting isn't until 8 o'clock. Nanfangju, who had left early to avoid the sadness of parting, turned to check the wall clock. It's 6:50. Could you prepare a bit earlier? Sinan, why don't you go home? Do you always stay in the dorm? Since sharing a room with Wen Yanyan, he hadn't returned to the dorm. The bed was covered in dust. So today, he came straight to Lin Sinan's dorm to wait for a while, thinking he might not be there. I don't always stay in the dorm. Isn't there a mission today? I didn't go home yesterday. At first, Lin Sinan explained seriously, then suddenly changed his tone. I'm not like someone else, waiting at home for a beautiful wife, thinking about home every day, he teased with a hint of sarcasm. This time we're both the same. You should feel balanced now. Nanfangju sat down on the chair by the window near the wooden bed, his expression calm, his tone flat. Huh? Why aren't you angry this time? Are you no longer narrow-minded? Lin Sinan felt a bit uncomfortable and quickly put the magazine under his luggage, looking curious. Are you a bit mischievous? Southern Jew took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one, taking a puff. Since when Yen said in Baishir village that secondhand smoke is harmful, he hadn't smoked for 2 days. Now he wanted to smoke. The white smoke quickly dispersed and floated in front of Lin Sinan, who frowned and dodged the smoke. You're poisoning the air again. Do you know the smoke is very strong? Don't you smoke too? Why are you afraid of the smell? Southern Jew looked at him confused. Who would dislike smoking if they smoked? But I'm not smoking now. Lin Sinan frowned. He didn't have a big craving for cigarettes, just like Southern Jew. He could take it or leave it. Maybe it's because of their military background. Their willpower is stronger than ordinary people. Here, you can have one too. Southern Jew threw the cigarette pack to him. Is it because your little wife doesn't let you smoke, so you came here to smoke? Lin Sinan took a cigarette, lit it, and immediately the room filled with smoke again. I can smoke without her bothering me, and she even asked me to buy cigarettes to smoke. Southern Jew only said half of it before getting up and opening the window. A breeze blew in, dispersing the smoke, and the air in the room became much fresher. Why did you come so early today? Why not stay at home longer with your little wife? Lin Sinan's keen nose caught a whiff of gossip from Southern Jew's unusual behavior.
How do you know everything?
Southern Jew's brows furrowed tightly. He didn't want to say the reason. Lin Sinan chuckled softly, stretching his body and leaning his back against the wall, his long legs crossed. His charming eyes, beneath his sharp brows, looked more enchanting with the smoke, and his red lips parted slightly. I can guess even if you don't tell me. When you left this morning, wasn't she still asleep? You didn't want to say goodbye to her face to face, right? Maybe you're reluctant to leave her? Lin Sinan guessed correctly. Southern Jew's deep phoenix eyes finally stirred with a ripple. Lin Sinan, why are you so cheeky? Do you have to say it out loud? Do you know how Yang Xiu died? Haha, I knew I would guess right. Of course I know how Yang Xiu died, but you are not Chow Chow. Lin Sinan laughed proudly. Bro, I didn't expect that you, this cold man, are also a romantic. It's no wonder. When Yen, who was fat, ugly, and stupid before, turned into a beautiful woman. The visual and sensory impact is huge. Anyone would find it hard to let go, right? By the way, when did she start changing? Do you know? After teasing and joking, his expression suddenly became serious. After she was given the drug, Nan Fongjua had thought about this before, so he answered, without hesitation. Because after giving her the drug, he found the house was cleaner inside and out. So, it was after she took the drug that she changed, and later it became more and more shocking. Huh? The day after taking the drug, Lin Sinan was very surprised. Oh, right. The water with the drug was finally drunk by Wen Yen. Could it be that? The aphrodisiac also makes people look better and more beautiful. If it was true, he could try it on Yu Linglong. She was getting more and more annoying now. Lin Sinan was immediately startled by this idea. How did he think of that girl? She was so thin, like a washboard. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door of the dormitory was forcefully pushed open from outside. Yu Linglong stormed in, her eyes full of surprise when she saw Nan Fongjua. Hey, Nan Tuan? Why are you here too? Seeing her, Lin Sinan immediately felt a headache. Why did this girl come again? Yu Linglong, you really can act. Are you here on purpose to find Nan Fongjua? Lin Sinan bluntly exposed her. Yu Linglong glared at him fiercely. Lin Sinan, stop talking nonsense. Do I know how to predict fortunes? How do I know Nan Tuan is here? Isn't this your dorm? Yu Linglong sat down on the edge of the bed. Lin Sinan couldn't sit still and stood up. Don't you have friends? Are you so unpopular? Why are you so petty? What's wrong with me hiding here for a while? Yu Linglong stomped her foot in anger. You can hide for a while, but not forever. Besides, we're about to go on a mission. What are you doing staying here with me? Lin Sinan pushed her to leave.
What?
A mission? Yu Linglong was surprised. Where are you guys going this time? She quickly looked at Nan Fongjue. Nan Fongjue didn't speak. Lin Sinan said, "We're going to the capital to participate in the National Day Parade." Really? You're going to the parade? Your group was chosen. Yu Linglong was both excited and happy. This was a great thing. Very enviable. Yes, this time the trip will be longer. Come on, Nan Fongjue, it's almost 7:30. Lin Sinan put on his military hat and held a belt. If you're leaving, just go. Why are you pulling on the company commander? Yu Linglong was unhappy. Lin Sinan waved his belt and said through clenched teeth, "This girl doesn't know what's good for her. A girl who isn't married and is in a room with 2 men. Don't you want to get married?" Yu Linglong shook her head. "What's the big deal? You're all soldiers. Besides, if I don't want to marry, I won't. I don't like anyone anyway." She decided to give up. "You don't care, but I do. I don't want to ruin my reputation because of you. If that happens, I won't find a good woman. Come on, let's go. I'm locking the door." Lin Sinan pushed her out and locked the door, then left with Nan Fongjue. "You unfaithful scoundrel," Yu Linglong scolded their backs, then left as well. But as soon as she left the army, she stopped and turned up the mountain. She was in a bad mood, so she went up the mountain to relax. However, halfway up, Yu Linglong couldn't go on. She huffed and sat on a big rock, looking down at the lively green camp below. At this moment, many soldiers had gathered on the training ground, but only one person was the brightest, Nan Fongjue. Even from a distance, she could recognize him. She still remembered the first time she saw him 3 years ago. She knew it was a forever kind of look. How can there be such a perfect man in the world? Although he is cold and distant, his eyes shine with life, his heart is warm, and his blood is hot. What should I do? He is the only one in my heart, and I can't forget him no matter what. Why are only a few soldiers getting into the car? Where are the others? Are they seeing him off? Yu Linglong just realized that only a few soldiers were chosen, not a whole group. She kept watching the 2 jeeps slowly leave, and the soldiers on the field dispersed. They left. Nanju left. The green field faded to black and white, and her world turned gray. Yu Linglong's eyes went blank as she stared straight ahead, unmoving. She didn't even notice the snake, which was black and white, crawling out of the bushes. The snake left the grass and kept crawling toward Yu Linglong, even climbing onto a big rock. She didn't notice it at first. Suddenly, she felt annoyed. She sat up straight, holding the rock, trying to stand up. Just then, the snake opened its mouth, spat out its tongue, and bit her finger. Yu Linglong's finger suddenly hurt badly, and she let out a loud scream. She raised her injured finger high and looked around. "Something bit me." The snake ran away after biting her. She only saw a thin tail quickly disappearing into the grass. "Snake! Snake! It's a snake!" Yu Linglong shouted in surprise, scared so much she jumped onto the rock, bouncing around. At that moment, when Yan, who was gathering herbs in the mountains, suddenly heard a scream and several more shouts behind her. She was startled too. Did someone get bitten by a snake? When Yan dropped the herbs she was digging and hurried toward the sound. But when she saw Yu Linglong standing on the big rock, stopping and frowning her brows, she wondered, why was it her? "Hey, what's wrong?" Although she was upset to see Yu Linglong, when Yan still asked. Yu Linglong saw her too. "None of your business." Her tone was sharp. "Really? You don't need me?" When Yan carefully observed her expression. Could it be a harmless, non-venomous grass snake bite? "No need. I said no need." Yu Linglong turned around, pinched her injured finger, jumped off the rock, and headed down the mountain. "Don't go yet. If it was a venomous snake bite, it could be very dangerous." Warm Yan kindly warned her. However, Yu Linglong seemed not to hear and continued walking. Suddenly, she stopped and turned to look at Warm Yan. Her face was pale and looked pained, and her legs were trembling. Warm Yan secretly thought something was wrong. She had been bitten by a venomous snake. "I told you not to move, but you insisted on moving." She hurried over to support Yu Linglong. "Sit down, let me check. My hand feels numb, and my legs are shaking." It might be a snake bite. Warm Yen Yen, I don't want to die, do I? Yu Linglong started to feel scared. Warm Yen Yen glared at her. Don't worry, you won't die. Stay still and don't move around. For the first time, Yu Linglong, who is often blamed, didn't argue back. She listened and stayed still. Warm Yen Yen took off her backpack, found a piece of rope, and tightly tied it around Yu Linglong's upper arm to cut off blood flow. Then she put her injured finger in her mouth and began out the venomous blood, one mouthful after another. At first, she black blood, but when she saw bright red blood, she stopped. Let's go. We need to go to the town hospital for proper treatment. Warm Yen Yen's face was serious. The situation was quite serious. She had just out a lot of black blood, indicating there were many toxins in her body. Yu Linglong tried to stand up, but she saw Warm Yen Yen squatting in front of her. I'll carry you. Your blood has poison, and vigorous movement will speed up the blood flow, causing the snake venom to spread to your vital organs. Walk less, get on my back,
But
Yu Linglong felt embarrassed. Memories of her previous conflicts with Warm Yen Yen flooded her mind. Stop talking nonsense and get on quickly. Warm Yen Yen looked a bit anxious. Most likely, Yu Linglong had been bitten by a highly venomous snake. If she wasn't taken to the hospital immediately for anti-venom, her life could be in danger. When a life is at stake, she couldn't care about personal grudges. Thank you. Yu Linglong managed to speak at this moment. Hurry up. Do you want to die? Get on now. Warm Yen Yen blushed and shouted loudly. Warm Yen Yen quickly carried Yu Linglong down the mountain, with Chiu following behind her. Just at the foot of the mountain, they saw a jeep. Without hesitation, she stepped in front of the vehicle to block it. Sorry, someone was bitten by a venomous snake on the mountain. Can you take us to the hospital? At this moment, when Yen Yen was already sweating heavily, with her hair sticking to her face. Yu Linglong looked not fat but weighed over 100 pounds, which was quite heavy. Moreover, she was running downhill. Now, she guessed that Yu Linglong had fainted because there was no sound behind her anymore. When they first started down the mountain, she could still talk. Suddenly, the jeep braked sharply and stopped immediately. The officer sitting in the front passenger seat rolled down the window and said, "Hurry, get in the car." At the same time, the driver also got out to help place Yu Linglong into the back seat of the car. Wan Yen Yen got in the car and touched Yu Linglong's forehead. She was very hot. Her eyes were closed tightly, and her face looked pale, which was very dangerous. When Yen Yen was anxious and said, "Comrade driver, can you drive faster?" She is in great danger now. A fever was a bad sign, indicating that the snake venom was starting to harm Yu Linglong's central nervous system. Yes, Shaoli, drive quickly, as fast as possible to the hospital. The commanding officer gave the order. The car sped up quickly. When Yen Yen was sitting right behind the officer and could only see his side face. She also looked at him carefully through the rearview mirror. His skin was slightly dark, his face broad with large ears, and his eyebrows were firm. His eyes were sharp and full of spirit. This face was unfamiliar to her, and she was sure she had never seen him before. He wasn't from the Southern Border Troops, so what rank was he? In this era, military uniforms on the shoulders had no stars or badges, so when Yen Yen couldn't tell his rank. But she felt that his rank was probably higher than that of Commander Liu from the troops. With the jeep's help, they reached the largest hospital in town in just over 10 minutes. The fast-moving jeep finally stopped at the hospital entrance. The officer asked Shaoli, the driver, to carry Yu Linglong into the emergency room on a stretcher. When Yen Yen hurried to find the emergency doctor, who arrived quickly. "Doctor, she was bitten by a snake on the mountain and has a fever and is unconscious," when Yen Yen explained the situation eagerly. At this moment, Driver Lee interrupted to ask, "This comrade, if there's nothing else you need help with, I have to leave now. I also need to take the officer to the airport." "Okay, you go ahead." "Thank you, comrade, and please also thank the officer for me." When Yen Yen turned around briefly and said, "Okay, I will bring it," Driver Lee promised and left. When Yen Yen then continued speaking to the doctor, "Doctor, the poison blood in her body has been drawn out by me. I also tighten her arm, but her condition is still very serious. It must be a strong toxin. Please give her the anti-venom injection quickly. This is a mountain area. Your hospital should have this medicine, right? She kept her eyes fixed on the doctor's mouth. Wen Yanyan was worried that the doctor might say the hospital didn't have the serum, and that would be the end. The doctor checking the patient suddenly turned back and looked at her deeply. All right, I understand. You did very well, Xiaonya. Go quickly to the pharmacy and get a vial of serum. He was speaking to the nurse standing nearby. Yes, I'll go right now. The nurse hurried off. Wen Yanyan watched the nurse run to get the serum, then she finally relaxed a little. Good. Yu Linglong was not completely unlucky. There was still hope. She then asked the emergency doctor, Doctor, is there a phone here? Yes, over there. The emergency doctor pointed to the phone. Thank you. Wen Yanyan ran to the phone. She wanted to call Director Yu of the art troupe to tell him about Yu Linglong's current condition. After making the call, Wen Yanyan finally calmed down and sat on a wooden bench outside the rescue room. By then, the serum had been brought in, and Yu Linglong was being pushed into the treatment room for emergency care. She hoped Yu Linglong could escape death this time. Although Yu Linglong held a grudge against her because of Nanfang Jue and often provoked her, Wen Yanyan didn't want her to get hurt. Yu Linglong was at least honest, showing her feelings openly, unlike Zhang Mimi, who kept secrets. Plus, she was still young. It would be a pity if she died from a snake bite. Wen Yanyan didn't expect Yu Linglong to thank her for saving her in the future. As long as she didn't cause trouble, that was enough. Having one more friend was better than having one more enemy. Whether Yu Linglong would continue to compete with her for men in the future didn't matter now. She had done what she needed to do, and felt no guilt. About 20 minutes later, when Yanyan saw Captain Ding rush in hurriedly, followed by a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She has a medium build, neither fat nor thin, with fair skin and a delicate face. Her hair is styled in a simple round bun at the back of her head. She wears a white shirt and blue pants, looking clean and tidy, with anxious eyes and brows. Wen Yanyan guesses she is Linglong's mother. Captain, I'm here. She quickly stands up to greet. Wen Yanyan. Captain Yu sees her and rushes over. Where is Linglong? How is she? She is being rescued now. Captain, please sit down and wait for a while. Wen Yanyan points to the chair beside her. Not sitting. Wen Yanyan. How could Linglong be bitten by a snake? Captain Yu didn't have time to ask in detail when he received the call, so he came right away after hanging up. I don't know much. When I saw her on the mountain, she had already been bitten. Wen Yanyan knows little more.
Sigh.
Why did this girl go up the mountain? She's always so impulsive. Yu Jingyuan is annoyed. It's also your fault. The middle-aged woman next to him gets angry. Look at you, always blaming me when something happens. Don't you have any responsibility as a mother? Yu Jingyuan's face turns red. It's not like I forced her to date. She was upset and went up the mountain to relax. She was chased away early in the morning. The mother understands her daughter and guesses Linglong went up the mountain to unwind. Xiao Hong. The woman protests. Xiao Hong. Don't talk nonsense outside. I didn't hit her. I was just scaring her. Yu Jingyuan defends himself. Hey, what are you arguing about outside? I can hear you inside. The patient needs quiet. The door to the emergency room opens. An emergency doctor comes out, interrupting the tense argument. Xiao Hong hurriedly approaches and asks, Doctor, the rescue inside was for my daughter. How is she now? Is she out of danger? Are you a family member of the patient? And him. The emergency doctor looks at her, then at Yu Jingyuan in military uniform. Yes, I am her mother. That is her father. He was too emotional just now, so he raised his voice. Doctor, I want to know how she is. Xiao Hong asks eagerly. I am here. Wen Yanyan stood up again. Yes, it's you. The emergency doctor nodded first, then spoke to Xiao Hong. Your daughter is lucky to have this girl. She handled everything well and got her to the hospital quickly. Your daughter was bitten by a cobra, which is very dangerous. If no first aid had been given at the time, even rushing her to the hospital might not have saved her. He praised Wen Yanyan's actions. Cobra venom? Xiao Hong turned and held Wen Yanyan's hand tightly, saying repeatedly, Yanyan, thank you. Thank you so much. She choked up, tears in her eyes, unable to speak further. When Yen Yen quickly responded, Auntie, don't be upset. I just happened to be on the mountain and handled it casually. I didn't expect to save Linglong's life. Please don't mention it. She couldn't bear to see this scene and felt a bit sad inside. If the original mother knew her daughter was bitten by a snake, she probably wouldn't be so upset. When Yen Yen was sent back by the driver arranged by Captain Ding, they stayed at the hospital to take care of Yu Linglong, who had just woken up. She first went to the mountain to find the herbal basket she had left behind, then hurried home to find Xiao Qiu, who was waiting at the door for her. When Yen Yen finally felt at ease. Luckily, neither the herbs nor Xiao Qiu were lost. She washed her face at home, then went out to work at the cultural troupe. But as soon as when Yen Yen entered the rehearsal hall, Tian Mimi grabbed her. Yen Yen, why are you only coming now? Her tone was a bit anxious. Something at home delayed me. Mimi, do you need something? When Yen Yen didn't mention that Yu Linglong had just been bitten by a snake, as if showing off. I heard that Nan Tuan and Lin Sinan and a few others have been selected for the National Day Parade in the capital. They left today. I noticed you're very discreet, not a word about it. Tian Mimi complained. When Yen Yen felt a little awkward. Could she say she just found out about this? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? She couldn't tell the truth. Mimi, this matter is like your name. It's a military secret. It can't be told early. Besides, I only found out last night, when Yen Yen had learned about it a day earlier. Tian Mimi felt at ease. That's okay. I thought you were hiding it from me on purpose. Being chosen to participate in the National Day Parade is a great honor. The Southern team will definitely bring you a gift when they return. She was thinking more than when Yen Yen. How could that be? We're good friends. If I knew, I would tell you first. As for the gift, I don't care. Let's go. Time to practice. When Yen Yen finished speaking, then she put her arm around her shoulder, and they happily walked away. Yen, you got your hair dyed. It looks so nice, like a doll. Where did you get it done? Tian Mimi looked at her with envy. The day went by quickly. After work at 4 o'clock, when Yen Yen didn't go home, but headed straight to the town. Since there were no buses at this time, she ran there. Why was she in such a hurry? She wanted to buy 2 small hens to add to her family's rooster's harem to help with breeding. Even though she already had a handsome partner, her dream of getting rich couldn't be put aside. She wanted to earn a lot of money. Also, when Yen Yen wanted to buy another book because in this era, there were no books and life was hard without them. No TV, no phone, no entertainment places, no internet cafes, no internet at all. She had plenty of time at night, but nowhere to spend it. When she arrived in town, when Yen Yen first went to the patriotic bookstore, worried it might close if she arrived too late. She could go to the black market anytime. She looked inside the bookstore, but didn't see the manager or any customers. Only a quiet-looking girl dressed, simply sat on a chair behind the cash register. Hello, come in and take a look. We have many new books. The girl was quite friendly to customers. When Yen Yen usually headed straight for the foreign literature section, she looked around and finally found a copy of Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea, then checked the price on the back.
She paused.
The original price was covered by a handwritten label. It read, 3.00. When Yen Yen smiled to herself. The book's original price must have been 5 yuan. The shopkeeper gave a discount, about 40%. This Wen Si was good at business. When the shopkeeper was clever, her mind was quick. Wen Yen Yen took the book to the cash register and counted out 3 yuan. Suddenly, a voice came from the door, saying, I'll give you this book, no need to pay. Wen Yen Yen turned to look. It turned out that the store manager, Wen Sahan, had returned unexpectedly and was now looking at her intently. No need, I brought money. Seeing his intense gaze, Wen Yen Yen's face turned red. She quickly handed the money to the young girl. You can't buy a book without paying. The young girl looked at the manager, unsure if she should accept the money. When Sahan suddenly stepped closer and firmly held her hand that was holding the money. I said I'll give it to you, so I will. I can give a gift worth 3 yuan. This sudden change startled Wen Yen Yen. She hurriedly withdrew her hand, her face showing some annoyance. If you don't want money, Then I won't want the book either. She put down the book and started to leave. It's not about the money. When Yan mind froze at this thought. What's going on with him? Why did he suddenly not want the money? Is this some kind of sales tactic? But when Sahan had already left the bookstore before her, standing outside the door. When Yan came out, she asked him, "Why did you do that? Why is he still holding her hand and being so gentle?" When Sahan faced her slowly and honestly said, "Because I like you, so I wanted to give you a gift." This answer surprised her a lot. When Yan frowned slightly. "When did you start liking me?" "From the first moment I saw you," when Sahan looked at her sweet face with affection. Every time he saw this girl, he felt something different. And she was becoming more beautiful. When Yan furrowed her brows and thought back. Back then, I was still quite overweight. How could he like me? When she first came to the bookstore, she was just starting to lose weight. Could a man like someone who was so chubby? When Yan was confused, but when Sahan's gaze was warm and sincere. "I liked your inner self first. Now, I like you as a person. Can we be friends?" Since when Yan left last time, when Sahan kept thinking about her. Finally, he was sure. He liked this slightly plump girl. Not just her smile, but also her confidence and her cheerful, natural personality. When Sahan's honest confession caught Yan a bit off guard.
"But we've only met twice," she said.
Our feelings seem to have developed very quickly. Liking someone and knowing her for a long time don't matter. When Siyu continued to confess. "Maybe you should like someone else. We're not right for each other." Although his confession touched her, when Yan couldn't accept him because she was already married.
"Why?
"Do you dislike me?" When Siyu looked nervous. When Yan shook her head. When Shirhan couldn't wait and asked, "Then why?" A fog appeared on his glasses from his quick breathing. "Because I am already married," when Yan told him honestly. When Shirhan frowned. "What did you say? Married? Are you joking?" "No, I am still in a military marriage," she explained clearly. "How old were you when you married?" "Aren't you only 18? When Shirhan still didn't believe. "It was an arranged marriage. We've only been married 5 months, she answered. An arranged marriage. When Shirhan turned away and was silent for a long time, disappointment clear in his eyes. The next moment, he returned to the bookstore and handed her a copy of The Old Man and the Sea. "Keep this book."
"It's a small gift from me," he said.
When Yan asked, "Have you made up your mind?" If he hadn't, she couldn't accept the book. When Shirhan looked sad. "I wonder who was lucky enough to marry you. Do you like him?" he asked, a bit resentful. She nodded. At this point, she had to like him, to make when Shirhan give up. "All right, I wish you happiness. I won't run this bookstore anymore. I'm leaving for the capital in a few days. I'll give it to you," he decided. "Eh? What did you say?" When Yan was surprised, her eyes wide. "You're going to take over this bookstore?" she asked. When Shirhan looked upset, his face a little grim. He had finally found a girl he liked and confessed to her. But she was married, and her husband was in the military. He understood the law and knew military marriages couldn't be broken. That meant he had no hope. When Shirhan, "Is this bookstore yours?" Why doesn't when Yan know that there are still private business owners in this era? "Yes, it's mine, but I don't want to stay here anymore. Since you like books too, I'll give it to you." When Sihong looked at the bookstore with a serious expression, hiding complex feelings. "But I don't have money. How can I take it?" When Yan couldn't accept it. "No money needed. Just help me run it and give me 20% of the profit each year." It seemed that when Sihong had already made up his mind, he had thought of this step. "Are you sure?" When Yan had never thought about owning a bookstore, it wasn't part of her big plans for making money. "I'm sure. Come on, let's transfer it now." Manager Wen turned to leave the store. "Manager Wen, are you being too impulsive? Think about it carefully." When Yan followed behind, advising him. She was a bit confused. If she took over this bookstore, how could she continue working in the art troupe? Because she couldn't split herself, the bookstore couldn't be left without an owner for a day. When Yan suggested he think it over, but really, she was giving herself some time to consider. "It's not impulsive. I wouldn't stay here for long anyway. I will let it go sooner or later. When Sihong strode toward his lounge. Are you not coming back later? Sensitive when Yen Yen sensed something behind his words. My family is in the capital. I will go back eventually, just a year earlier. When Sihong looked through a drawer at his desk for the documents. When he found one, he placed it on the table. Did he mean he wouldn't come back? Yen Yen felt a little sad for a moment, then softly responded. Yangzi, I'm leaving. Will you miss me? Was he still not giving up? When Yen Yen blinked, hiding her true feelings behind a charming smile. Of course I will miss you, because I still get a share from you every year. Unavoidably, she felt a bit disappointed. She had lost someone to talk to in this era. When Sihong pushed up his glasses and smiled too. That's good. At least we can stay in touch. If you ever get a chance to go to the capital, I can show you around. When Yen Yen, I wish our cooperation success. He reached out his hand to her. But when Yen Yen didn't move, she said, however, I have an idea. 20% is a bit low. I can give you half of the profit. She didn't want to take advantage of him. After all, she was just the manager. Although it was very profitable, she felt uneasy inside. When Sihong's eyes behind his glasses showed a hint of doubt. Don't you want to make money? I only want to earn what I deserve. 20% profit isn't fair to you. When Yen Yen honestly replied. She had a bookstore that she practically got for free, with no investment. A person shouldn't be greedy. When Sihong saw her determination in her eyes. You really are a special girl. Suddenly, he had a thought. Will she get divorced someday? When Yen Yen just smiled and said nothing. When a man likes a woman, he always finds various excuses to praise her. All right, since you insist, 50% it is. When Sihong hesitated for a moment but finally agreed. Deal. When Yen Yen finally shook his hand, feeling the warmth of his palm. She held a bunch of documents and a note with contact information, standing at the door watching when Sihong walked away. Did this man, who just said he liked her, give up on pursuing her and hand over the bookstore's management? What was he really thinking? Isn't he just a reckless spender? Can a man really lose his mind over a breakup? At this time, in the late 1970s, early reform era, people's desire for knowledge was rapidly increasing. With a little effort, the patriotic bookstore's business would surely boom. What should she do now? Can she still stay in the art troupe? Wen Yan wanted to discuss with Nan Fongjue, but she couldn't find anyone. Her mind was a tangled mess. Forget it, she should go buy some hens first. Even if a bookstore fell from the sky, she couldn't abandon her future chicken farm. Wen Yan turned back to the bookstore and asked the girl at the cash register, "What's her name?" The girl replied with a bright smile. She wasn't stupid. She had already overheard Wen Sihong and Wen Yan's conversation about the bookstore changing owners. "Hello, Ji Yun, my name is Wen Yan. From now on, I will temporarily manage this bookstore on behalf of the store manager. Are you a local? How much is your monthly salary?" Wen Yan needs to understand the basic information about her employees. "I am a local, living in the town.
My salary is 10 yuan. Yun answered honestly.
Okay, I will raise your salary by 2 yuan, starting next month." Wen Yan doesn't care about the extra 2 yuan. Her goal is to win people's trust. "Thank you, Sister Yan." Ji Yun's eyes brightened. Wen Yan looked at her carefully and asked, "Ji Yun, how old are you this year?" 20 years old. Wen Yan felt a bit troubled. Do people in this era speak like that? Ji Yun doesn't look very young. Why does she think she's older than her? "Ji Yun, I am 2 years younger than you. You don't need to call me sister, just call me Yanzi." She wants to correct her to avoid awkwardness.
Huh?
Just calling me by my name feels a bit disrespectful. I'll still call you the store manager. Ji Yun quickly changed her words. Does she call Yanzi out of respect? Wen Yan felt a bit more comfortable and thought for a moment before speaking. "It's up to you. Also, what are your working hours? Do you have any days off?" "From 9 in the morning to 7 in the evening. No days off."
Yun answered truthfully.
"All right, I have something to do and need to leave now. There's no one buying books today. You can close up shop. We'll resume normal hours tomorrow." Wen Yan doesn't have time to stay in the store today, so she ends her work. "Okay, store manager. Ji-yoon started tidying up, then turned off the lights and closed the door, handing a bunch of keys to Yen. She took the keys and handed one to Ji-yoon. Here, take this key. If I come late in the future, you can open the store and start selling. When Yen wants to go home and think about how to keep the bookstore running smoothly without leaving the art troupe. Okay, store manager. Ji-yoon took the keys. When Yen watched Ji-yoon leave, then took her copy of The Old Man and the Sea and left the bookstore, heading straight to the black market. She smoothly spent 5 yuan to buy 2 young hens just beginning to experience their first love. As she stepped out of the black market, she unexpectedly saw a vintage motorcycle parked at the street corner, with an old man sitting nearby smoking. When Yen's eyes lit up, because there was a white paper sign hanging on the bicycle with 5 crooked big characters written on it. Second-hand bicycle for sale? She couldn't help but feel happy inside. Her luck had been great lately. Everything she wished for seemed to come true. She had wanted to buy a bicycle for a long time, but never had the chance. Now she needed one even more. Since she started working at the bookstore, she had to travel frequently to the military base and nearby towns. Walking was okay, but bicycles were faster and less tiring. The bike looked to be about 70% new. When Yen walked over and asked the old man, "Sir, are you selling this bicycle?" The old man, wearing a faded Ben Shahn hat, quickly took off his pipe and replied with a word, "Yes, sir. How much do you want for it?" When Yen got closer and saw that it was a Phoenix brand bicycle, a well-known domestic brand.
50 yuan, the old man said.
When Yen nodded silently, that price seemed quite fair. A new Phoenix bicycle from this era cost over 130 yuan, especially if it had a receipt. "Sir, does this bike have the proper paperwork?" When Yen was worried about buying something that might cause trouble later, or if someone claimed it was stolen. "Yes, everything is in order." "Here's the receipt," the old man said, taking it out of his pocket and handing it to her. When Yen looked at it and found no issues, she then asked, "Sir, why are you selling the bike?" "My family member is sick and needs surgery. We only have this valuable thing, so I have to sell it," he explained with a worried look. "A family member is ill?" When Yen's heart sank. "Sir, can I try riding the bike?" "Sure, go ahead," the old man agreed. When Yen pushed the bike and rode around to test the brakes, then crouched down to carefully check the chain and wheels.
"Sir, I want to buy this bike. I'll give you 70 yuan.
"It's for my family's medical expenses." Although she was not very wealthy now, she couldn't bear to see others suffer. Thank you, young lady." Even in the dim night, when Yen could see tears in the old man's eyes. "Sir, no need to thank me. The price is fair for this bike." The old man probably set the low price because he was eager to sell quickly. When Yen counted out 70 yuan to the old man, then placed a book and 2 small hens in the cart basket. The cart headed home. She bought the cart just for getting around, but the roads in the countryside are very poor. Even new, they quickly become old and worn out. Buying a used cart is better, cost-effective and durable. It can handle rough roads without worry. Although when Yen usually rides her bicycle, by the time she got home, it was already very dark. In the military family compound, every house had lights on. She parked her bike in the yard, then went inside to quickly heat up some leftover ice. The house felt a bit lonely without one person, but luckily, her dog Chio was circling her feet, which made her feel less sad. "Chio, from now on, it's just us. Are you hungry? I'll make you some food," she said. She reheated the leftovers and shared some with Chio first. The rest she ate with her family. Afterward, she took out some herbs from the basket and laid them out on a wooden board to dry. Then she hurried to build a chicken coop. She had bought chickens but hadn't found a place to raise them yet. When Yen remembered there were some leftover bricks from building the shower room last time, so she used those. She built the chicken coop against the north wall of the yard, with half a wooden board on top. It let sunlight in and kept out rain and heat, just the last step needed. She covered the coop with a fishing net that had been damaged when she rescued someone that day. She was worried that the wild rooster, Huan, might fly away. She didn't make a small door for the coop, afraid the 3 chickens would go out and eat the vegetables in the yard. She also worried that the 2 small hens might wander out and be eaten by Qiuqiu. Although Qiuqiu was well-behaved, she still had to be careful. After all, she was a wolf. One Yan stood by the chicken coop and told the wild rooster, Huan, don't bully the Love and Lolo. They're your friends. You must get along well. Marry first, then love. She named the new hens. One black and white was called Ai, and the speckled one was Lulu. Huan, Ai, and Lula made a happy family. So wonderful. After finishing her lessons with Huan, when Yan picked some greens from the garden, she chopped them with a knife, mixed them with cornmeal, and put the mixture in the chicken feeder. Under the light coming from the kitchen, she watched the chickens gobbling up their food, and a smile appeared on her face. When Yan already predicted that it wouldn't be long before these 2 hens would lay eggs. When she has collected 30 eggs, she can incubate the chicks by hand. When Yan carefully covers the fishing net again and speaks to Qiuqiu nearby. Qiuqiu, your friends have 2 more. In the future, you 4 should get along well. When Yan smiles happily at this adorable little creature, she goes back inside her house, and Qiuqiu follows her without being chased away. Because Nanju is not at home, Qiuqiu is free to go wherever it wants. When Yan returns to her room to find a set of clean clothes and then comes out. She walks into the newly built bathroom. Today is her first time using it. She wants to see how it works. Since she hasn't turned on the light yet, the bathroom is a bit dark. After about 10 minutes, when Yan finally comes out of the bathroom, happy and satisfied. Her wet hair still drips water, but it doesn't affect her joyful mood. Her lively, moist eyes sparkle with happiness, and her fair, pinkish cheeks look like a blooming night-blooming jasmine, beautiful and charming. It's very eco-friendly, very easy to use, the water temperature is just right, the water flow is good, and everything feels perfect. She is very pleased. Great. From now on, bathing will be as convenient as in the new era, except for missing a light. When Yan looks at the time when she returns to her room, and her eyes suddenly widen. Wow, it's already 9 o'clock?
So late?
She has been busy all day, doing more than she did in a whole year in her previous life. Gathering herbs, saving people, going to the hospital, working, running the shop, buying chicks, buying a bicycle, and then building a chicken coop. When Yan, you are amazing. She sincerely praises herself. Then, like every day, she lies on her bed to read a novel. But today is different. After a while, she can't focus on the book anymore and stares blankly out the window with wide eyes. Tonight, there is no moon. Only faint starlight shining through the grid-patterned window. It lazily illuminates a vase with a bunch of wild daisies on her writing desk, making the scene look lonely and sad. When Yan misses him, Nanju is probably still on the train. With the speed of a train in the 1970s, he wouldn't reach the capital in a day. Sigh, she feels quite regretful. She didn't get to see him off this morning. If saying goodbye is painful, what about missing someone? It is even more painful than parting. Because parting is only hard for a short time, but missing someone lasts a long time. If saying goodbye could lessen her longing, she would choose to say farewell. When Yan suddenly remembered a line from a beautiful modern poem, but I cannot sing loudly. Quietly, the farewell flute plays. Even summer insects fall silent for me. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. It was so fitting. When Yan quickly grabbed his pillow and held it close, closing her already moist eyes. 1 minute before departure, Nan Fongjua learned that only 5 soldiers from the entire South Garrison would go to the capital for the parade. Besides him, Lin Sinan, Wu Ming, Su Yang, and 1 female soldier. To everyone's surprise, the female soldier was Zhang Mimi, a medic. While waiting at the train station platform, Lin Sinan leaned in and gently poked Nan Fongjua, whispering, "Hey, why is this woman here? What is she doing?" This question had puzzled him for a while, and now he finally asked. Nan Fongjua looked straight ahead, without looking at Zhang Mimi. "I don't know either." Lin Sinan's sneaky behavior was quickly noticed by Commander Lu Zhendong. "Lin Sinan, what are you muttering about? We're soldiers. We should act like soldiers. not look like ordinary civilians. Will people think if they see us? He was the overall commander responsible for taking them to the capital. Lin Sinan shut his mouth and said nothing because they all looked quite conspicuous, especially Nan Fongjue. At this moment, Zhang Mimi came over carrying a travel bag, looking shy, and asked, "Hello, can I stand with you?" The four of them didn't say anything. Lin Sinan, why don't you show some brotherhood? Fellow soldiers should look out for each other when they're away. Why are you so tired just talking? Commander Lu scolded him again. Commander, I don't know what I did wrong. I shouldn't speak, but I shouldn't stay silent either. What should I do? Lin Sinan was feeling frustrated. All four men remained silent, and the commander singled him out. Out of these four, you're the only troublemaker. And she's asking about you. Just speak openly. Why are you whispering and muttering? Okay, Zhang Mimi comrade, you can stand wherever you want, Lin Sinan said casually on the surface, but inside he thought, who wants to bother with your affairs? You're an adult now. Asking everything, what a fool. Zhang Mimi stood still for a while. Soon, a train with a loud whistle slowly pulled into the station. As soldiers, they board the train last because civilians get priority. When it was Zhang Mimi's turn to get on, she missed stepping onto the ladder properly. She shouted in surprise and leaned back. Just then, Nanju caught her from behind, preventing her from falling. Thank you, Commander Nan. Sorry, I just missed my step. Zhang Mimi's face was flushed with embarrassment. Nanju didn't say anything. Be careful. Lieutenant Liu, the last aboard, reminded them. Lin Sinan, who had gone ahead, looked back and understood the situation. He grabbed Zhang Mimi's shoulder, pulled her up, and lowered his voice. Women are so troublesome. Can't even get on the train properly. Would I want to fall? You hurt me when you grabbed me earlier. Zhang Mimi angrily touched her shoulder, which still hurt. Are you made of paper? So delicate. Come on, let's go. Don't block the way, Lin Kunan continued quietly. Zhang Mimi glared at him fiercely, adjusted her military cap, and walked past him. But after they found their carriage, Zhang Mimi sat down directly across from Nanju. That's my seat. Please move. Lin Sinan looked at his ticket and told her to move. He had deliberately chosen these two tickets from the commander, both window seats, one for Nanju and one for himself. Didn't you just say I could sit anywhere? Then you sit where I am. Zhang Mimi pointed to the empty seat behind Nanju with her chin. Lin Sinan frowned. So she wasn't mistaken but was doing it on purpose? A hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. He didn't want to sit back to back with Nanju. This woman had bad intentions. She wanted to watch Nanju all the way. But he wouldn't let her have her way. Lin Sinan saw Lieutenant Liu. Zhang Mimi, please give this seat to the commander. He's older and should sit by the window. Although Zhang Mimi was unhappy, she couldn't refuse openly, as it would seem disrespectful to the leader. She slowly got up, actually trying to think of an excuse, but before she could speak, Lin Sinan once again pulled her away and sat down beside her. Go back to your seat. It's the same by the window, and we're not far apart. So annoying. He's trying to lure her away. Feeling tricked and embarrassed, Zhang Mimi's face turned red. She looked at the passengers in the carriage and had no choice but to return to her seat. Lin Sinan said to Nan Fengju, See? I told you before, her sneaky tricks can't be hidden anymore. This isn't the army. You need to watch your behavior. Everyone is watching. Nan Fengju quietly reminded him. In the carriage, there were 5 men and 1 woman, 6 soldiers in total. Except for the commander, all of them were handsome and attractive, which had already attracted everyone's attention. So, they must be careful with their words and actions to avoid giving the army a bad name. Lin Sinan leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes. When soldiers are around, he doesn't dare speak much or make any inappropriate jokes. The journey from south to north is very long. While Wen Yan, exhausted after a busy day, was falling asleep holding her pillow, Nan Fengju was still bouncing on the train. They would stay overnight on the train and arrive in the capital at 7 a.m. the next day. This is a direct train, taking 20 hours in total. No matter how long and lonely the night is, The sun will still rise as usual the next morning. When Yan Yan finally woke up, she looked at the time, 6 a.m. in the morning. When Yan Yan rubbed her eyes, stretched lazily. She didn't sleep well last night and felt tired. But she got up anyway. Lying around was uncomfortable. After washing her face and eating a simple breakfast, she went to the yard and looked through the fishing net at Huan Huan, Ai, and Lele. The wild rooster, Huan Huan, looked much more energetic, with his neck a whole inch longer than usual. It was clear he had been showing off last night. His colorful feathers shimmered like shining silk, such a beautiful rooster. The two young hens still looked a bit shy, watching Huan Huan from afar. As soon as they got a little closer, they immediately retreated again. Wen Yan Yan suddenly thought of Nanfang Ju, tall, strong, handsome. Animals and people are similar, she smiled to herself. It seemed they got along well. The absence of chicken feathers on the ground meant there was no fight. These two young hens are a bit timid. It's best to let them get used to things first. They haven't finished eating the chicken feed I made last night, so there's no need to prepare more. Wan Yan Yan looked up at the sky. The weather is still good today. She took a basket and left home to go up the mountain. She didn't need to be called. Chio Chio followed her again. It now looks different from a wild wolf. Because it eats regularly at each meal, unlike the wolf that goes hungry sometimes, it has become chubby, just like its name. Since it looks fat and has gentle eyes, no one suspects it is a wolf except for Nanfangjua. Although sometimes, it still howls loudly. To go up the mountain, she needs to leave the residential area and walk along the main road for a while. The terrain there is gentle, and a path has already been worn out by people. But as when Yan Yan stepped out of the residential area, she saw a young man walking toward her in the morning light, and she paused for a moment. Isn't this the man who tried to jump into the river that day? Why is he here? Is he looking for her? How does he know she is in the army? However, the man kept walking forward, and when he passed by, he didn't even look at her. When Yan Yan felt cold inside. This man is ungrateful. She lifted her leg to keep walking when suddenly she heard a voice behind her. Are you the older sister? The man who tried to commit suicide called her. When Yan Yan was instantly angry and didn't want to pay attention to him. His words could make people furious. The man caught up with her. Older sister. Older sister. His voice grew closer, and she quickened her pace. Finally, when he blocked her way, when Yan Yan stopped and looked at him sideways with a mischievous expression. The man exclaimed in surprise. So you really are the benefactor. How have you changed in just 2 days? If it weren't for that dog behind you, I wouldn't have recognized you. When Yan Yan's anger eased. It turns out he didn't recognize her because she dyed her hair. But what does older sister mean? He's not finished yet. Yes, it's me. Do you need something from me, older sister? She felt a bit resentful. The man hesitated for a moment before saying, Miss, I came here specially to thank you. What a coincidence to meet you on the road. He quickly stopped calling her older sister and changed to Mississippi when Yan Yan's heart sank with a thud. He's quite tactful. The man pushed up his glasses. Oh, she saw it. He had put on a new pair of glasses for nearsightedness. Why should I thank you? If you don't want to live, saving you was a mistake. It might have delayed your rebirth. Although when Yan Yan felt calmer, she looked down on people who commit suicide. It's too selfish and doesn't consider their family's feelings. No, young lady, your way of talking is very unusual. I'm not in a hurry to be reborn. The young man said with a mix of laughter and tears. After I jumped into the river, I already regretted it. No matter what mistake I made, I shouldn't joke about my life. After I came back from the riverbank, I thought a lot. He briefly described his mental process. It's good that you can see it clearly. Next time, if you feel that way again, just take a cold shower. Jumping into the river is so troublesome. You don't need to thank me. It was just fate that I happened to meet you that day. Maybe your life was not meant to end. When Yan Yan casually avoided his words and kept walking forward. But that's not right. You must never forget the kindness of saving a life. That's the basic principle of being a good person. By the way, young lady, did you give me artificial respiration? The man followed her. When Yan Yan raised an eyebrow and looked at him with a strange expression. Why was this man asking that? People in the 1970s were usually very conservative. He wouldn't be expecting something more, would he? You were about to die. If I hadn't given you artificial respiration, you wouldn't have been saved. I know that, but your technique seemed very professional. Were you a nurse before? Although he was unconscious at the time, he still had his senses. He could feel someone was rescuing him, and the technique was professional, effective in passing energy. I've never been a nurse, Wen Yanyan answered honestly. Then, how do you know about artificial respiration? The man seemed very puzzled by this. Wen Yanyan couldn't tell him that her previous life was as a doctor, because it was a secret. So she asked back, how do you know my rescue method was professional? She also found it strange. Because I'm a doctor, the man suddenly said. He was a doctor? Wen Yanyan suddenly became interested. Had she met a fellow professional? She stopped walking. What kind of doctor are you? Any surgical specialty? Wen Yanyan asked more and more about his specialty, and when he said, cardiothoracic surgery, she stopped. Wen Yanyan reached out her hand to him. Hello, I am Wen Yanyan. May I ask your name? She was excited, and her eyes shone brightly. The man also took her hand. My name is Su Yanbei. Nice to meet you. Wen Yanyan was stunned. What did he say?
Su Yanbei.
The famous figure in the international medical community. In the early 20th century, he was a renowned military doctor, wielding a silver surgical knife with incredible skill. He saved many heart disease patients and later became an authority in international cardiology. Is this him when he was young? Wow, he's like a hero idol. Which military unit are you from? Wen Yanyan blinked, trying not to let the admiration in her eyes be obvious.
Su Yanbei, Frau Wen.
How do you know I am in the military? He wasn't wearing a military uniform. I guessed. I guessed right. Haha. Wen Yanyan withdrew her hand, covering her awkwardness with her laughter, as if she could see through everything. After they introduced themselves, the mood of their conversation became much more relaxed. Su Yanbei also chuckled. You're pretty clever. Where are you going with that basket on your back? Is she going to fish in the river? Oh, the weather is nice. I'm going up the mountain to dig for herbs. Wen Yanyan pointed at the distant mountains. Do you know about herbs? This time, Su Yanbei was surprised. A little, I guess. Wen Yanyan made a small gesture with her finger. Humble. Since you dare to dig herbs, you must know about them. Wen Yanyan, can you teach me to recognize herbs? Su Yanbei asked humbly. Do you want to learn? Wen Yanyan's eyes sparkled. Yes, traditional Chinese medicine is profound. I haven't had the chance to learn about it. Great, then let's go up the mountain together. Wen Yanyan really wanted to make this friend because they were not only colleagues but also both specialized in heart surgery. Although they weren't from the same era, she felt very close to him. Wen Yanyan only stayed on the mountain for half an hour before heading down because she had to go to work. On her way down, Su Yanbei was holding a kudzu root, a herb Wen Yanyan had taught him to recognize. She said to slice it first, then dry and grind it into powder to brew in water. It helps reduce muscle heat, lower fever, generate fluids, quench thirst, and stop diarrhea. It can also be used to treat symptoms such as fever, stiff neck and back, yin deficiency with thirst, and spleen deficiency diarrhea. I really admire Wen Yanyan. She not only knows many herbs but also understands their properties and effects, speaking about them confidently. In just half an hour, I learned a lot from her. While chatting on the mountain, Su Yanbei found out that she works in a cultural troupe. On the way down the mountain, he asked Wen Yanyan, Teacher Wen, since you work in a cultural troupe, you must sing very well, right? Why do you call me teacher? Wen Yanyan seemed a little embarrassed. You just called me to recognize herbs, so you're a teacher, Su Yanbei said, holding up a plant root. All right, teacher sounds better than big sister. I sing SOSO. Wen Yanyan was modest again. She didn't say she sang well. She preferred others to say so. If you say that, your singing must be good. Su Yanbei had figured out her way of talking and continued. Teacher Wen, you might not know, but I have a sister who also works in your troupe. Really? Which part is she in? Wen Yanyan was a bit surprised, raising her eyebrows and looking at him with curious eyes. Su Yanbei looked at her face, which was flushed with a pink glow in the sunlight, like a beautiful flower. Her bright, charming eyes seemed to speak. He paused for a moment and said, She plays the piano. Wen Yanyan immediately thought of the proud and aloof Su Huayu, who also has the surname Su. Is your sister named Su Huayu? Su Yanbei nodded. Yes, that's her. Do you know her? They really are family. Both brothers are tall and slim, a family trait. Wen Yanyan only said 2 words, familiar. She didn't want to mention Tu Meiyu because they had a disagreement. Since she sprained her ankle last time, Tu Meiyu hadn't gone back to work. She probably hasn't recovered yet. Wen Yanyan asked him again. Do you usually not go home? They are family, so they should know how their sister's ankle was hurt, right? Did Tu Meiyu not tell them she was hurt? No, I don't go back often. I work at the Capital Army General Hospital.
I came back this time for
family visit. Su Yanbei's tone later was a bit hesitant. Wen Yanyan was surprised again. So, you work at the Capital Army General Hospital. His starting point is quite high, she thought, raising her hand to support her chin. This morning, she encountered many surprises. Luckily, her chin was original. Otherwise, she might have been shocked off. Yes, Teacher Wen, do you want to develop in the capital? Su Yanbei felt a bit wronged staying in this mountain village. This girl is talented, and she would have a bright future if she went to the capital. I don't have the chance to go to the capital. My life and work are focused in Nanjiang, she replied. Of course, when Yanyan wanted to go to the capital, it's so lively there, with many opportunities to get rich, but she couldn't go. I ask you, do you want to go? Su Yanbei emphasized his words this time. I want to go, but I can't, Wen Yanyan honestly said. You can't leave, right? It's just the cultural troupe. The capital also has a cultural troupe. If you want to go, I'm willing to help you, he offered. Su Yanbei has been working as a doctor in the capital for many years and has built many connections. He has the ability. Is he willing to help her join the cultural troupe in the capital? Su Yanbei's suggestion made Wen Yanyan's mind a bit excited. But she calmed down and said, I really can't go. Thank you for your kindness. Wen Yanyan still refused. Su Yanbei looked up at the sky and sighed. Since that's the case, I won't insist. Here's my contact info. When you change your mind, you can call me. He quickly took out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket, wrote down a string of numbers, and handed it to Wen Yanyan. Here, take it. She reached out to take it. Su Yanbei was not willing to give up. Although you don't want to say why you're doing professional rescue work, you must understand medicine. If you're willing, you can also work as a nurse at my hospital, he added, offering another opportunity, this time a hospital job. Wen Yanyan felt conflicted. All these good opportunities in front of her, but she couldn't take any of them, because Nanjiang troops are her family, and she still has to wait here for Nanfangju to return. So, Wen Yanyan had to refuse him again, but in a different way. She spoke very seriously to Su Yanbei. If I tell you I'm already married and have a family, would you still be willing to help me like this? Wen Yanyan wanted to see his reaction. Su Yanbei was clearly stunned for a moment before asking, you mean, you're married? Are you a military family member? Wen Yanyan was very happy. She didn't see any disappointment in his eyes. How old are you? Su Yanbei asked her for the first time. 18. Wen Yanyan finally had the chance to tell her age. If he ever dares to call her older sister again, she will punch him. Su Yanbei paused again. You're 18 and already married? This sounded familiar because Wen Sahan had said the same thing. I was arranged to marry him when we were kids, she replied. Oh, a childhood engagement. Su Yanbei adjusted his glasses. It's okay to be married because you're my lifesaver. As long as you need help, I will always be there for you. That promise will never change. Wen Yanyan smiled. Mr. Su, your future looks bright. This man truly is destined for great things. He has a grateful heart. Meeting him was her luck, but also his.
Do you call me
Mr. Su? Su Yanbei had never heard anyone address him that way before. Yes, Mr. Su. You are a medical expert in the country, and you deserve such a title. Wen Yanyan spoke cautiously. You are really special, but I don't think I deserve the title of medical expert, Su Yanbei said, looking ahead with a sad expression. Half a month ago, I performed heart surgery, but there was an accident. The patient died, and I have been feeling very guilty. He finally shared this sad story with Wen Yanyan. Really? The patient died? Can you tell me what exactly happened? Despite feeling sad, she was also very interested. Because the surgery was delayed, Su Yenbei's mood was clearly upset when he talked about it. His eyes looked dull, and his tone was heavy. It was a scheduled surgery. On my way to the hospital in an emergency, I got into a car accident and lost time. The patient's family refused to let another doctor take over, and the anesthesia failed. When I arrived, the anesthesiologist had to give anesthesia again. Due to the overdose, the patient died in the operating room, a 5-year-old child. Why couldn't you go earlier? When Yan, also a surgeon, understood that surgery times couldn't be delayed and that thorough preparation was necessary. His girlfriend's birthday was the night before and she drank too much, Su Yenbei said through clenched teeth. Did you miss your girlfriend's birthday and lose track of time? When Yan was speechless. They probably wouldn't be intimate that night anymore. Because of this, I broke up with her. These two things happening together made me feel overwhelmed. Su Yenbei found it hard to speak about. When Yan felt a bit guilty. She realized she had misunderstood. They didn't have intimacy. I understand how you feel. It's not just because of the delay causing the surgery to fail, or because of technical issues, and breaking up with your girlfriend isn't that serious. Since it's already over, don't dwell on it. The anesthetist also had a problem. Why did he give anesthesia early? The child's parents are also stubborn. The hospital isn't just you as the surgeon. Changing doctors wouldn't make a difference. It's not all your fault. Both sides share responsibility. When Yan believed the anesthetist bore more responsibility and didn't quite understand the patient's family, they seemed a bit stubborn. If another doctor had performed the surgery, the child might not have died. Ultimately, it's my fault. If I had arrived at the operating room on time, this accident wouldn't have happened. After saying this, Su Yenbei felt a bit better. After the accident, I was punished severely. The leaders were very upset with me. I was given a 2-week cooling-off period, then I went home. Oh, so you went to the river to cool off, when Yan teased him. Su Yenbei felt embarrassed. His face turned red and he explained, Yes, I just felt hopeless about my future. I've had a smooth life since I was young, never faced setbacks, so I guess I got a bit overwhelmed. No need to worry. When Yan patted his shoulder. What's past is past. Dwelling on that child won't bring him back. Learn from it and don't make the same mistake again. Trust me, your future will be bright. Alright, I have to go now or I'll be late. Goodbye. When Yan ran off quickly, with Chiu following closely behind. Su Yenbei stood there, watching her lively, graceful figure, a pure smile appearing on his face. This girl is very interesting. He never expected that the person who would help him let go of his inner demons would be her. Since the incident, her family and friends have advised her to let go and move on. But she wouldn't listen to anyone. Only her words helped him escape the cycle of conflict. This beautiful, clever girl gave him hope to start over. But why did she get married so early? Although it was an arranged marriage, there was no need to marry at 18. Su Yenbei's smile quickly disappeared from his face. When Yan, in a hurry to go home, suddenly sensed something unusual while running. She knew this road well, and her sixth sense made her stop and look back. When Yan saw that behind a large, lush banyan tree she had just passed, someone seemed to be hiding. This made her think of a recent incident outside the patriotic bookstore, where someone was secretly filming. She looked around but couldn't see Su Yenbei anymore. She turned and headed toward the big tree. Sure enough, she saw Manhwa with her hands behind her back, standing calmly behind the tree. Why is it her again? When Yan felt annoyed. This woman was so boring, like a paparazzi from the new century. Manhwa, why are you always following me? Even though Zhang Mimi is back, you still won't give up? Hand over the camera. When Yan didn't have time to argue, she needed to act quickly. Manhwa rolled her eyes and said, I'm taking landscape photos. What does that have to do with you? The camera was full of photos of when Yan and her secret partner talking closely. How could she give it away? After so many days of waiting, it wasn't easy. When Yan sneered in anger. Taking landscape photos? That's funny. Do you think you're artistic? Recently, she had been so busy she forgot everything else. The last time someone spread rumors that she had a man outside, it was definitely this woman. Since Ma Ho-hot couldn't find proof, she started spreading false accusations about her everywhere. Even Nan Fongjue had scolded her at home. Though it wasn't physical punishment, it made her feel overwhelmed several times and sleep poorly all night. She couldn't keep thinking about this, or she would start missing her boss again. Wan Yanyan decided not to say more. She quickly reached out, grabbing Ma Ho-hot's hair with lightning speed, pulling hard. Ma Guahua let out a loud scream, quickly raising her hands to protect her head. The camera was right in front of her. Wan Yanyan snatched it away, then let go, and took a few steps back. She quickly removed the film, then threw the camera at the big banyan tree. With a loud crash, the Shanghai brand camera shattered. Wan Yanyan looked serious and said, "Ma Guahua, I warned you before, right? If you dare to secretly film me again, I will smash your camera. Today, you brought this on yourself, so take it." After saying that, she threw the broken camera at the stunned Ma Guahua and clapped her hands, then walked away. "You kept secretly filming. Now your tool is destroyed. That's the price of spying." Ma Guahua stared in disbelief at the camera in her hand, now broken into pieces. "Wan Yanyan, don't go. Return my camera." Ma Guahua shouted loudly and ran after her, chasing under the big tree. She felt sad because the camera wasn't even hers. How could she pay for something so expensive? Wan Yanyan kept walking ahead without looking back. Compensate? Forget it. Do you think I care? Just as Ma Guahua was about to catch up, Yao Chiu, who had been following Wan Yanyan, suddenly became aggressive. Yao. It turned around and growled loudly at Ma Guahua, eyes fierce. Its big red mouth was open, showing sharp, cold teeth. This dog was really scary. Could it bite her? Ma Guahua was so frightened she froze in place, unable to move. She stared wide-eyed at the fierce Chiu. When Yanyan looked back. Now you finally realize how powerful I am? Even the dog looks down on you. Chiu, ignore her. Let's go home. Chiu tilted its head and barked once, then turned around and walked away without looking back. Ma Guahua watched her back, secretly feeling resentful. This shameless fox spirit has changed many wild men and is still so arrogant. The evidence she just obtained was gone again. Without proof, no one would believe her no matter what she said. And the camera was broken. She had hidden it very well just now. So, how did the fox spirit find it again? Ma Guahua's face alternated between pale, red, and bluish colors. After returning home, when Yanyan put down her basket, washed her face, and checked the time in her bedroom. It was 8:50, which was okay. She still had enough time. She placed the film she had just retrieved into a drawer and immediately left the house. Chiu, you stay home and watch the house. I need to go to work. Chiu understood. When Yanyan left the house quickly heading toward the cultural troupe. Before she arrived, she saw Ding Daliang, a guard for Nan Fongjue, loitering at the troupe's gate. Why was he here? Was he looking for her? Just as she thought this, Ding Daliang saw her too and hurried over. Her heart sank. Was he really here to find her? Did something happen to Nan Fongjue on the way? At this moment, Ding Daliang reached her and stopped firmly. Daliang, is there something wrong with Nan Fongjue? When Yanyan asked eagerly. Sister-in-law, about an hour ago, the leader called the troops looking for you, but you weren't at home, so he came here to wait for you. Ding Daliang had been waiting for nearly an hour. She frowned slightly. Did Nan Fongjue call an hour ago? Sigh, he went up the mountain and she missed the call. Although she felt a bit disappointed, she was relieved as long as he was safe. Oh, I was just out for a run to exercise and lose weight. Daliang, did he say anything on the phone? She didn't mention going up the mountain to pick herbs. Because her older brother had told her the night before not to go up the mountain for herbs anymore. And Ding Daliang, being Nan Fongjue's guard, was worried he might reveal something. The leader told me to find you and take the call, but I couldn't find you. I just told him the truth when I got back. Sister-in-law, why are you still trying to lose weight? In Ding Daliang's eyes, when Yanyan's figure was the most perfect and beautiful. I have a small goal and I need to lose just a little more. Did he say anything else? When Yen Yen asked again, feeling sure there was more to the story. Later, the leader gave me a phone number and asked you to call him when you have time. Ding Dalyang's hand, which had been holding something, relaxed and revealed a note. When Yen Yen saw it and sighed again. Paper was really scarce in this era. Each note for writing looks like a modern pay stub, not much wider than a piece of dough. One Yen Yen reached out and said, "Okay, give it to me. Here, sister-in-law." Ding Dalyang handed her the note. By the way, the team leader also said not to let a third person know about this. If it gets out, he'll skin me, he added mysteriously. When Yen Yen was surprised. Was it that serious? Did it really need to be kept secret from everyone? But then she understood immediately. This is typical male pride. He doesn't want others to know he misses his wife. Okay, I promise to keep it secret and won't tell anyone. When Yen Yen agreed and put the small note into her pocket. Dalyang, I have to go to work now. Actually, she was already late because so many unexpected things happened. But Yu Linglong was lying at the hospital entrance, so a little delay was fine. All right, sister-in-law. Goodbye. When Yen Yen left, thinking that Nan Fongju should have arrived in the capital by now. He was probably staying in a temporary dormitory where he made his calls. She guessed they might stay there until the parade was over. So, no rush, she would call him again tonight. By the way, about taking over the bookstore, calling him now might not get a response. Because soldiers participating in the National Day Parade need training, and he's very busy and tired. The neat formations and synchronized movements in the parade don't happen overnight. When Yen Yen touched the note in her pocket, feeling pleased. Not bad, this man has improved a lot. He even took the initiative to call her later. Before, he would disappear without a trace. What a pity. She hadn't used her clever tricks from her new century dating guide. Just by cleaning the house and losing weight to change her look, she had already captured her military husband. It seems her conditions are excellent, but she must not be overconfident. Married men are even more charming. Because he is so handsome, he naturally attracts everyone's attention wherever he goes. But she can still flirt with her boss after marriage and cook all kinds of delicious food for him. She plans to turn him into a greasy middle-aged man so that no one will be interested in Southern Duke. When Yen Yen has become a bit selfish and scheming. She has been very lively since this morning, thinking that things would calm down once she joined the art troupe. But as soon as she entered the training hall, a crowd gathered around her suddenly. This scene made Wen Yen Yen feel nervous. Upon closer look, she realized they were all colleagues working together. This time, Tian Mimi was unusually proactive and rushed to the front. Although she was closest, she couldn't speak much because others were more enthusiastic. Before she arrived, her voice was already heard. Li Xiaoli, from the choir, was the loudest. Yanzi. Yanzi. How did you become a hero who saves people? That's amazing. Yeah, you kept your mouth shut yesterday and now you're so brave. Su Zhaodi then arrived. Forget about the bad things, but you won't tell us the good news? Lu Xiaofei pouted and complained. I heard that Yu Linglong almost died yesterday. It was all thanks to you. Qian Yanhong affectionately held her hand. Yanzi, you're so great. Zhao Mingming was excited and animated. These people surrounded Wen Yen Yen, each speaking one after another. They bombarded her with words, catching her off guard. Who told you that? Director Zhu said so. He visited Yu Linglong at the hospital last night. Captain Yu told him, and everyone knew this morning. Tian Mimi finally managed to speak. When Yen Yen touched her nose, feeling shy like a child praised by her parents for doing a good deed. It's nothing really. I went up the mountain this morning to play, saw her bitten by a poisonous snake, gave her first aid, and then sent her to the hospital. We're colleagues, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing, she spoke casually. Tian Mimi looked at her with admiration. You're so modest. I heard the snake that bit Yu Linglong was the most venomous cobra. And you dared to the poison out with your mouth. Most people wouldn't dare do that. At this moment, the male squad leader squeezed into the crowd. All right, enough chatting. It's work hours. Everyone disperse. Wen Yen Yen, the director wants you to go to his office now, he said with a smile. Wen Yen Yen quickly turned around and headed toward the door. She didn't feel happy. Instead, she felt a bit scared. Why was her reaction so strong? It was the first time she saw everyone act so uniformly. But when Yan Yan overlooked one person, it was Shi Xiaofang, the solo singer who had just returned from maternity leave, standing alone on the side. She watched the lively scene in the training hall with a cold gaze, without reacting at all. When Yan Yan left the director's office after about 10 minutes, she was again surprised. No, that word isn't quite right. It should be flattered. Director Zhu said they had already written about her heroic act of saving someone yesterday, and it would be sent to the higher-level propaganda department soon. They also took a photo of her for publicity purposes. After leaving the office, when Yan Yan felt both happy and confused. She never expected to become a hero overnight. This honor came so suddenly. She rationally thought that it was probably a bit of old-fashioned luck, as positive news was rare in the 1970s. People who had gone through hardships often had a natural sense of heroism. So, they probably thought her selfless act was very noble. In fact, if such a bloodshedding act happened in the new century, most people would understand. As long as the rescuer didn't have mouth ulcers or gastrointestinal bleeding, there wouldn't be much danger, and it wouldn't cause such a big fuss now. But since the honor had suddenly fallen on her, she couldn't refuse it. She truly did the right thing. If she hadn't met Yu Linglong yesterday, she might now be in a coffin. But what about her patriotic bookstore? Should she still resign and run the bookstore? It's not a good time to think about quitting now. She decided to wait a bit longer and call Nanfang Jua tonight to discuss it. After all, he was the one who helped her get this job in the arts troupe. Wen Yanyan also thought about visiting the bookstore during her lunch break. She couldn't just be a hands-off manager. She finished work at 11:30 a.m. and went straight home, skipping lunch, riding her bike to the town. Once there, she first bought 2 meat buns at the state-run restaurant and ate them before heading to the bookstore. Time was very precious to her now. She didn't want to waste it if she could help it. However, when Wen Yanyan entered the bookstore, she frowned slightly. Why are there so few people in the store? She asked Ji Yun. Is it usually this quiet here? Wen Yanyan had visited the bookstore before, but didn't notice the number of customers. At that time, she was just a customer, so her perspective was different. It's okay, Ji Yun replied vaguely. What does "it's okay" really mean? It sounded a bit forced. When Yanyan looked at the only 2 customers in the store, who were just browsing without buying anything, she felt this was not good enough. With so few customers, could the store make money? She needed to think of a way to make the store lively again quickly. Wen Yanyan went to the break room. The space wasn't large, maybe about 10 square meters. There was a table, a bed, and a chair. She sat on the chair in front of the desk, thinking carefully. She accidentally noticed that besides a desk lamp, there was also a black telephone in the corner. Her eyes lit up. Does this bookstore have a landline phone? That's great. When Sahan is a promising man. She looked around again. Was there anything else interesting? She opened 2 drawers on the desk, one after the other. In one drawer, there was a blue plastic-covered notebook. It looked quite old. What is this? When Sahan's diary? When Yanyan carefully flipped through it. Oh, she understood now. It was a ledger. It recorded the purchase prices of each book in detail. She guessed that this ledger was probably intentionally left by Wen Sahan. Wow, this man is really good. He's a helpful person. Wen Yanyan looked through it briefly, then got an idea. Confident, she left the break room. Ji Yun, I'm going out first. I'll be back soon. Okay, store manager. Ji Yun watched her leave. Wen Yanyan rode her bicycle to the department store. She bought a small blackboard, about 1 meter by 1 meter, a box of colored chalk, and a box of ballpoint pens. When she returned, she placed the ballpoint pens on the counter, took the blackboard and chalk into the break room. She used the colored chalk to write and draw on the blackboard, then showed it to Ji Yun. I just came up with a promotional idea, a fun quiz about reading benefits. Whoever answers the question on the blackboard correctly will win a ballpoint pen. Today's question will be from this book. When Yanyan went to the bookshelf and picked up a copy of The 100,000 Whys, she flipped through it casually. Then she took a piece of white chalk and wrote a question on the blackboard. Why is the sun round? When Yan Yan asked Ji Yun, did you understand? Manager, I understand a little. Are you doing this to sell more books? Ji Yun graduated from high school. She's smart and quick-witted. When Yan Yan nodded. Yes, the main goal of this quiz activity is to sell books. But what if people come just to get the prize and don't buy any books? Ji Yun was a bit worried. When Yan Yan smiled confidently. It's okay. Even if they just flip through the books, that's fine. If out of 10 visitors, one buys a book, we make money. She didn't want to give discounts on books. She just wanted to attract customers with this activity. If more customers come, the bookstore will be lively. Because, historically, people tend to follow the crowd. If one person comes, others will follow. If one doesn't come, no one will. Not all customers are just looking for small bargains. Some will buy something. That way, she can earn enough for her pen. And pens are cheap. 20 pens in a box cost only 2 yuan. A book's profit is at least 3 yuan, so selling one book covers the cost. When Yan Yan was thinking strategically, the bookstore is a ready-made treasure chest. She couldn't let it stay empty. I understand, manager. Ji Yun noticed a clear change in her boss's expression, showing more admiration. The new manager is very clever. All right, then help me hang this blackboard outside on the wall. When Yan Yan couldn't do it alone, she needed someone to help keep it straight. Okay, manager. Ji Yun quickly found some nails and a hammer and went outside. After a while of banging and fixing, they finally hung the blackboard. Manager is so talented. The drawing you made looks beautiful, like an art page from school.
Yun praised sincerely.
Just SOSO. Mainly, the colorful chalk is very bright. Yan Yan can't design. She just drew a pattern from the cover of her elementary school Chinese textbook. But there are no little girls, only flowers, grass, and 2 colorful butterflies dancing. She drew this to catch people's attention. Otherwise, who would want to look at a bare wall? After hanging the blackboard, Yan Yan told Ji Yun, be careful. Each time, the questions shouldn't all come from the same book. If someone guesses correctly, you need to update the next question promptly. I understand, shopkeeper. Ji Yun listened seriously. Yan Yan continued, Ji Yun, because I have other work, I can't stay in the shop all the time. Your workload will increase a bit. But at the end of the month, I will give you a bonus based on the total earnings. Work hard with me, and I won't treat you unfairly. Yan Yan thought it was necessary to give Ji Yun a big promise and some monetary reward to motivate her to work harder. Thank you, shopkeeper. I will do my best. Ji Yun immediately became more energetic. Yan Yan smiled, thinking that in the world of business, everyone is driven by profit. She looked at the time in the bookstore and decided it was time to go back. All right, you can get busy now. I'll come back tonight. Ji Yun hurriedly responded, okay, shopkeeper. Safe travels. But just as Yan Yan was about to leave, she remembered something and stopped. Oh, Ji Yun, do you know the shop's phone number? She wanted to give this number to Nan Fengjue so they could contact each other more easily. If it was convenient, why not use it? Yan Yan believed that the telephone was one of the greatest inventions in the world. It not only shortened the distance between people, but also between people and the world. Even if separated by thousands of miles, you could still hear the voice of someone you miss. Phone number? I know it, shopkeeper. Let me write you a note. Ji Yun quickly found paper and a pen. Soon, Yan Yan had another small note in her pocket. Okay, thank you. By the way, did you have lunch? She hadn't noticed that Ji Yun hadn't eaten lunch. I already ate, shopkeeper. I brought my own food from home. That's good. Eat on time and don't go hungry. I'm really leaving this time. Yan Yan couldn't wait any longer if she didn't leave now. Okay, goodbye, store manager. She waved farewell. When Yan Yan rode her bike back to the army unit, she felt like she had been busy these past 2 days, like a spinning top that never stops. But being busy is good. It keeps her from thinking about her boss all the time. She would come back again tonight. First, she wanted to see if the quiz show was effective. Second, she planned to call Southern Duke. She hadn't seen him in 2 days, and she was starting to miss him. Suddenly, when Yan Yan realized she had been distracted while riding her bike, she almost rode into a big pothole on the road. Luckily, her riding skills were good, or she might have fallen. This road is very uneven. When she has money, she definitely wants to fix this road to help the people and society. Look at that. When Yen Yen hasn't earned her big money yet, so she made a wish first. In the afternoon, when she returned to the cultural troupe, she heard surprising news. Tian Mimi ran over to her, her eyes full of happiness. Yenzi, I have some inside information. Do you want to know? Of course, I want to know. What's the good news? When Yen Yen had never seen her so happy before, her eyebrows lifted, and she knew it was good news. Tian Mimi looked around carefully, then whispered softly, "Our cultural troupe in the southern border might go to perform in the capital." Possible? What do you mean? When Yen Yen didn't quite understand. Listen to me. Tian Mimi moved closer and whispered even quieter. Our upcoming 10-day tour will be watched by senior military leaders. If we perform well, we might be chosen to participate in the National Day celebration in the capital. When Yen Yen's ears felt a little itchy, she tilted her head and used her finger to scratch her ear. Mimi, since it's for the National Day celebration, does that mean we go to the capital during the holiday? She cared about the timing. Yes, and it's less than 20 days away. Aren't you excited? Tian Mimi's happiness was obvious. When Yen Yen nodded, but didn't say anything. If that's the case, wouldn't she miss her chance? She just left, and Southern Duke would be returning soon. She could see him, but it would be a quick goodbye. When Tian Mimi saw when Yen Yen was not interested, she quieted down. What's wrong? Don't want to go? The capital is very lively. We can see new things. She was confident she would be chosen. Because the group singing was a strong point for the Southern Xinjiang art troupe, and they had won awards at the military district before. But honestly, when Yen Yen didn't really want to go. Is there really anything new to see in the capital of the new century? She was tired of being abroad, and her family in her past life lived in the capital. But seeing Tian Mimi so happy, she didn't want to spoil her mood. Yes, I want to go. I also want to see the capital, she said casually. Exactly. Plus, your group's also participating in the parade in the capital. You could. That would be so great. Tian Mimi hesitated, smiling with a bit of mischief. When Yen Yen also smiled. After spending time together, she thought this girl was quite adorable. Her personality was good, and she had helped her at a key moment. She kept that in her heart. Yes, I will try my best too, when Yen Yen said, not wanting to let her down. Good, then we can be companions and go together. Tian Mimi felt relieved. Yen Yen, I believe in you. Oh, and I have some bad news. Do you want to know? How could she have bad news? When Yen Yen's first thought was about Yu Linglong in the hospital.
Could it be?
Her condition worsened? I don't know. What's the matter? She held her breath nervously, watching Tian Mimi. When she said, the person you dislike most, Zhang Mimi, is also going to the capital. When Yen Yen felt relieved. The bad news wasn't about Yu Linglong. That girl was annoying, but not deadly.
But
the most disliked Zhang Mimi? She asked again. Mimi, how do you know I dislike her? When Yen Yen remembered, she hadn't told her she disliked Zhang Mimi. Could it be that Tian Mimi overheard something? She is a traveling doctor responsible for maintaining soldiers' health and preventing illnesses and accidents. However, she recently encouraged you to put medicine in the water for the Southern group and even attended a training class. Can she still be trusted to protect soldiers' health? It's quite interesting.
Mimi feels very upset.
When Yen Yen didn't speak, her mind was in a fierce struggle. Zhang Mimi also went to the capital, and she went with Nan Fangju. This scheming woman now has a chance to get close to her husband again. She really won't give up.
Mimi is right.
How can a nurse with a criminal record be trusted to be a traveling military doctor? When Yen Yen thought about Zhang Mimi's pursuer, Lu Xiaoguang, because he is the son of Commander Lu. Could he be secretly helping her? But Commander Lu isn't someone who mixes personal and official matters, is he? Could Zhang Mimi have other hidden connections? Seeing that when Yen Yen remained silent, Mimi couldn't help but ask her. Yen, what are you thinking? Huh? Nothing much. If she wants to go, let her. It's none of our business. Let's continue practicing our movements. The performance is in 10 days. When Yan didn't want to talk about this anymore. Mimi agreed, and they headed toward the fitness equipment area together. To Wen Yan's surprise, this time at the cultural performance, the art troupe arranged for 2 solo songs, something they rarely do. As the second solo performer, Wen Yan naturally had her place. The song she chose was not a patriotic song, but a popular modern internet song everyone knows. Although this song wasn't in the music library of that era, the troupe had professionals who could read and interpret sheet music. So, as long as Wen Yan could sing the song, the sheet music would be created. This way, the accompaniment for the song was arranged. Recently, Wen Yan had become more confident after training and practicing with her vocal teacher. As long as she performed on stage, she was sure to be a hit. Even though people in the 1970s were used to patriotic songs, beautiful melodies transcend eras. Popular music can touch people's hearts more deeply than patriotic songs or model operas. Right now, Wen Yan needed to focus on improving her stage presence. Because a perfect stage presence can enhance a person's aura and style. Speaking of stage presence, it is especially important. Because performers only need to stand on stage without speaking or moving to attract the entire audience's attention. They create a strong sense of unity without even realizing it. Wen Yan wants this effect, so she is working hard to improve her physical skills. Now, she can lift her leg very high. Swish above her head if she doesn't control it. She could even poke her nose. She can stand on one leg for 20 minutes without moving. Oh, she can also do the side split now. But she can't do a full flip because no one has taught her how. While practicing, Wen Yan accidentally saw another solo singer, Shi Xiaofeng. She met Shi Xiaofeng after returning from Baishir village. Because Shi Xiaofeng just went back to work after her maternity leave. She has a gentle, pretty face, with a nose and eyes that look normal. Her skin is a little darker, and she is of average height, with short hair. Maybe because she just had a baby, her figure is a bit plump. Her face is also a little round. At first, Wen Yan didn't notice anything, but soon she saw that Shi Xiaofeng didn't like to talk and always looked worried. Every time she saw her, she looked emotionless. They had been working together for several days, but they hadn't spoken a word. You might think she is shy and quiet, but that's not true. Because she gets along well with Su Zhaodi from the chorus. Wen Yan often sees them talking, and sometimes Shi Xiaofeng even smiles happily. Is Shi Xiaofeng deliberately targeting her? Because she is also a solo singer. There is some competition between them. Mimi, do you know what position Shi Xiaofeng's partner holds? When Yan wants to learn more, she can't just wait to be beaten, and she isn't afraid of competition or playing dirty. Her partner is a political department officer, a young and promising officer. Mimi intentionally lowered her voice. Oh, a political officer. When Yan vaguely remembers that after the new century military reforms, the roles of military officers became civilian positions. At that time, military-civilian roles didn't involve active duty, but they could serve until retirement with benefits similar to those of government employees. Mimi, many members of our art troupe are soldiers, right? When Yan has been with the cultural troupe for a month, but she still doesn't know many things. Yes, that's right. I am also a soldier. Our cultural troupe only started recruiting outside members in the past year or two. For example, you and another is Gui Yulan from the dance department. Mimi's voice returned to normal. There are only 2 non-female soldiers in the troupe. So, Shi Xiaofeng is also a soldier. When Yan just realized she is an outsider. Mimi, I knew you were a soldier because you wore the uniform. You look so brave and impressive. She smiled slightly. No matter if they are men or women, anyone who wears a military uniform looks very handsome and confident. Mimi blushed shyly, her beautiful face showing a faint pink. Yes, I wear it sometimes. The troupe doesn't require strict uniform wearing, so I don't wear it every day. The uniform makes you look very heroic, but it also feels a bit restrictive. I only became a soldier because I was assigned to the southern border, which is 10,000 miles away from home. When she mentioned this, she looked a little sad. Mimi sometimes regrets joining the army because the base is too far from home. Also, the food, climate, and customs are different from those in the Northeast. Mimi, how often do you go home? When Yen Yen understood her very well because she not only lives far from home, but also crosses several centuries. Moreover, she can never go back home again. I go home once a year. Tian Mimi stretched out a slender finger, explaining that soldiers have leave to visit family and can stay at home for a month. When Yen Yen thought that was okay. Going home once a year is much better than having no home at all. Mimi, have you ever thought about retiring early and coming back home to be with your family? When Yen Yen felt the same because in her previous life, she missed her family very much when studying abroad. After 3 years, she traveled across the ocean and, finally, was about to see her mother. But suddenly, her soul was transported to the 1970s. This was a pain she would carry forever. I will retire, but it will take a couple of years. I am only 21, so there's no rush. Traveling with the troop allows me to see the world. Tian Mimi had already planned everything. When Yen Yen suddenly thought, then, have you considered finding a partner in the army? With Tian Mimi's background, it wouldn't be hard to find a soldier partner. She is an artist soldier. To male soldiers, she is like a goddess. How should I say? Tian Mimi hesitated a little. I don't really want to, since soldiers often have to be away from home. But if I happen to meet someone I like, I wouldn't refuse, because soldiers are trustworthy. She didn't limit herself. When Yen Yen nodded, yes, it's better to go with the flow. If I find a soldier partner, I can follow him when he moves. Mimi, I will keep an eye out for you. She genuinely wanted to help, not just being polite. Thank you, Yenzi. Tian Mimi's face turned red again. No need to thank me. Haha, why are you shy? When Yen Yen thought, this girl is even more innocent than her. Innocent? Are you sure? She grits her teeth. Afternoon passed quickly. They chatted and laughed until it was time to go home. Great. Work ends at 4. See you tomorrow, Mimi. Here's a little heart for you. When Yen Yen left, she made a heart shape with her fingers and walked home lightly. Tian Mimi also tried to make a heart shape. This gesture is pretty fun. It looks like a heart. When Yen Yen is really interesting. She has many fun ideas in her mind. When Yen Yen went home to cook, she lit the stove, rinsed rice, and steamed a pot of rice. She simply stir-fried 2 dishes, chive with pork and zucchini with eggs. When Yen Yen's life is pretty good now, every meal includes rice, white bread, and pancakes. Every stir-fry has some meat or eggs. In the 1970s, this was considered good food. Of course, it was still far from enough. When Yen Yen has higher material goals, she wants to buy a TV, a big house, and a car. After preparing dinner, she first gave half of the zucchini with eggs to Chiu in the bowl. Then, she broke up an old large steamed bun and mixed it into the dog's bowl. She patted its head. Start eating, be full. Wow! Chiu happily barked. They each ate their dinner, washed the dishes, and when Yen Yen started chopping chicken feed to feed the chickens. While feeding the chickens, she made a new discovery. Huan, Ai, and Lele, the 3 chickens, are much more harmonious now, blending together. The little hen is braver now, daring to walk around near Huan. Soon, the wild rooster Huan will be even more impressive. Now I walk with a proud stride, head held high, and my comb-like hair looks like a red gemstone. After feeding the chickens, when Yen Yen checked the time, it's already 5 o'clock. She locked the door and rode her bike to the town. She still wanted to visit the bookstore. When Yen Yen pedaled her bike quickly along the main road, the golden sunset shone on her smooth, youthful face, making her look even more spirited and lively. People passing by from far away couldn't help but turn to look at her. Riding fast, she reached the town in 10 minutes. From afar, she saw many people reading outside the patriotic bookstore. This lively scene was very different from the quiet midday. When Yen Yen was happy, this was a good sign. The quiz with prizes was working. She hurriedly parked her bike and headed toward the bookstore. She noticed that outside, there were young people and children reading, but no elderly people. She also saw that the questions written on the blackboard at noon had been updated. The prize quiz activity was definitely effective. Now, she wanted to see how much money they had made. Wen Yanyan entered the bookstore and looked at Ji Yun behind the counter. Is the shop manager here? Ji Yun greeted her with a smile. Yes. How did the sales go this afternoon? Wen Yanyan asked in a low voice. Although the bookstore was crowded, it was understandable. Many people came just to win prizes, not just to find answers.
Yoon smiled happily.
Shop manager, your idea is great. We sold 16 books this afternoon, breaking records. We even changed the questions on the blackboard 5 times. She excitedly opened a drawer for Wen Yanyan to see. She glanced inside and saw many big notes and some change. Wen Yanyan felt quite excited too. This was really good. This business was much better than selling chicken feet before. Selling books was not tiring at all. She only needed to think a little, and she could make money and quite a lot too. Good, keep it up tomorrow. I'll buy some more prizes later. Wen Yanyan thought that the prizes shouldn't be too simple, like just ballpoint pens. She wanted to add another type of prize so that readers would stay interested in the quiz activity and keep it fresh. But then, Ji Yun said something else. Manager, our books should be restocked. Some of them are already sold out. Wen Yanyan was suddenly surprised.
Books.
Sold out? The bookstore has nearly 1,000 books, and today only 16 have been sold. Yet they are gone? She carefully looked around. Wen Yanyan noticed that one shelf indeed had an empty spot. Ji Yun, what was on that empty shelf before? Manager, 100,000 Ys. Now, not a single copy left, Ji Yun told her. Wen Yanyan was a bit surprised. They've sold out even the sample copies. By chance, this opened a good opportunity. The 100,000 Ys series is quite good, containing many interesting facts. It can be used as an introduction to learning for children. Most importantly, this book is part of a series with 12 volumes in total. A set of 100,000 Ys costs only 30 yuan. No wonder there was so much money in the drawer. She must restock immediately. Should she buy more copies of 100,000 Ys? Wen Yanyan asked Ji Yun, do you know where Manager Wen used to buy books? Ji Yun replied, he used to buy from a printing factory in the city, but I don't know the exact address. Wen Yanyan frowned. A printing factory in the city? Which one? Which way does the main gate face? She had no idea because the furthest she had been was the town market. She felt a bit worried. Restocking was a big problem, and she didn't have time to go herself. She couldn't let Ji Yun go either because the store needed staff, and even if she went, she might not find it. Okay, I understand. Wen Yanyan's mind quickly came up with an idea. She left the counter and went to the break room to find the contact information that Wen Sahan had left her. Here was his phone number. Wen Yanyan wanted to call Wen Sahan to learn how he usually restocked books. Oh, having a phone is great. Once she has enough money to buy a big house, she will install one too. Wen Yanyan held the receiver and studied it for a while before understanding. It turned out that phones in this era are not with buttons but with dials. She pressed a number with her index finger, then turned the dial clockwise, then pressed another number and turned again. The clicking sound was quite fun. Phone numbers in this era are short, only 5 digits. Wen Yanyan dialed the phone number and waited quietly, feeling a bit excited. This was her first time making a call since traveling back to the 1970s. The advanced technology of the 1970s was more meaningful to her than a mobile phone. Holding the old-fashioned receiver, she surprisingly felt like she was using a modern phone. It was probably about 50 seconds later. Finally, a man's voice came from the other end of the line. Wen Yanyan was momentarily stunned. Why did his voice sound so strange? The voice was clearly distorted, and the tone sounded thinner, almost like an ancient official's voice. Wen Yanyan immediately felt something was wrong. How could she speak so casually to a noble guest? That was a deep, magnetic voice, caused by the phone's distortion. Wen Sahan didn't get an answer, so he asked again. Oh, Wen Sahan. Wen Yanyan hurriedly responded. It's me, Wen Yanyan. I didn't expect you to have a phone at your bookstore.
I want to ask about something.
Do you have time? Wen Sahan smiled, seeming in a good mood. I guessed it was you. I installed the phone just for easier contact. What do you want to know? Just ask. Wen Sahan, How much did you spend to install the phone? When Yen Yen wanted to find out the price.
500, he replied.
When Yen Yen was a bit surprised. She didn't expect it to be the same as the price of a TV. All right, back to the main point. I want to ask where you get your books from. I also want to stock some.
Huh?
Buying books? Are the books in your store sold out? When Sahan asked in surprise. Yes, some types of books are sold out, when Yen Yen nodded. You mean after just one day you sold out a certain type of book? When Sahan, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately stood up when he heard that. Yes, the 100,000 Ys is sold out. Although when Yen Yen couldn't see him, she could sense his surprise. How did you sell them? I bought 10 sets of that book a few months ago and sold 5. Did you sell 5 sets of 100,000 Ys in just one day? When Sahan found it hard to believe. Oh, I set up a reading quiz with prizes at noon today. The questions were from 100,000 Ys, and they kept buying as they read. The book is very educational for children. When Yen Yen explained everything in detail, the call went silent on the other end, and there was no sound. She started to worry about the phone bill. Hello? Wensi Han. When Yen Yen called out to him. Finally, Wensi Han spoke. I didn't expect you to be good at business. Okay, I'll tell you the delivery address. It's Dapeng Printing Factory in the city. Find a pen, and I'll give you the phone number. Call him, tell him the book title and quantity, and he'll deliver the books to your door. He shared his contacts for When Yen Yen's sake. When Yen Yen was surprised. Books can be delivered to your door? She didn't expect buying books to be so easy. Yes, because he's my friend. I've been ordering books from him for years, Wensi Han explained. All right, just tell me the details, and I'll remember, when Yen Yen said, not bothering to find a pen. It's just 5 numbers after all. She used to memorize complex formulas and many calculations without trouble. Okay, 20238, Wensi Han said, giving her a string of numbers.
Got it.
Thanks a lot, Wensi Han, when Yen Yen said, grateful. He really helped her a lot. Otherwise, she wouldn't have time to go to the city to buy supplies. Thanks. We may not be lovers, but we can be good friends and close confidants. Besides, your bookstore is making money, and I get a part of it. It's only right, he said honestly. When Yen Yen didn't argue. He was right. Since she took over the bookstore, she'd have to stay in touch. They were now partners with shared interests. But don't call now. He's already finished work. Call again tomorrow during the day, Wensi Han reminded her. Okay, I understand. Wensi Han, I'm a bit busy now. I'll contact you later when I have more time, when Yen Yen replied, needing to make another call. Wensi Han responded with a nod. When Yen Yen immediately hung up. But on the other end, Wensi Han held the phone for a moment, stunned before putting it down. This girl organized a reading quiz event and sold 5 sets of 10,000 Ys in the afternoon. She earned 50 yuan in just one afternoon. He had earned only 15% profit in a month before, and she made it all back in one afternoon. Suppose if she earns 50 yuan a day and there are 30 days in a month, that adds up to 1,500 yuan. And this is a conservative estimate because today is just the beginning. In the future, things will get easier and smoother. When Sahan just thought for a moment and felt a headache coming on. He secretly clicked his tongue. This girl is truly a treasure. Why did she get married so early? When Sahan stopped his thoughts and took a cold water bag to his forehead. Then he lay back on the sofa and closed his eyes. He caught a cold yesterday, probably because he was upset about When Yen Yen's marriage. He was feeling better already. But after taking this call, when Sahan felt his illness worsen again. When Yen Yen hung up the phone and immediately called Nanfangjue in the capital. What's his phone number? She took out a small piece of paper from her pocket, looked at it, and realized it was wrong. This was Su Yenbei's. When Yen Yen then reached into her pocket again and found another small note. This one is correct. But when she dialed the number, a woman's voice quickly answered from the other end. When Yen Yen was stunned. Why was a woman answering the phone?
Who are you?
Why are you the one answering? Her voice was cold. There was silence on the line.
Speak.
Who is this? When Yen Yen became more anxious. She had read too many online stories in her previous life, and often saw this kind of scene. The female lead calls the male lead, but it's a mistress who answers. Is this woman thinking about Fong Ju's Zhang Mimi? Finally, a voice came from the other side, saying, "Are you crazy?" When Yan Yan was furious, she suddenly stood up, full of anger. Who do you think is crazy? You're the one. I'm looking for Nan Fongjue. Who are you? Dare to answer his phone? Bring him here now. She seemed to smell something suspicious. The woman on the line paused for a moment before speaking. I'm a switchboard operator, not a third party. Just tell me who you're looking for, and I'll connect you. Why all this nonsense? She's a switchboard operator, not a scheming mistress. Zhang Mimi? It was a misunderstanding. When Yan Yan's anger instantly disappeared, and she sat back down. Fine, you're right. Just find Nan Fongjue for me. I need to talk to him. She repeated her request. This is a military district guest house, a public phone, not a private home line. No operator to connect you. Is that okay? Please wait. A loud noise came through the receiver. Warm Yan Yan quickly moved the phone away, thinking silently, this operator has such a bad temper. Don't break the phone. She realized she was careless, forgetting the big environment of the 1970s. Back then, making a call still required finding a relay operator. The generation gap is real. I am very out of touch with this era. Warm Yan Yan put the receiver to her ear and waited. Finally, she heard Nanju's voice. Thank you. His voice didn't sound like an ancient official. It was still that deep, strong voice. Nan Tuan, no need to thank me. It's my job, what I should do. This was the voice of the female operator just now. Warm Yan Yan frowned at this. Why does this female staff speak with such a thick accent? Her words seemed to be coated with a lot of honey, sugar, and syrup. Anyone hearing her talk would probably get a sugar rush, 4+ signs. Why isn't she angry now?
Hey?
Honey, why are you so late? Everyone's been waiting anxiously. Warm Yan Yan, not wanting to fall behind, deliberately mimicked the operator, speaking even sweeter and more coquettishly. Nanju was startled. He picked up the phone and moved a little farther from the operator. Because he had just finished a shower, his handsome hair was still damp with glistening water droplets. Yan Yan, is your toothache or sore throat worse? Nanju sensed something was off when he heard the young girl's voice. Did she follow? Warm Yan Yan heard her name, Yan Yan, on the phone and felt her eyes get a bit moist. She didn't want to argue with the operator anymore. Yes, I have a toothache. Although her voice returned to normal, she didn't plan to speak nicely to Nanju. She was pretending to be sick to get attention. Is it very painful? Did you buy medicine? Nanju guessed right and felt a little worried. Yes, it hurts a lot, but I don't need medicine. We have licorice and isatis root at home. Honey, I miss you so much I can't sleep. What should I do? Warm Yan Yan was acting cute, exaggerating a little. Actually, she sleeps like a little pig at night because she is so busy during the day. Isn't it okay for her to sleep well? She has many dreams, and in her dreams, this man keeps bothering her. The young girl thinks about him at night. And can't fall asleep? What exactly is she thinking about? A picture of Nan Fongjue appears in his mind. His handsome face flushes slightly as he lowers his voice and says, Yan Yan, we've only been apart for a few days. When Yan Yan shyly responds, even just one day apart makes me miss you. Husband, I feel so empty without you. I really want you to fill that emptiness. As soon as she says this, she surprises herself, not to mention Nan Fongjue. His handsome face suddenly flushes and this little girl dares to say anything on the phone. What emptiness? And being filled? Her hints are too obvious. Nan Fongjue feels a strange sensation somewhere in his lower abdomen, which is uncomfortable. Wait for me to come back. His voice becomes deeper and more husky. But it will be a long time before you return, she says unhappily, feeling that the wait is too long. As soon as she says this, the call goes silent. Hello? Husband, are you still listening? When Yan Yan asks worriedly. Did she go too far with their joke? Actually, she isn't that desperate. She does miss him, but mostly it's about emotional connection. Physically, She's not in the best shape. After all, they used to spend every day and night together without a break. When Yen Yen just wanted to tease him. Between a husband and wife, there aren't always serious things to say. I'm here, Nan Fongjue finally responds, having been unsure how to reply earlier, so he stays silent. Husband, I want to talk about something serious. Today, I heard some inside news. When Yen Yen returns to her normal tone. In 10 days, the cultural troupe will go on a tour. The military leaders will select a few excellent programs to perform in the capital for the National Day celebration. I will try to be chosen. Then we can meet in the capital. She didn't used to look forward to this, but now she has changed her mind. Because she thought that after the military parade, Nan Fongjue would have no more duties, so he would have time. And after her performance, she would also have free time. Wouldn't that mean they could enjoy a sweet, happy life together in the capital? That would be wonderful. Yes, okay. Nan Fongjue always keeps his emotions in check. Even his voice is controlled. Boss, do you want to do something fun with me later? When Yen Yen only acted serious for a moment before starting to tease again. Yen Yen, it's not a good place to talk here. Nan Fongjue knew what he should do and let her joke around. When they meet, he would deal with her properly. Okay, I'll say it. We can rent a room at the hotel. Dear, can you fill my emptiness completely when the time comes? Her sweet voice on the phone was full of charm. Fill her emptiness? Hearing that made Nan Fongjue feel hot inside, almost like his body was burning. How can she be so flirtatious over the phone? This little troublemaker. All right, I'll do whatever you say. I'm waiting for you. Okay, I'll hang up now. I'm going to take a shower. Before, when Yen Yen agreed, he put down the receiver. Then he turned and placed the phone back on the desk, heading upstairs. Nan Fongjue's dorm was on the second floor. He shared a room with Lin Sinan. The female operator turned her head and stared closely at Nan Fongjue's back as he went upstairs, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This man is so handsome. She had been working for several years dealing with many soldiers and leaders. But this soldier was like the top of the top. She had just overheard the phone call, but nothing special. Only Nan Fongjue's last words. I'm going to take a shower. The operator didn't understand. He just finished a shower. Why does he need another one? Who is that woman, acting so bold and unruly? And what was her relationship with him? Yen Yen? Humph. She's quite annoying. Nan Fongjue went into his room and then into the bathroom. The inn was well equipped, with a private bathroom in the double room. He locked the door, turned on the shower, and let the cold water pour down. If he hadn't hung up the phone just now, he would have been embarrassed. The tent was already set up. That little troublemaker, just wait and see. Nan Fongjue used to feel nothing for anyone, even thought he might have a problem. But after meeting Wen Yen Yen, he seemed to change completely. Just hearing her flirt made his body uncontrollable. Lin Sinan, who shared the dorm with him, found it strange. He couldn't help but walk to the bathroom door and ask, "What's wrong? Didn't you just finish a shower? Why are you taking another one?" Lin Sinan was even more confused when he heard this.
Dirty?
How did you get dirty? You just took a call.
Who was it?
Wen Yen Yen. Nan Fongjue didn't hide it from him. It's her. Lin Sinan immediately had more questions. Don't ask anymore. I'll wash up soon, Nan Fongjue interrupted him. Lin Sinan went back to what he was doing. A few minutes later, Nan Fongjue left the bathroom, his bare chest and back slowly dripping with water. Lin Sinan's eyes widened in shock. Broad shoulders, a slim waist, narrow hips, long legs, clear six-pack abs, a V-line and well-defined, muscular muscles. His body was truly amazing. Lin Sinan realized again how different they were. He couldn't compare to Nan Fongjue. Not to mention, Nan Fongjue had 8-pack abs, which he didn't. He only had 6, and they weren't as defined. Nan Fongjue was in such a hurry that he even got his clothes wet. He had to come out wearing wet underwear and went to find clean clothes in the wardrobe. Lin Sinan was surprised to see the handsome man after his shower and kept praising. TSK, Wen Yen Yen is really lucky. She doesn't have to do anything, just look at him every day, and it's enough to satisfy her. Nan Fongjue didn't reply. busy looking for clothes and changing. Lin Sinan kept staring at a scar on his back. Every time he saw it, he was deeply moved. It was from a battle where Nan Fongjue was hit by shrapnel to protect him. It was very dangerous, almost hitting his spine. Thinking of this, Lin Sinan's sharp, handsome eyes suddenly welled up with tears. If Nan Fongjue hadn't saved him, the grass on his grave would already be over a meter high. Lin Sinan calmed himself and asked, "Boss, how did little sister-in-law find out her phone number?" "She probably looked it up herself." "Sinan, what did you just call me?" Nan Fongjue had already put on his military pants and was fastening his belt. He was surprised to hear boss from him. "Boss? Why, don't you like it?" Lin Sinan, now a little fanboy, was so impressed by Nan Fongjue's physique that he was completely captivated. He looked even more handsome without clothes than with a real man. "Whatever you want." Southern Jew does not mind being called that because the young girl often calls him Big Brother affectionately. Is this nickname so popular now? Hearing this, Lin Sinan feels happier and smiles. "Big Brother, what sweet talk did you say to your little sister-in-law on the phone? Why did Southern Jew go take a shower right after answering the phone? It's quite interesting. Aren't you too bored? You ask about everything. You know it's sweet talk, and still ask." Southern Jew wouldn't tell him the truth. "Huh, answering the phone secretly? Forget it if you don't want to say anything." Lin Sinan stops asking and takes out a Hong Kong magazine from his luggage, lying on the bed to read. He has many magazines at home. Besides his regular expenses, he asks friends to buy these magazines for him. Lin Sinan thinks Hong Kong stars are more fashionable. Domestic stars seem too plain. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door of the dorm, and then a voice comes through. "Excuse me, is it convenient? I'm here to check your blood pressure." It's Zhang Mimi's voice. Hearing this, Lin Sinan immediately gets angry and throws the magazine onto the bed. So annoying. "I just checked my blood pressure in the morning, and now again in the evening. We're not old men. Does this woman have a problem in her head? Not convenient. Go back. Please cooperate with my work." Zhang Mimi continues to knock. "Your work is just to cause us trouble. What's so good about checking blood pressure?" After complaining, Lin Sinan looks at Southern Jew, who is putting on his shirt, and then speaks.
Come in.
The door opens and Zhang Mimi, dressed in a white coat, walks in lightly holding a blood pressure monitor. "Dr. Zhang, do you have nothing to do all day? Why check blood pressure twice a day?" Lin Sinan looks at her with dissatisfaction. "What's your attitude?" Zhang Mimi also looks unhappy and responds coldly. "Checking your health indicators every day is my job. I have to record each result carefully. I don't find it troublesome. Do you have any objections?" Lin Sinan scoffs. "Your noble work duty, huh? I think you're here to take advantage of us." He hasn't finished saying the word benefit when he's interrupted. "Sinan, stop talking so much." Southern Jew cuts him off. "Dr. Zhang, just check mine first." He extends his arm, and his sleeve has already been rolled up. Zhang Mimi glared fiercely at Lin Sinan before walking toward Nanfang Ju. Looking at his well-defined muscles and strong arms shining with a charming glow. A faint, hard-to-notice look of confusion flickered quickly in Zhang Mimi's eyes. Lin Sinan had been watching her with a cold, sideways glance, his expression always calm. Wan Yanyan looked at the silent microphone in her hand and felt regret. Maybe she shouldn't have teased him. He said he was going to take a shower, possibly reacting physically, but she still had many things she wanted to say. She had wanted to remind him to be careful with Zhang Mimi and not to let her put anything in his food. Wan Yanyan wondered if she should call him again. But in the end, she put down the microphone. Nanfang Ju wouldn't be so foolish. She decided to call him tomorrow night to remind him. Anyway, making a call was more convenient. When Yanyan didn't tell Nanfang Ju about taking over the bookstore, she didn't want to talk about it now. Because explaining it over the phone was too complicated, a face-to-face talk would be better. She looked at the time. It was already past 6. There was no point buying prizes now. The department store had closed. She decided to tidy up the break room. Although Wen Si-han had left, he had left the bed and bedding. They didn't look dirty, but she couldn't just lie down on them directly. After all, They carried his scent and traces. She wasn't a cleanliness fanatic, but she still wanted to wash them before using. When Yen Yen pulled off the single bed sheet and pillowcase, planning to take them home to wash. Then she found a large bag to pack them in. It was almost 7 o'clock. Yen Yen finally carried the bag out of the break room, went to the counter, and told Ji Yun,
Time's about right.
"There aren't many people left in the shop. You can pack up and go home." "Okay, manager. Please count today's earnings and put them here for safety." Ji Yun opened a drawer. "Yes, I need to count them. We'll need this money for restocking tomorrow." When Yen Yen quickly collected the large bills, leaving the change untouched, just counting. "Manager, here's the sales list for today." Ji Yun took out a notebook. "All right, I'll calculate the profit at home." When Yen Yen finished packing everything, and then went back to the break room to get the notebook with the purchase prices. "Ji Yun, finish work on time and be careful on your way home," she advised as she left.
Yes, boss. You too, stay safe on your bike, Ji Yun replied.
It was now 7 p.m., and the sky was completely dark. The moon was just a crescent, and it would take a few days before it was fully bright. When Yen Yen was riding her bike and thinking quietly, tomorrow, she decided she wouldn't come home so late again. Although crime rates are low these days, there are still bad people around. If someone bad saw her and tried something, it could be dangerous, especially since there are tall cornfields along the roadside. Even though she was quick and agile, she worried that if there were too many bad people, she might not handle it alone. Nighttime is often a place where crimes happen, and when Yen Yen remembered a famous saying, despite feeling nervous and scared, she safely arrived home. When she got back to the military family compound, she felt relieved because it was the safest place. She put all the sheets and blankets into a large wash basin and soaked them in warm water with laundry powder. Then she sat at the table to count her earnings for the day. First, she checked the money. She had 21 large bills, totaling 210 yuan. Next, she calculated the cost of the books she sold. A set of 100,000 Ys cost 20 yuan to buy, and she sold it for 30 yuan, making a profit of 10 yuan per set. 5 sets brought in 50 yuan. When Yen Yen's eyebrows twitched as she continued to count the other 11 books. Books that cost 1 yuan to buy she sold for 3 yuan, those costing 2 yuan she sold for 5 yuan, and the ones costing 3 yuan she also sold for 5 yuan. After subtracting 60 yuan for the cost of the books from her 210 yuan, she had 150 yuan left. Her mood was very excited, and her eyes shone like bright lamps. She had earned 150 yuan in just one afternoon. In just 3 days, she could earn enough money to buy a TV. This was a good sign, a promising start. She believed it was possible. But she knew she couldn't spend this money recklessly.
She still needed to buy more stock tomorrow.
When Yen Yen carefully put away her account book and money, then went outside to wash clothes. She felt full of energy. If she kept working hard, she could become a millionaire next year. Even after paying 50% profit to win Sahan, she would still have plenty left. The next morning, at dawn, when Yen Yen got up, she fed the chickens, ate breakfast, fed the dogs, went up the mountain, and gathered herbs all morning. Then she went to work and took a walk in the town bookstore at noon. When Yen Yen found that the bookstore was running normally, Ji Yun said they sold 12 books in the morning. Although the sales weren't as impressive as yesterday afternoon, the morning hours were shorter, so the result was still good. When Yen Yen felt happy, it seemed her plan to buy a TV was a good idea. Ji Yun, you busy with your work? I'll place the order. She went to the break room and called Pengcheng Printing Factory to order books. When Yen Yen told them the titles and quantities, this time, she ordered 15 sets of the 100,000 Ys. She also ordered some popular magazines like Popular Movies, Story Magazine, Reader's Digest, and some magazines from Liaoning Youth. These were bestsellers from the 1970s, and not expensive. These street-side literature books seemed more interesting than novels. On the phone, she agreed on the delivery time, afternoon, arriving at 5 o'clock. Since she had no time during the day, she scheduled the delivery for the evening. After work, when Yen Yen immediately went to the bookstore to receive the delivery on time, paying as she received the books. The delivery person from the printing factory was a young man in a blue work uniform, clean and honest-looking. After seeing him off, Wen opened the packages and arranged the new books and magazines on the shelves. She looked at the full shelves, clapped her hands, and said, "Okay, done." Although she spent all the money she earned from selling books yesterday, the collection was more complete now. The bookstore would run more steadily in the future. After finishing these tasks, Wen returned to the break room and called Nan Fongju again. This time, the operator answered politely. She also said, "Thank you, little sister, for your hard work." When Nan Fongju answered the phone, Wen was more polite than yesterday and spoke normally. "Husband, did Zhang Mimi go with you too?" Wen asked seriously. Nan Fongju responded normally. "Husband, you must be careful with her. If she takes advantage of you by accident, I won't want you anymore." No negotiations. When Yen threatened him, so he had to stay faithful. Nan Fongju replied once more. "Husband, I finally made a call. Can't you say one more word?" When Yen talked for a long time, but only managed to say 2 words, which made her feel a little disappointed. "Okay. Fine, this time," Nan Fongju added an extra word. When Yen felt helpless. Why is her big brother so quiet? Although he doesn't like to talk much at home, he doesn't just say one word after another, right? Especially during those late-night moments. "Be good, don't move around. Does it still hurt? Baby, do you want to be gentler?" He is very caring and even calls her baby. "Husband, after I finish this call today, I won't bother you unless it's important," when Yen threatened him again. Nan Fongju returned to silence. "All right, then. I'll hang up now," when Yen gave up. But just as she was about to hang up, he suddenly spoke. "Girl, take care of yourself. Don't work too hard. There are heavy chores waiting for me at home. If you're in a hurry, find Ding Daliang. Also, go to bed early tonight and don't overthink." "I understand." Until now, Nan Fongju, who had been quiet, suddenly said a lot. When Yen felt warm inside. It was good, this man finally understood at the last moment. "Yes, I understand. You also take care. After such tiring training every day, remember to eat more, especially meat and eggs, to get enough protein." She was always worried about Nan Fongju's energy. Since she was leaving home for 20 days, she wanted him to rest and build up his strength. Nan Fongju started speaking again, but this time, he said nothing. "All right, I'll hang up now. Don't forget to keep your promise." When Yen finished and hung up. Phone calls over long distances are expensive these days. Plus, Nan Fongju was outside and hesitant to talk much, so he didn't say more. As soon as Nan Fongju put down the phone, he turned around and saw Lin Sinan standing behind him. He was so close, his ear almost pressed against his face. Nan Fongju frowned and pushed him away. "Are you addicted to eavesdropping? When did this kid start sneaking around?" Luckily, the little girl didn't tease him today, or he would have overheard everything. "I want to learn how to be gentle with my wife," Lin Sinan joked. He had always been curious about what his sister-in-law said when she called her older brother, especially since Nan Fongju went straight to take a shower to cool down after returning. So, he sneaked downstairs to listen. I didn't hear what was said before, only the part where Southern Jew spoke the most. Every word showed concern, and every word revealed true feelings. Lin Sinan was surprised that Southern Jew, who is usually so cold, had finally softened. He pretended to learn from others, but was joking in his heart. "No need to learn, you'll naturally get it when the time comes." After saying this, Southern Jew turned to go upstairs, but Lin Sinan grabbed his arm. "Hey, don't go back yet. It's still early before bedtime. Come on, let's go out for a walk. Is it okay to leave just like that? Should we say something to the teacher first?" Southern Jew hesitated a little. "Isn't this rest time? No need to ask him. Let's go." Without waiting for a reply, Lin Sinan pulled Southern Jew out of the guest house, and they headed to the street together. He looked at the busy street with many cars and bright streetlights and said with feeling, "The capital is really lively. Look at these wide, smooth roads, filled with small cars, and the bright streetlights. It's so much better than our mountain area. Our remote mountain area will also become like this someday." Southern Jew didn't share his feelings. His deep eyes were calm and steady.
When will that be?
My dad has been in the mountain army for 30 years, and there's been no change at all. Lin Sinan had always lived in big cities, only moving to the mountains when he was 18 to join the army. According to his father, in 30 years, the army only got running water, and nothing else changed, just the slow loss of youth. But his father also said he never regretted it and was proud to be a soldier all his life. Yan said it won't be long before our remote mountain areas are as prosperous as the capital. Southern Jew believed her because the girl spoke very confidently. Lin Sinan was surprised, his sharp nose almost crooked. He looked at Southern Jew, who was serious. She said our army will be as prosperous as the capital? Has she gone crazy? Dreaming? Only you believe that. If you don't believe it, forget it. Southern Jew didn't want to argue anymore. Lin Sinan pouted. Look at you, you're starting to sound more and more like Yan. If you don't believe it, forget it. Family is family. Southern Jew didn't reply because there was nothing wrong with that. Indeed, they were family. Lin Sinan's eyes lit up. He pointed to a stylish coffee shop at the corner ahead. Boss, there's a coffee shop nearby. Come on, I'll treat you to a coffee. What's so good about coffee? I don't want to go, Southern Jew said, not wanting to leave. Lin Sinan pulled him gently, trying to persuade him. What's the harm in trying? Coffee is a luxury in our country, a kind of mood. Even though we live in the mountains, we shouldn't be out of touch with the times. What kind of mood? We're soldiers, Southern Jew replied, still hesitant. What's wrong with soldiers having a mood? Is there a rule against it? Lin Sinan argued. Southern Jew couldn't argue back, as they were pulling and tugging, and some people nearby had started to watch. Considering the social impact, he finally gave in and followed Lin Sinan. The coffee shop was elegant and cozy, filled with a rich aroma of coffee. Stepping inside, it felt like entering a small world away from everything else. The decor was tasteful, with art paintings on the walls, soft sofas, and small round tables arranged neatly, creating a comfortable and relaxing atmosphere. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled light on the floor, adding a romantic and poetic touch. Soft background music played, making people feel happy and relaxed. Southern Jew, who was used to being in the army, felt a bit uncomfortable, as if he had entered a fluffy cloud. Lin Sinan was perfectly at ease. He sat down and ordered from the waiter, 2 lattes, no sugar. The coffee arrived fragrant and inviting. Soldiers also need to learn how to enjoy life. We train hard in the mountains to protect our country and ensure the safety of the people. Without us, there would be no happy life today. What's wrong with having some coffee? It's not expensive, Lin Sinan said confidently. Their arrival soon caught the attention of a middle-aged woman in the coffee shop. She had smooth, fair skin and wore a light gray blouse with a small collar. Her short hair was neatly combed back, and she wore no fancy accessories, only a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that gave her a scholarly look. She kept watching them, staring intently, even forgetting to drink her coffee. Lin Sinan noticed her and quietly whispered to Southern Jew. Hey, buddy, do you think that woman in the northwest corner is watching us? Southern Jew looked without turning his head and said, if she wants to watch whoever she wants, that's her freedom. Lin Sinan withdrew his gaze and noticed Southern Jew's furrowed brows. He smiled. What's so good about this drink? Can't we have tea? Southern Jew looked annoyed. Coffee is meant to be bitter. Savor it. Taste it carefully. The aftertaste is fragrant. It's like life, bitter with a touch of sweetness. Lin Sinan's thoughts deepened. Sour? Is the coffee spoiled? He quickly took a sip. It's not sour at all. I said you're sour. Southern Jew corrected him. Hey, Lin Sinan put down his cup. You don't understand. This isn't sour. It's a matter of taste. Southern Jew continued to criticize. You're old-fashioned. Lin Sinan was unfazed. Sitting here drinking coffee and listening to relaxing music. How peaceful and comfortable. Just then, the middle-aged woman who had been watching them got up and approached. Comrade, may I sit at your table? She kept staring at Southern Jew. They exchanged quick glances. Lin Sinan asked her, Ma'am, do you need something? The woman said, I really admire soldiers and wanted to get a closer look at you. She probably admired Southern Jew, right? Lin Sinan noticed her eyes seemed almost glued to Southern Jew's face. Suit yourself, Southern Jew said lightly. Thank you, the woman said, and sat down on a chair she brought over, watching more intently. Southern Jew ignored her and finally finished his coffee. He looked at Lin Sinan across the table. All right, waiter, the bill, please. Lin Sinan took out 10 yuan and placed it on the table. Let me pay, he offered. Southern Jew thought to himself, is a cup of coffee 5 yuan? Remember, I said I'd treat you. Let's go, Lin Sinan said, and stood up. They left the coffee shop. Just as they stepped onto the street outside, a voice called out behind them. 2 soldiers, please wait a moment. They turned around. It was the middle-aged woman from the cafe again. Lin Sinan immediately felt annoyed. What's wrong with this woman?
You were so serious just now.
Aren't you satisfied yet? She's quite old now, probably past the age of falling in love. Auntie, what exactly do you want? Can't you just say it directly? He held back his emotions. All right, I'll tell you now. Young man, don't be in such a hurry. The middle-aged woman looked at Lin Sinan with a smile, and then at Nanfang Ju. I have a niece. She's 21 years old, fair and tall, quite good-looking. Do you think you could get to know each other? Lin Sinan was surprised. Goodness, are people in the capital this direct? Getting interested in someone and setting them up on the street? Nanfang Ju frowned. The middle-aged woman continued. The girl comes from a good family. Her mother works at the city's cultural department. Before she finished speaking, Lin Sinan, a loud voice suddenly exploded like a thunderclap beside them. Both Lin Sinan and Nanfang Ju saw Master Lu walking quickly toward them. Oh, let's go back quickly so he doesn't catch up. Seeing the situation, Lin Sinan quickly whispered. They left the middle-aged woman and hurriedly walked in the opposite direction from Master Lu. Lu Zhendong saw they not only didn't wait for him but also left quickly, and he got very angry. Stop right there. He hurried after them, and the middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment before following. Finally, they stopped at the gate of the military district guest house, checked their surroundings carefully, and then left. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the busy schedule of traveling back and forth between Wenyanyan and the town went by quickly. The next day was the Southern Military District performance. The cultural troupe had to leave a day early to reach the performance venue in the Southern Theater. The Southern Theater is in a different city, Lijiang Province, on the outskirts. The journey isn't far or too long. It takes about 4 hours by train. Plus the time to get from the troupe to the train station, about 4.5 hours in total. The cultural troupe left at 7 a.m. and arrived at the destination at noon. Since the performance was the next day, they could rest and adjust in the afternoon. At noon, while eating in the theater's cafeteria, Tian Mimi and Wenyanyan sat together. Yenzi, the director, said we can have free time this afternoon, but we can't go alone. We need at least 3 people. Let's find someone to go with us. Tian Mimi was in a very good mood, smiling happily, probably because she had been stuck in the mountains for too long. Okay, who are you looking for? Wenyanyan also wanted to go out for a walk. She felt the same way. She was tired of staying in one place.
Su Zhaodi.
She has a good temper. Tian Mimi had already chosen someone in her mind. As she was about to speak, she saw Su Zhaodi and quickly called out. Hey, Zhaodi, come over and sit. Su Zhaodi happily agreed, then looked behind her at Shi Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, let's go together. Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow. They sat across from each other, put down their lunchboxes, and started eating together. When Yan glanced at Xiaofeng, she still looked the same. She didn't want to talk to anyone. Humph. She raised her eyebrows, indifferent. If you don't like me, I don't like you either. Tian Mimi was warm and proactive. Zhaodi, let's go shopping together this afternoon. She invited her. Su Zhaodi immediately agreed, then turned to ask Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, everyone should go together. It will be lively, but she didn't ask me, Xiaofeng said gloomily. What does that matter? We're all colleagues. Zhaodi comforted her. Tian Mimi quickly added, Xiaofeng, don't pick a fight. I'm just saying one by one. Let's go out and have fun this afternoon. Xiaofeng thought for a moment and said, all right then, she agreed. When Yan, who had been silent, raised her eyebrows again when she heard this. Actually, she didn't want Xiaofang to go. She felt Xiaofang might have some hostility towards her. But since she had already agreed, there was nothing she could do. If they were going, then fine, she didn't mind. She was busy eating her meal. Suddenly, Tian Mimi nudged Wen Yanyan with her arm and whispered close to her ear. Yanzi, there's a soldier in the northwest who's been secretly watching you. Wen Yanyan looked up and glanced around. Sure enough, as soon as she caught the soldier's gaze, he quickly looked away. Eat your food. They don't understand the situation. Wen Yanyan thought, even if she was married, she wouldn't consider such a naive soldier. She liked mature men. Although Tian Mimi spoke softly, Xiaofang sitting diagonally across heard most of it and looked a bit disappointed. After lunch, they went back to their dormitory to dress up nicely. They changed into pretty clothes before leaving the military guest house together. Since the southern military district is outside the city in the suburbs, they needed to take a bus to get to the city. The bus went straight there. No transfers needed. It's important to note that this bus route was specially set up by Lee City's government to serve all the officers and soldiers stationed in the southern area. Although it was a special route, local people also used it. Everyone paid 5 cents for a ticket. Wan Yanyan didn't talk much on the bus and kept looking out the window. The scenery was natural, without any artificial touches. In the distance, green mountains stretched endlessly, some tall and cloud-touching, others like giant beasts resting. Close by, fields of yellow rapeseed flowers swayed in the wind, looking like golden fluff growing on the ground. Tian Mimi kept chatting with Su Zhaodi, while Xiaofang stayed quiet. After about 40 minutes, they finally got off the bus. Swallow, shall we go to the department store? See if there's anything new? Tian Mimi suggested, happily holding Wen Yanyan's arm. Wen Yanyan liked this idea and immediately agreed. Tian Mimi then turned to ask Su Zhaodi, do you have any plans? Want to come with us? Maybe. Su Zhaodi also wanted to go. But before she finished, Xiaofang interrupted her. Zhaodi, maybe we should go somewhere else first? Su Zhaodi thought for a moment and said, all right, you go ahead. Let's meet at the bus stop in 2 hours. Don't be late. She changed her mind. Wen Yanyan was eager and quickly said, okay, see you in 2 hours. She didn't like Xiaofang and didn't want to go with her. On the bus, there was no choice. Su Zhaodi nodded. Wen Yanyan was a bit impatient and said, let's go, Mimi. She pulled Tian Mimi along. They asked an elderly woman on the street for directions to the department store. They couldn't just wander around aimlessly like headless flies, wasting time and effort. After learning the exact location of the department store, they finally set out toward their goal. It's worth mentioning that Wen Yanyan is now a little wealthy woman in disguise. In just 10 days, the patriotic bookstore earned a net profit of 1,000 yuan. Wen Yanyan specifically brought 200 yuan for shopping when she came to the Southern Military District performance. Because Lijiang Province was the third largest city in the country during the 1970s. Its economy was second only to the capital and Shanghai. The city also had beautiful scenery and a thriving tourism industry. Not only was the city clean and tidy, but the people also had a healthy and positive outlook, full of vitality everywhere. The kind elderly woman just told them. The biggest department store in Lijiang is the Labor Department Store, located on Xiangyang Street in the city center. It's not only a landmark building but also the main shopping center in the city, with many different kinds of goods. She said, turn left at the intersection ahead, walk a bit, then turn right, and after about 200 meters, you'll arrive. Following her instructions, Wen Yanyan and the others quickly saw a 5-story building. A large sign hung high on the building read Labor Department Store in grand characters. Swallow, this department store looks so impressive, so tall. Tian Mimi exclaimed in surprise. Wen Yanyan blinked, knowing that this was the tallest building she had seen in the 1970s. But she was experienced and worldly, so she wasn't easily impressed. This 5-story building was just average to her. Although she didn't want to show her disdain, she nodded and said, yes, this department store is quite grand. While agreeing with Tian Mimi, she couldn't deny that the store was quite large. Its size was comparable to large supermarkets in the new century. It would be great to take a picture, but unfortunately, I don't have a camera. Swallow, do you think this might be the tallest building in the country? Tian Mimi was still overwhelmed by the visual impact. No, when Yen Yen shook her head. There's a building in a coastal city in the country that seems taller than this one. She was talking about the famous Shanghai International Hotel from the 1970s. If I remember correctly, it was over 80 meters tall, making it the tallest building in the country, and even in Asia at that time, known as the tallest building in the Far East. Really? Are there taller buildings in our country? That's impressive, Tian Mimi sincerely admired. When Yen Yen was speechless. In the 1970s, the country's economy was like a fragile thread, hard to lift. But in about half a year, the economy would start to grow quickly. Yes, let's go inside and see what it looks like. When Yen Yen was very curious, she wondered what kind of goods were sold in this department store. When Yen Yen entered the department store, her eyes widened in surprise.
Wow.
This place is so grand. The first floor was probably dedicated to large items. Neatly arranged counters displayed black and white TVs, standing fans, and radios. New bicycles lined up on the floor, dazzling to look at. The variety of goods here was amazing. No wonder it was the biggest department store in Lijiang. She was really impressed today. When Yen Yen touched her waist pouch, her eyes shining with a greedy, wolf-like glow. After about an hour, they finally left the store. When Yen Yen carried a full canvas bag, feeling very happy. Since arriving in the 1970s, today she finally achieved financial freedom. She could buy whatever she wanted. However, Tian Mimi, who had just bought a beautiful dress, didn't seem very happy. She was a bit silent and distracted, staring at the bag in Yen Yen's hand. Yen Yen, she was surprised again. Such a beautiful girl, and she spent a lot of money to buy something so ugly and frightening? When Yen Yen understood her feelings well but remained calm. She looked as steady as a mountain, unshaken, as if saying, "Who dares to challenge me?" Because just now, she bought a rare item from the specialty section of the store, a very precious medicine called the Tiger Whip. When Yen Yen first saw the gift box packaging of it at the counter, her eyes lit up and her small mouth opened in surprise. They still sold this in department stores? It was complete and well-preserved, such a good thing, rare and hard to find. Without hesitation, when Yen Yen took out her money and said, "Comrade, I'll take 2 boxes of this. There are definitely no fake products in this era, so you can rest assured." Tian Mimi looked at the money in her hand with confusion. "Yenzi, are you sure you want to buy this? Is she making an impulsive emotional decision?" "Yes, I'm sure." When Yen Yen knew that in the new century, even rich people couldn't buy this. It's a wild tiger. Because later, the government passed an animal protection law. Not just wild tigers, even wild rabbits can't be eaten casually. "Yenzi, this is very expensive," Tian Mimi reminded her again. "One costs 35 yuan, so 2 would be 70. It's worth the price." When Yen Yen was firm, she had to buy the Tiger Whip. Once the shop is gone, she might not find it again because the animal protection law was about to be announced. But it looks so scary. Tian Mimi only took one look and didn't dare to look again. Why is it so big? So frightening? It's okay. As long as you don't look at it, you won't be afraid. When Yen Yen quickly put the Tiger Whip into her pocket, thinking that this thing was indeed quite scary, much bigger than a person. It was a good way to match shape with shape. "Yenzi, why are you buying this?" Tian Mimi asked, confused. "To cook with," when Yen Yen was just talking nonsense. "This thing probably can't be bitten through if cooked. It can be used to make soup or soak in alcohol. Famous Tiger Whip wine is very nourishing. It can be stored for many years and is very nutritious. If she doesn't do anything with it, that's okay too because dried goods can be stored for a long time. When General Nanfang gets old." When Yen Yen's mind started to wander into mischievous thoughts again. Maybe by then, she would also be old, and she might not need this anymore. If Nanfang doesn't need it, she could keep it for her son. When Yen Yen thought about generations to come, but she didn't consider what would happen if she had 3 sons. How would she divide 2 Tiger Whips? Huh? Cooking? Will it taste good? Tian Mimi frowned. I don't know. I haven't tried it. I'll buy it first and let Nantan decide how to cook it. When Yen Yen didn't want to continue talking about this, so she brought up Nanfang Ju. Tian Mimi responded with a sound but didn't ask further. When Yen Yen noticed that among everyone who knew Nanfang Ju, once they mentioned his name, no one could argue against him. Because good looks decide everything, right is right and wrong is wrong. This time, during the shopping trip when Yen Yen gained a lot. Although she could afford to buy big appliances at the store, she chose not to. When Yen Yen didn't want to show off wealth. During the early days of reform and opening up, it was better to stay low-key. They returned to the bus stop and saw Su Gindi and Shi Xiaofeng. Hey, what did you buy? When Tian Mimi saw them, she immediately stepped out of her shy mood and smiled happily. Sweetened milk. Later, Su Gindi and Shi Xiaofeng also went to the department store, but at different times. Oh, where did you buy it? When Yen Yen asked on purpose. Su Gindi replied, at another state-run shop. Oh, a state-run shop. When Yen Yen said with a smile, it looks pretty good, Su Gindi lied. Because when Yen Yen saw them from afar in the department store. Haha, interesting. But she didn't want to expose them. There was no need. Honestly, she didn't want to go shopping with them. Different paths, different goals. Gindi, Xiaofeng, I bought a pound of white rabbit milk candies at the department store. Would you like to try some? Tian Mimi said as she took 3 pieces of candy, giving one to each of them.
So sweet.
When we go back, I'll treat you to some milk. It's really good and sweet, Su Gindi invited. They chatted and laughed while waiting for the bus, then got on and smoothly returned to the military district guest house. Back in her room, when Yen Yen packed the things she bought and put them in her wardrobe. Then she tore open a bag of dried squid and sat on Tian Mimi's bed to share. Mimi, here you go. Let's eat together. I bought several bags. A common feature of 1970s snacks was affordability. This bohai dried squid was half a kilogram, and most importantly, it contained no drying agents. Yen Yen, this bag of dried squid isn't cheap. You should keep it for yourself. Tian Mimi knew the price of dried squid and didn't want to buy it. But when Yen Yen bought 5 bags at once, which surprised her. How can Yen Yen be so rich? Spending money like water. I still have some left. Don't be polite. When Yen Yen simply placed the packaging bag under her eyelids. Dried squid is very tasty, nutritious, easy to digest, and rich in protein and amino acids. She had been in the 1970s for over 2 months and finally found a snack she liked. Yanzi, you're spending so much today. Is Nan Tuan not taking care of you? Tian Mimi took a piece of dried squid, gently bit into it. The flavor of dried squid is very delicious. He doesn't care. When Yen Yen ate happily, so tasty that even her taste buds on her tongue were dancing. Before crossing over, he didn't care either. The original owner had no money to spend, and he even lent her some, but they didn't share a room. Oh, Nan Tuan is really good to you. Tian Mimi was very envious. Today, Yen Zi spent about 150 yuan, living like a princess. What delicious food are you all eating? Another voice suddenly sounded in the room. By the way, I forgot to mention earlier, this dormitory is a 4-person room. Besides her and Tian Mimi, there are 2 members of the dance team living here. One is called Ma Xiaoli and the other is Chen Yanhong. The one speaking now is the outgoing Ma Xiaoli, who is standing in front of Tian Mimi. When Yen Yen stopped chewing. Because she didn't know them well, only a brief acquaintance, she didn't want to share her snack. When Ma Xiaoli asked proactively, she said, I just bought this dried squid. Do you want to try? Sure, let me try. Ma Xiaoli took a piece and ate it. It's okay, but a bit salty. When Yen Yen slightly rolled her eyes and turned her face away. If she's going to eat, she'll eat. She's just picky. I'll eat just right. She didn't agree. In her opinion, the weather in the south is bad if it's not salty. Plus, in this era, there are no preservatives. Yen Zi, how much did you pay for this bag of dried squid? Ma Xiaoli finished eating and wanted to buy some too.
2 yuan.
When Yen Yen told her, Really? That's expensive. Is this small amount of dried squid really 2 yuan? Ma Xiaoli was surprised. When Yen Yen nodded, Dried squid is a bit expensive. The English transliteration of squid sounds like dead expensive, but it's delicious. For Wen Yan, who hadn't eaten seafood in 2 months, dried squid was a tasty treat to satisfy her cravings. In the new century, there are stores selling shredded squid and squid slices, but no dried squid. Wen Yan finds the taste quite special. Such an expensive item, and you bought several bags? You really are generous. Ma Xiaoli doesn't understand. Wen Yan blinks her eyes. My sister has money, so there's nothing to hold back. We finally came to a big city, and if there's something we want to eat, we should buy more. Just one bag? Where will I buy it next time I want to eat? Today, besides squid slices, she also bought many dried goods. If Ma Xiaoli saw this, she would be shocked. Life is short. If you want to eat something, just buy it. No regrets when you're gone. This dried squid is a bit expensive, but it's not unaffordable. We both work. When Yan speaks with a rebellious attitude. Because of her sudden crossing, she deeply realizes how unpredictable life can be. What if she crosses back to primitive times? She might have to eat dirt. Of course, when Yan doesn't want to cross again because she can't bear to leave Nanfangju. So, in this life, she must protect herself well and never fall into danger again.
Ma Xiaoli stays silent.
Wen Yan gets up again and hands the bag to another member, Chen Yanhong. Yanhong, try some too. It's really good. Everyone shares the benefits. Thanks, Yanzi. Chen Yanhong, a shy girl, speaks softly like a little cat. No need to thank me. We're roommates, so there's no need to be polite. When Yan returns to her bed, lying comfortably while eating squid slices. It's great. Having money is wonderful. She needs to keep earning more money when she goes back. The next morning, at exactly 8 o'clock, all members of the Nanjing Cultural Troupe are gathered backstage at the Southern War Zone Conference Hall. The team leader is Wei Guochang, the secretary of the troupe. Yu Jingyuan, the troupe leader, didn't come. Also present are Song Guiyun, director of the dance department, Li Xiaoliang, artistic director, and Zhang Fingye, director of the instrumental music department. Zhu Yanliang, head of the vocal department, also didn't come. Another thing is that Yu Linglong, who is recovering in the hospital, has been discharged after getting better. She is still the main singer for the chorus in this performance because there is no backup singer for the troupe's lead. The last rehearsal was the day before departure, and Yu Linglong also participated. She was said to be in good shape. However, when Yan didn't see her during the rehearsal, because she took the afternoon off to go to the bookstore and arrange things for her absence, and she also received a new batch of books. Hey, Yanzi. When Yu Linglong saw Wen Yan, she jumped up and ran over happily. Wen Yan blinked her eyes and noticed that Yu Linglong, although a bit thinner, looked very energetic, and her eyes were bigger. Hey, Yanzi, come here for a moment. Yu Linglong pulled her aside to a quiet place, acting serious. Yu Linglong, are you fully recovered now? When Yan still cared about her, after all, she had saved her life from death. Yes, I am fine now. All the snake venom has been expelled. Yu Linglong's eyes shimmered with tears. Now, her attitude toward Wen Yan had completely changed. She was no longer sarcastic. That's good. When Yan saw the tears in her eyes and softened her tone. She unintentionally eased her worries. Yanzi, you saved my life without holding a grudge. I will remember that. From now on, I won't target you anymore. You are a good person. After being bitten by a poisonous snake, Yu Linglong finally became reasonable. Wen Yan felt a sense of happiness as she received a good person badge. But suddenly, Yu Linglong changed her tone. However, if you and Nanfangju can't stay together and get divorced, I will still pursue him. To me, he is the best man. Her eyes still shimmered with tears, and her tone remained sincere, but her words sounded awkward. In the past, Yu Linglong would ask, when are you getting divorced? Now she said, if you get divorced, even though my attitude has changed, my feelings haven't. When Yan was stunned. What did she mean? Is she still not over Nanfangju? Yu Linglong looked around to make sure no one was paying attention, then continued. People say you have a lover outside. If you really don't want him anymore, just give him to me. I don't mind if he's been with you. When Yan Yan immediately got angry, her eyes turning cold. "You Linglong, stop talking nonsense. That's just a rumor." How could she believe such a rumor? Okay, I won't say more. Yu Linglong quickly changed her tone, but then she asked, "Yanzi, is it true that you and the bookstore manager had something going on?" She really hoped that this was true. When Yan Yan's forehead was streaked with 3 black lines as she glared at her. "Yu Linglong, you're hopeless. There must still be snake venom in your brain." She didn't want to talk to Yu Linglong anymore. When Yan Yan never expected this. This obsessed girl, who had narrowly escaped death, was now thinking about Southern Duke in a different way. She really must be cursed. Does that mean if Southern Duke never divorces, she will remain single forever? When Yan Yan, you too, come here for a meeting. Just then, Wei Guochang, the secretary of the art troupe, called loudly for them. When Yan Yan left, feeling secretly resentful. One day, she would have to teach Ma Ho Hot a lesson. But smashing the camera was just too cheap for her. Wei Guochang looked over each member's face. "Today, we gather here to prepare for the upcoming performance. This is a show full of challenges and opportunities, but I believe that as long as we work together, we will succeed." His voice was strong and full of passion and confidence. "Does everyone have confidence in the performance?" The troupe members answered in unison, their voices loud and firm. Wei Guochang nodded and continued. "We are a united, energetic team. During our training, we worked hard. Now is the time to show our results. No matter what difficulties we face, we must stay calm and perform at our best. Remember, we represent the team's honor and are also fighting for our dreams. Let's work hard and give our all for this show." Wei Guochang also explained the order of each performance, so everyone would remember when to go on stage and avoid simple mistakes. When Yan Yan only remembered 2 times, her own performance time and Shi Xiaofeng's.